Chair, it's 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BOCC. It is 1 p.m. on August 26, 2025. We're going to get our meeting started with the invocation, the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation today will be given by Pastor Robin Smith of Real Life Fellowship Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Kurt Ebbets. If you will, please rise. Well, where's our pastor? Oh.
Heavenly Father, we just come before you, Lord God. We thank you for this day. We ask, Lord God, that you would give both all of the people in attendance here clarity of mind, peace and patience, and also the commissioners, that you would just help them to make the decisions that they need to make, be with them, guide them every step of the way through this long meeting, Lord God. And I just ask that you would just be with them and let them know that they are not alone. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. And if you would, can we take an extra moment of silence for the two seniors that we lost in our high school and keep their families in our prayers? Thank you.
Please join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. This 26th day of August, 2025. In attendance are Chair Rebecca Bays, First Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Second Vice Chair Dana Barrett, Commissioner Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Holly Davis, Assistant County Administrator Maricel Rodriguez, and County Attorney Denise Diamond Land.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board, the next on our agenda is the approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I would like to ask that we add an agenda item for discussion. We can call it, under my name, we can call it K3. This would be regarding the Chaswitzka Campground. I'd like to have a discussion on that and get board consensus and move that. I know that I believe we've got Representative Groh here to speak on it as well. So I'd like to hear his comments. He's been very active in dealing with all parties concerned in this, and I'd like to give some clear direction, not only to our representative, but to SWFMA, the district as well. And I'd like to move E2 up to the top as well, confirmation of our new EOC director.
Thank you. And Maricel,
Madam Chair, I'd like to remove H1 Part A and Part B, but leave Part C, because on August the 12th, 2025, under E14 of our agenda, all 5 commissioners voted not to do a rental of any property in Inverness. And I do not want to see that back on the agenda, because the 5, not 1, but all 5 approved that.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan?
Actually, thank you, Commissioner Barrick. I was going to mention that there are ways to bring things back, but the board did vote 5-0 on Part A, and it's bad precedent to do this because a commissioner did not bring this back. It came back under staff. So what it looks like to anyone watching, the board votes on something, and then if somebody doesn't like the way the board votes, well, we'll just keep bringing it back until they get beat down or we see the answer that we want. Now, I see that Mr. Williams is here today. I'm sure that he's going to have some new and possibly informative information. I have no problem hearing from him. I think that we have a broader space needs discussion. this is setting a very bad precedent, and that needs to come off. We've already discussed commissioner offices, and that price of lease. If we want to discuss some different space, I understand that, but this is not how we should be governing. Us voting and then somebody not liking what it was, even though they voted for it, and going back and having staff throw it on the agenda. We can't do this.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrick?
Commissioner Finnegan, I understand what you're saying, but because we voted, I feel that it should not be on the agenda, period, whether it was staff brought it back or not, because of the fact that we, as a collegial group, said no. And I think it should end at that. And we do need to talk about Section C. And we did talk a little bit about C previously, and I think that needs to be talked about. We ran and ran and ran with A and B and voted no. So that's why I want it pulled.
I agree. We should definitely talk about C.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard?
I respectfully disagree. I had a conversation with Mr. Howard following that meeting, and was disappointed that we did not get the full picture, that the conversation went sideways when the cost of the lease was brought up, that as found out in later discussion, that lease number was simply a placeholder at the time, that there were ongoing negotiations. And I asked Mr. Howard if he would bring this back, get it on the next agenda, because we do need to get our space needs addressed. Is there a cleaner way to approach this? Absolutely there is. But at this point, we've got everybody in the room who needs to be here. We need to get this addressed and move forward with clearing out the second and third floor so we can get the judges their space.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Commissioner Kennard, I understand that, but we're going against our administrative regulations, and that has nothing to do with clearing out and giving the judges their space. I think I was probably light years ahead of when everyone said it in front of Judge Falvey many times. I'm ready to pack my bags and move out. And I think there's a whole plan for moving out. Now, where they're putting people is where our debate comes in. And the debate was because paying for 5 or 6 offices when we have plenty of space for those offices. We're not going to meet anywhere different. We're not taking business away from the city of Inverness. It's not about not wanting to partner with the city of Inverness. If we're going to rent space, they're the people I want to partner with. It's about wasting taxpayer money. It's about paying a lot of money for offices that we're not using. So put them in a space that we already own. That was the whole debate. And that was 5-0. I don't understand why it's coming back up. I do understand space needs. I do understand in some years, we are going to have to probably move out of this area for the next phase of the judges. And I am sincerely hoping that we partner with the city of Inverness and we keep our meetings in the city of Inverness. But for taxpayers to pay for these offices and we keep just bringing it back until you get the answer that you want, it's not appropriate. I don't think this board would like it. If I see I'm on the losing side of a vote, that I go ahead and vote in the affirmative and then bring it back. And behind the scenes get people all worked up and then keep trying until I get the yes answer. But as far as our administrative regulations, this wasn't brought back by a commissioner. It wasn't to rescind it. It wasn't to even hear it again. It's staff just doing the same thing over and over until we're beat down, they get the answer that they want.
That's incorrect. I'd make a motion to approve the agenda, adding E2 and K3 and moving K3. No, we need to move E2 and K3 up to the top.
Are you moving K3 up to the top, or you're just adding it?
Both, adding it and moving it up to the top so we can have that discussion while our representative is here.
All right, I have and we're pulling C3. Marisol, please.
Yes. Commissioners, we have an additional item in addition to K3. We have E11, which is bank signature cards for workers' compensation and inmate medical billing bank accounts. We also have additional information for H3. We received a number of public opposition letters. We have K2. We have an update on recommended action line F, the update should read to authorize staff to obtain a survey prior to closing. T1, we receive a number of public input to include letters and emails. On T1, we also receive a letter, actually an email regarding ongoing negotiations, and we are also pulling item C3. That completes the updates.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard, and I have a second by Commissioner Davis.
Chair,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
I request clarification because all of the things she read into the record was not a part of the motion?
I'd amend my motion to include them.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
We have an amended motion by Commissioner Kennard and second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any further board comment?
I don't want H1, A, and B
Well,
on
we're
the
voting
agenda.
on, I understand that. We have a
Well-
motion on the floor.
And I will just point out that by voting that in, Commissioner Berg's actually right. We are breaking our own rules.
I get told I break rules all the time. I'm trying to follow rules,
Madam Chair,
so please.
Commissioner Davis.
Madam Attorney, my understanding is that any commissioner that is on the winning side of a vote can bring something back.
A commissioner who's on the winning side of a vote can bring something back.
And Commissioner Kennard went on the record as saying that he's the one who had this put on the agenda, correct, Commissioner Kennard?
Correct.
Otherwise, I would have an issue with it as well.
So you're going to change the agenda memo to show that it's by Commissioner Kennard instead of Carlton? Is that what
That's
y'all are
fine.
doing?
That's fine.
Madam Attorney, our regulations do not actually say that the winning member of the motion brings that back.
Robert's Rules of Order.
It's not our admin regulations.
My question
There
is
can
who's
be a
gonna do
motion
the
to,
presentation
Excuse
then?
me.
I'm sorry.
there can be a motion to reconsider a prior motion, or there can be a motion to rescind a prior motion. So technically, Commissioner Finnegan is correct. You would have to move to rescind the prior motion, the 5-0 motion would have to be rescinded, and then you would have to have a new motion, well, it would have to be a new motion on the prior action.
And point of order, that had to be on the agenda already. That needed to be published on the agenda.
I think we can deal with that when we get to the agenda item, can't we? Right now, we're just approving the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Barrett.
you told me this is H1, a presentation. Who is gonna do in here it doesn't say who's doing the presentation. Is Commissioner Kennard gonna do the presentation? Is that all of a sudden gonna change too? In other words, what is on the agenda is what I want pulled, except H1C.
So what's before us right now is there has been a lot of conversation about space needs for the judges. And at the last board meeting, this got brought up. It was, frankly, it was done out of order last board meeting. So I think there was a lot of information that was not presented to us. I think for the sake of getting everything out into the public and having a fluid conversation about it, I'm going to support the motion on the floor. So we have a motion by Commissioner Kennard, a second by Commissioner Davis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Nay. We have 3-2. That being said, we have proclamations next. We're going to do, well, make your motion for the proclamation.
Motion to approve B1, B2, B3.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Would those representing Keep Citrus County Beautiful Pride Award please make your way forward? Whereas Keep Citrus County Beautiful, an affiliate of Keep America Beautiful and Keep Florida Beautiful, was incorporated as a 501c3 nonprofit organization in 2001 to encourage personal responsibility and community stewardship for litter abatement, recycling awareness, and community beautification. And whereas Keep Citrus County Beautiful created the Pride Award to recognize those individuals and organizations volunteering their personal time and efforts to preserving our county's natural beauty and environmental health by reducing litter, promoting recycling, and beautifying our community. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners is pleased to join in the recognition of the Keep Citrus County Beautiful Pride Award recipients for voluntarily investing their personal time and diligent efforts to beautify Citrus. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County joins Keep Citrus County Beautiful in commending and thanking John and Billy Carney for their inspiring personal commitment and noteworthy community spirit in helping to keep their community of Dixie Shores litter-free. Executed this 26th day of August, 2025.
So KCCB, once again, is very grateful to the Board of County Commissioner allowing us this venue to be able to give these awards out to individuals and organizations across our county, that we can publicly thank them for all that they do to help keep our county beautiful as well. We recognize these individuals that they're volunteering their time, and this is part of the Adopt a Highway program that the county has been involved with for many, many years, and we're just here as an organization to support that and to recognize these individuals. So once again, we get a round of applause for David and Jenny. And thank you.
Would those representing Save Our Waters Week make their way forward, if you're not already here? Whereas the citizens of Citrus County treasure the God-given water resources of our aquifers, springs, rivers, lakes, and coastal estuaries that are interconnected and essential elements of our physical situation, which we share with wildlife and our beautiful, abundant planet life. And whereas we depend upon the quality and quantity of our waters for personal hygiene, home services, agricultural, business pursuits, and occupations. And whereas our waters are highly valued recreational resource of boating, swimming, fishing, and diving. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County does hereby proclaim September 20th through 27th as Save Our Waters Week in Citrus County, Florida, executed this 26th day of August, 2025.
So again, I thank the commissioners for the support of our program. This is our 30th year of providing the Save Our Waters Week activities that are full of various boat tours and other events. We start off on the 20th with our coastal cleanup, which is a county program that we have been supporting wholeheartedly all of these years, and we'll continue to do so. And so we start on the 20th this year for the cleanup. We end on the 27th with a presentation at the old courthouse with our own homegrown authors of Max Schulman and Tom Craig with their newly published Cross the Florida Greenway Trail Adventure. So all these activities are on KCCB, Keep Citrus County Beautiful's website. They are on the county's website. They're all over the place, onto our Facebook. So please go on, look at all these activities. We're here to help promote protecting our natural resources. Try to keep our theme this year is balancing growth with nature. That's a hot topic that I think we all can get around, that we need to find that balance between all the development going on and keeping our natural resources as they are as well. So I do encourage you to go and look on all those activities and just see if you can get yourself plugged in. There's always a way to learn something new that you may have not known about all this wonderful, what our county is. So thank you again to the county commissioner, to my committee. I could not do this without a tremendous support of the committee of both KCCB and Save Our Waters. So thank you.
Good afternoon. With those supporting World Breastfeeding Month, please come forward. As they're coming up, Whereas World Breastfeeding Month is celebrated annually in August to raise awareness of the importance of breastfeeding for the health and well-being of both infants and mothers, and to promote and support breastfeeding-friendly environments. And whereas breastfeeding offers countless benefits, including optimal nutrition, enhanced immunity, and crucial bonding between mother and child. And whereas the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months of life, with continued breastfeeding alongside complementary foods for at least 1 year or longer as mutually desired by mother and child. And whereas local healthcare providers, public health organizations, and dedicated advocates, including the Florida Department of Health and the Florida West Coast Breastfeeding Task Force, work tirelessly to promote education, access to resources, and culturally competent care to support breastfeeding families across Citrus County, and executed this 26th day of August 2025.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. On behalf of the Florida Department of Health in Citrus County and our community partners, I want to extend our sincere gratitude to the Citrus County Board of Commissioners for recognizing August as National Breastfeeding Month. Your support through this proclamation sends a powerful message that Citrus County values the health and well-being of our mothers, babies, and families. Breastfeeding is a vital public health issue, and your acknowledgement helps raise awareness, reduce stigma, and encourage a supportive environment for breastfeeding families across our community. This proclamation not only honors the importance of breastfeeding, but also uplifts the tireless work of our healthcare providers, lactation consultants, peer counselors, and community advocates who support families every day. Thank you again for your leadership and commitment to building a healthier Citrus County.
At this time, I would like to go ahead and pull E2 forward and ask the sheriff to come up if he would, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. How are you today?
Good, thank you.
Good. All right. So I just we're here today to first introduce you to Hillary Worrell, who is on your agenda for the appointment of our Emergency Management Director. And I just wanted to give you just a quick 10,000-foot level view of Hillary before I let her introduce herself. Director Worrell began working in emergency management field in 2014 with her appointment into the Florida Army National Guard. She has held numerous leadership positions and is currently a captain in the Army Reserve. She's deployed companies of 100-plus soldiers to support Department of Homeland Security efforts during their border crisis, multiple hurricane activations, and oversaw community-based testing sites during COVID-19. She holds a bachelor's in science in criminal justice from Florida State University and a master's of science in emergency services management from Columbia Southern University. And just a couple of highlights in the last decade of her experience: 2016 Hurricane Hermine, conducted shelter security operations. 2017 Hurricane Irma, planned the movement of personnel and critical supplies to the Keys to support recovery efforts there. 2018 Hurricane Michael, was officer in charge of logistics staging area. 2019 Hurricane Dorian, maintained personnel in a ready status for rapid deployment and response. And then in 2020, her COVID-19 community-based testing sites. 2021, in the Department of Homeland Security border crisis. 2022 Tropical Storm Nicole and Hurricane Ian, was in charge of rapid mission updates and response. And then in 2023, Hurricane Idalia updated the operational directives for response efforts. So we're excited to have Director Worrell on our team, and she is going to introduce herself. But you know, when we put someone in a position like this, I really am confident in her ability to work with our community stakeholders, you know, in both of our cities and our county, I think that you're going to have a great resource there and a great partner when it comes to times of an emergency. So without further ado, Director Worrell.
Before we do that, Board, could we go ahead and make a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve her as the new Director of Operations at the EOC.
Second.
Ms.
Y'all wanna
Hillary
draw
Worrell. Sorry, I
straws?
should have said your name.
Commissioner Kennard made the motion and Commissioner Finnegan seconded it. Please, you sound like a very accomplished young woman to be so young. And
ma'am.
I think you grew up here, correct?
I did. I was born and raised here. I've been in Citrus County other than the times when I've left for military operations.
That makes it all that much more exciting that one of
Absolutely.
our own came back home.
Absolutely.
Welcome.
It makes knowing the lay of the land a lot easier, ma'am. I just want to thank the sheriff, thank the Board of County Commissioners for your support. I just want to ensure that our top priority is life safety and make sure that we have a unified message across the board whenever we do activate for storms, and that we share that communication not only between the policy group, the stakeholders, the agencies that we work with, but also out to the community so that they're aware of what's going on. That with life safety is definitely our top priorities and what we'll focus on in the upcoming seasons, and I look forward to working with everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Board, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. I guess I should have taken public comment first. Would anybody like to comment?
I'll comment.
Public comment first. Is there
Okay.
anyone from the public that would like to comment? Seeing none, we'll close. Commissioner Finnegan.
I just want to say congratulations. I know both of your parents serve this county well, and I know even as a young person coming up, you were always highly regarded and highly respected. So for you to come back and serve this community, I'm happy and proud of you, and I look forward to seeing the great things that you're going to do with us.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm excited for the opportunity.
Thank you. Clerk, that was 5-0. Thank you. Commissioner Kennard. K3.
Yes, thank you. I apologize for the last-minute nature of this, but thankfully, Maricel was able to get it handled at the 11th hour and get it to us to bring to the board. There's been significant public discussion about the Chaswitzka Campground since Swift Mud had. I don't know if they made it official, but there was a news story that they were considering selling the campground. They were closing it in October 1st, and that one of the options possibly on the table was that it could be sold. There was significant outreach by the public to myself, I would assume to all of us, that people did not want to see that happen. And I got a phone call from Representative Grow, and he said, "What can you tell me about the campground? What's going on here?" And he obviously saw the story as well. And I informed him that during the negotiations for the boat ramp, that it was proposed to us that the county might be able to take ownership of the campground as well. And our response at the time, if I recall correctly, was I believe it was a unanimous yes. If they want to give it up, we would take it, but let's stay focused on the boat ramp and parking. And when our council, Susan, I believe, went back to negotiations with Swift Mud, they said they weren't prepared to give up ownership of the campground. They got the boat ramp and parking worked out. But they might consider selling it to us. And the board didn't have any interest at the time in getting into a negotiation for buying it. We didn't know what the damages were, so forth like that. So I shared this information with Representative Grow. And honestly, I want to say that was maybe a Wednesday or a Thursday. And by Friday, he was on the phone with me saying, "Hey, would you consider, do you think that the board would consider giving a lease taking a lease on the campground for something minimal, $1 a year, that type of thing?" He had been in touch with Swift Mud, and he had been in touch with Commissioner Wilton Simpson, and he said that I don't want to give away all his thunder here, but he and Commissioner Simpson would work together on an appropriation from the state to make the necessary repairs out there. If the county would show support in taking on the campground and either operating it, continue to operate it as a campground, or getting a vendor involved to have a vendor operate it as a campground. My response was an emphatic yes. I believe that I can't speak for the board as a whole, but we have said previously we would be interested in having it. Here's a very inexpensive way at $1 a year to get that campground. So I ask that this be put on here immediately. My understanding is that that Swift Mud's Board of Directors is having a meeting as well today. So I hope that we can give them, after Representative Grow gives us some information on it, I hope that this board would give a unanimous consensus or a unanimous support to taking on this. Of course, pending legal review of the lease and so forth like that, but this is a chance to make sure that this campground stays as a campground, a beautiful 40-acre conservation piece right in the middle of a much larger conservation piece. So that's my pitch to the board.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Davis.
I also got that call from JJ yesterday, and I am 100% on the same page you are.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Board members,
Are we going to hear from him? Like, doesn't he want to speak?
Representative Grow, could you please come forward?
Sorry.
You look like you had something to say.
I know better than to call you JJ.
Always
in
got
public.
something to
Sorry.
say. Yeah. Actually, I have something I want to read in the record, Commissioners, if you're all right with that, because I think this is such an important thing. It's such a great opportunity for us. So if you don't mind, I'd like to read this because I want the whole world to hear it. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm J.J. Grow. I have the honor of serving as state representative for this district. I'm here today to speak in strong support of Citrus County pursuing a management agreement with Southwest Florida Water Management District to keep the campground at Chassahowiska River open to the public and preserved for future generations. This site is more than just a campground. It's a vital part of our community's heritage and a gateway to one of the most pristine economic systems in our state. Families have been camping, paddling, fishing, and connecting with nature there for decades. It's one of the few remaining places where residents and visitors alike can experience Old Florida. And those of you here that know Old Florida, you know what I'm talking about. It's wild, it's beautiful, and it's accessible. The concern I bring before you today is not just about access, it's about stewardship. We have the opportunity here as local and state partners to ensure that this property is managed in a way that protects the environment while still allowing public use. That's why I urge this board to work closely and proactively with the Southwest Florida Water Management District to craft a management agreement that allows Citrus County, and by extension, its constituents, to take on a leadership role in maintaining this very special place. I believe the people of Citrus County are not only capable, but willing to support and care for this campground in a way that aligns with conservation values. And I believe that together, we can strike the right balance between preservation and public use. This isn't just about keeping a campground open, it's about honoring the deep connection that our community has with the land and the water that define our way of life here in Citrus County. I ask that you make this a priority, not only for those of us here today, but for the generations that follow us. I promise to continue working with the county. As you mentioned, I've spoken with many of you. I also have spoken with Swift Bud multiple times, and Commissioner Simpson, a dear friend, has been a big help in making sure that we connect these two parties. And Brian Armstrong, who's the director, is all about conservation. I reminded them that this land was bought with conservation money many years ago, and that's the best use for this land. As Commissioner Kennard mentioned, we have a delegation meeting coming up here soon. Unfortunately, I'm going to be the only one sitting up there since our senator isn't seated yet. But an appropriations to fix the dock and to fix the other things at this campground would be something I'd be willing to go to Tallahassee and fight for, and I believe I have the support there to do it. But I want to thank you for your time. Thank you for your continued commitment, the people of Citrus County, but also the natural resources of our county. I'm happy to answer any questions, whatever you would like, Madam Chair.
Board members, do you have any questions for the representative? Commissioner Finnegan.
I just wanted to thank you publicly, just a reminder, the words that I spoke to you, and I'm so happy you're championing this, is why would they sell this property to take money to conserve property elsewhere, campground or not? Why wouldn't they just conserve this property? And for you to be a champion of that, and I think that you nailed it, we can still use this area and still conserve it in a good way. I think that this board and the county, the community of people understand how precious that is as a resource. So for you to help us protect that, I just wanted to say thank you.
No, you're very welcome. My last conversation with the director is, and I will tell you, Swiftmud is about conservation. Why they looked at potentially adding this to surplus land, I mean, I think they're obligated by law to look at that from time to time, but I can tell you that the people I've spoken with there are in full support of it remaining in conservation and also remaining a piece of land that the public can use. It's my understanding from the director, they will have a management agreement, a draft management agreement to you before the end of the week to look at.
Nice. Representative Grow, we appreciate you being here today. We thank you for what you're doing for us in Tallahassee. Keep up the good work. We know
Thank
you've
you.
got challenges ahead of you this next legislative session, but bring home the bacon.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Thank you. Board members, could we go down the row, do a roll call consensus, please?
Yes.
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 Yes, I love the speed at which this has moved. Very non-typical of government. Yeah, it is.
It just came on.
No, I'm good with a yes.
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
There is no backup for this item that I have, so can you tell me what you want the consensus to
Can I
be?
hand this to you?
Denise did Denise did an additional item, so you should have that in your email. Or we'll email it to you.
Okay, what would you like on the record for the consensus?
Seeking board consensus to lease Chazawiska Campground from Southwest Florida Water Management District.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Attorney, was that okay?
Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
Okay, moving on to time certains. We're H1, the proposed Inverness Government Center lease and appraisal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair. Carlton Hall, Public Works. I know this item has brought a little heartburn to some of the board members, but I think it's important that some of the facts around the lease get brought up. I know at the last meeting, we were really discussing space needs, and the lease came up, and then a vote was called for there right after. So today I'm going to go through some of the items that are included in the lease, just so you can get all the facts and the background on it. We've been working with the City of Inverness for 6 to 8 months on this lease. In the agenda item, it talks a lot about items that are included in the lease. So I want to go over a couple of those just so you have it in your mind. That building that the City of Inverness has is one of the only Category 3 rated buildings in the city. It also comes with a full generator backup system that's important when it comes to government. In addition to that, it has and will have monitored access for the lobby. So those who actually visit the building, there will be a possible security presence in the building, as well as badge access to get entrance into the building. Some of the other items are separate access for the commissioners to their offices, as well as legal staff. And then also shared space. There's going to be break rooms, conference rooms, and even the large meeting room that we discussed in the past that would eventually allow us to hold some of the BOCC meetings there if the board approved. Mr. Williams is here with the City of Inverness, and he's got some backup information on the lease as well, even negotiations that we've had in the last week that he'd like to bring to your attention.
I didn't have a presentation prepared. I apologize. I've also been fighting whatever that is that's going around in our community. It's a gift we should all be lucky enough to get. Appreciate y'all being here, and I understand that there's been a lot of discussion with this item. I believe it's good discussion because you all are approaching a circumstance that's gone on really since 1999, 2000 timeframe, so decades of space circumstances in the downtown for the county seat and the offices that comprise all those things. You know, the City of Inverness's interest in this whole thing is a partnership. It is not in a financial gain. Our focus is to have a space that has a unified approach and support to what you all are seeking to do in the downtown and the county seat, and we appreciate that. You know, the investment that one day that we hopefully see you all make in the downtown will be a great high tide for the community and the county. To touch on some of the technical elements, the building has all those things. I think the building also is a place that we're going to spend a certain amount of taxpayer dollars anyways to make certain improvements for the city itself. So there was an ability to have an economy of scale that you all could be part of that. And as we've talked about, city residents are also county residents, taxpayers. So it would be a good use of public funds that we're not just doing it for the city's sake, but also providing it for the county folks as well. There was a lot of talk about price at the last discussion. And I think candidly, to us at the city, I can't speak for the council, but I can say that, you know, I'm not sure that they would be opposed to bringing back whatever you all see fit as a comfortable, amenable solution to a lease or an agreement. Meaning the numbers that you had in this before were things that were as part of just a draft lease. You know, they largely are from the lease that we already have with a tenant that was paying in that range of lease amount. But it doesn't mean that the city isn't looking at this as an opportunity to partner and help you all and the judges and the whole community. If there's something that we can entertain as an offer, if what you need is a space for a while you look at the circumstances around you, I don't think the city's opposed to helping make that happen. But we're also not looking at this as a circumstance of, well, if we don't have a certain amount of money, it's not going to happen. So I think you're here I know the mayor's here today, and I believe we've had several council members. They're all committed to making sure that we work with you all to keep a footprint in the downtown. Whether it's something you would use every day or something that is there as a place for people to continue to come and interact with you all, we see that as a benefit and a partnership. You know, I guess at the end of the day, you tell us what makes you comfortable moving forward, and that's what we want to be able to bring back to the city council.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yes. Eric, thank you for being here, as well as our mayor and a couple of your council members. I'm glad that that this is back in front of us. We did not get what initiated my call to Mr. Howard following the last meeting was we didn't get the full picture. The discussion, understandably, went sideways, went off the tracks, and we did not get the full picture of the negotiations that had taken place up until this point. What I'm seeing and hearing now is the development of a relationship between two organizations, the city government and the county government, that has not existed for decades. We've got the city coming to us now saying, we're willing to help. What that number isn't the critical part of this. The critical part is developing this relationship, getting the commissioners out of our existing offices, making better use, I believe, or making very good use of a beautiful downtown building here while we come up with a plan for where the commissioner is going to ultimately be. What does that investment look like in the county seat here in downtown Inverness? So I'm excited about it. I like that I've heard more of what the plan is, and I am ready to support it for sure.
And I know we're touching on the lease, and Carlton and Steve, who's not here today, I think he might have caught whatever we had. There's more to this than just the lease. You know, the city has strategically bought a number of properties throughout the downtown over the last 20 years that are going to be necessary, important for the county to be able to expand and develop what's needed. And the city is committed to being a partner in that and making those properties be part of that process. And it goes beyond just the downtown, at the airport. You know, there's been a great passion, again, something that's gone on for a very long time. And the conversations that have gone on with staff and interested private equity around the airport is really starting to foster the opportunities. And I know that that's a long way from downtown, but it is part of the same picture of partnership. And I think that that is a critical piece to look at as you look at just how these two governments work together in concert with the other entities.
Madam Chair, I couldn't agree more with those statements. The more things that we are partnering on continues to strengthen this relationship. You've got the City of Inverness government that I believe Mr. Williams had told me is roughly about an $80 million organization. The county is certainly in the hundreds of millions of dollars organization. I hope that when we finish up this discussion, we can give direction to our staff, the county administrator, to continue negotiations with the city, find a number that works with our staff, bring it back to the board. Again, it doesn't sound to me that the dollar figures that we're talking about is the stumbling block. It certainly isn't for the city. It should not be for the county. I think let's let them get that part of it worked out, bring it back to us, and I'm convinced that we'll end up with a good deal for the taxpayers, both in the unincorporated area as well as for the City of Inverness.
One of my concerns has been, because we've been talking about this for a very long time, and inaction many times leads to exorbitant costs, and we see that today in road resurfacing. We know that this county is going to grow. We heard a presentation this morning about mobility fees and impact fees, and I think what you're bringing before us today that was not present at the last meeting, which is why I supported hearing this today, was we know at some time in the future we're going to need more space to serve the citizens. And I look at how disjointed the local government, the county government buildings are today. And when I think about having a footprint that would encompass this block, and you could then return many of the county government buildings and put them back on the tax rolls. It's not about just putting them back on the tax rolls. It's about the intrinsic value of the economy, what it will do for the downtown area and for the citizens, the things that it will incorporate into a good downtown, a good economic development position. And I think it aligns with our long-term needs, and I think it honors the relationship that we have between us as local governments. We heard it earlier by Representative Grow when he talked about those very things. He used those words, I wrote them down, aligns and honors. And this is exactly where we're at. If we're willing to participate and we're willing to do that with Swift Mud, ourselves, and the state, then we should certainly be able to do that with local governments. We've had, as you said, discussions about the Inverness Airport. We're really starting to see a lot of uptick in that. You're willing to look and give some land there to put a new road in. There's things that you're willing to do downtown to make a footprint here. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but things don't come along every day. We don't have these opportunities to work in a partnership and say, look, we're going to do this today. We're going to secure what we have in front of us so that we can have a long-term plan. Because if we wait, it won't happen. It'll be gone, and it will be 5-10 times more expensive, maybe more. So for that reason, I mean, I love that you're willing to partner. I love that you're willing to come before us.
I would suggest one thing, just hearing everyone speak, and even earlier to Commissioner Finnegan and Commissioner Barrick's conversation about the item itself. You know, it is more than just a lease. One of the suggestions that I would make is to look at an interlocal agreement that also embodies these things together. I think you do that. We do that as governments with private entities and things of that nature. I think if we did that between us and looked at all of these properties and looked at these things as a cohesive future, that's really what I think people want from their government, looking for, is to look forward, not just in today and tomorrow, but many years down the road. And this is an opportunity to start to galvanize those things beyond just the use of space. And you can have this lease be a predicate to leading into that, but, you know, you could have a lease or an agreement be part of a bigger interlocal that the two governments are working together, especially to your point about the block concept of building a bigger footprint here. You know, you've done a lot of strategic planning, and you've had a lot of folks point out that they want to see a confidence in what the growth management strategies and what infrastructure-wise you're going to do. Obviously, we're not going to solve all that across the entire county, but there's a real opportunity here to put a footprint to one of the big elements, the judiciary, as well as the county seat, as well as your municipality known as Inverness, to start putting those things in a formal manner so that even beyond all of us working today in our roles, something can be held up and said, this is the plan that was started and we're on.
Well, I just know that we've been talking about this for a very long time.
We have.
We've been talking about the space needs for the judges for the last 3 years. I know it was a topic of discussion prior to that. And I think what kind of took me off guard was when Mr. Graves came before us at the last meeting, when I think we thought we had a plan that was going to take us probably 10 years out. And he said it's more like a 5-year plan or less. No. And I think that's what kind of set me back on my heels. And if we're already needing another courtroom, I don't know why wouldn't you take these chambers, turn these chambers into a courtroom that would allow us to use your chambers as our meeting space. And it just makes sense if you're trying to do something that's going to give you a little bit more longevity because we're not going to get there overnight.
Again, to Commissioner Finnegan's point, an interlocal agreement in concert with working on a lease will give you the time to opportunity to lay out time and place. You know, pieces and can move certain things. We're not in a huge hurry as a city, other than the aspect of if it's something that there's zero interest in. Obviously, we want to make sure that we don't lose an opportunity that we may have now. So I think that is a key element to this. An agreement, or if you're more comfortable with just as a lease. But there's a lot of opportunity here. I really believe that.
Chairman?
Commissioner Barrick.
All right. I've been sitting here very nicely, and it really frustrates me. Number one, the judges are here. The judges know that there's laws. ARs are laws and rules that we're supposed to follow. We had voted, and then behind the scenes, people are talking. Behind the scenes, people are doing things, and all of a sudden, we're bringing something back. I'm sorry, I do not like that, number one. Number two, you say, well, we're, inaction. The inaction was done by previous boards. Money was supposed to have been set aside.
I didn't say inaction.
No.
Yeah,
I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
Commissioner Barrick, but please be respectful. That is the city manager.
He interrupted me. I was speaking. I had the floor. And I'm not talking to him. I'm just saying.
Please be respectful. That's all I'm asking.
I will try to be respectful. Money was supposed to have been set aside by other boards. I wasn't on the other boards. But some of the members on this board were, and the money wasn't set aside. Okay, the space needs have been here for a long time, and money was supposed to be set aside, money was supposed to be set aside, money was supposed to be set aside. Okay, so it wasn't. That's not my fault. That's not your fault. That's nobody in the audience's fault. That's someone other than whomever. Okay, but when I vote no, and 4 other members of the board vote no, I do not like people going behind the scenes and talking to people and getting something put back onto an agenda, and then we're going to vote on it. It's not for $1 a month. It's not for $2 a month. It's not for 1 month. The thing is, there were things talked about. Mr. Howard was asked to get a price on Park Place. He did get a price because I asked him about it. If we were to take just a portion of the cash carry and buy the place, we could buy Park Place and move the commissioners over there within the next 6 months. Why would we turn around and rent something? We have cash in the cash carry forward. So we could do it. So the money that was supposed to have been set aside, that wasn't set aside, we actually do have it in cash carry forward. So for me to say this is good, I'm sorry. The city and the county, yeah, we need to get along, okay? But we don't need to get along paying and paying and paying. That's citizens' money. The people out in the audience, they're the citizens that paid the taxes. And they expect us to be stewards of their taxes and not waste their money. And paying rent when we could turn around and pay cash and buy a building is a waste of money of the citizens. Now, I know the judges need their space. They've needed it a long time, longer than whatever, okay? And they keep coming back, and they keep getting the same thing. Oh, well, we're gonna set aside money, and it never gets done. But there is a cash carry forward fund now that can fund what I'm proposing and what was proposed at the last meeting, which was Mr. Howard get a price. He got a price. It's a reasonable price for a building. And for the price he was given, we shouldn't even have to get an appraisal because it was not that high. And to me, that is being a steward of the money of the people of Citrus County, even the citizens of Inverness, because if we keep the county taxes down, that keeps the Inverness taxes down, because they pay city taxes and county taxes. So I'm looking to be a steward for all of the citizens, not just cities, and that's all I'm going to say.
Commissioner Finnegan?
If I can, to answer.
Sure,
'cause
Mr. Williams.
I just want to be clear, we've never said that you've had inaction. But secondarily, even if you purchase Park Place based on your own space study, you need far more space than just the Park Place building to accomplish what you need in moving the folks out of the courthouse. If it's an amount of money that you're concerned about in terms of the rent, making a suggestion as to what you think would be a comfortable
$5
range.
a month.
We might
You want
be
to suggest it? $5 a month. We rent
And if we
buildings
made that,
for
if we
$1 a
made, if
year.
we made that happen, if we made that
He asked
happen,
me a question.
if we made that happen, then I would assume that that would be a desirable thing to you.
Yeah, at $5 a month, I would rent it.
Sounds like you might have the first point of negotiation to direct your administrator to. I've been doing this a long time, Commissioner Barrick, and I can tell you that I appreciate your passion. I really do. And I do know somewhat it's like to sit in a chair when you're picking up things that have been handed to you from the past. I really do. Got that lesson down real pat. But you are going to be the great creator of change and the solution to that. And that's the seat that you sit in today. That's the seat that I sit in today. So we have an opportunity in front of us, whether it's $5 a month or whatever it is agreed to. But the good news is we're both on the same page about trying to fix it.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Wow, that was passionate, Mr. Williams. Good job.
I'm up here on like, I don't even know what is in Dayquil, but a bunch of I might be on NyQuil, it sounds like,
Sir,
before
you
the
might wanna-
conversation is over. But
You might want to spread
Do you have
some
any
of that
you can
around.
share?
Well, I wasn't driving home with all the deputies, so the judges will make sure of that.
I'm going to get you little cups and you can start dosing that around. I understand the desire for the county and the city to work well
Sure.
together. I feel like with this board, that's never been an issue. For anyone that thinks that speaking out against renting space or even at the amount is nuts, because especially you, the mayor, council members that I've known for many years of my life know that I'm OG Inverness. I think that we'll always meet here. I think that we'll always have a presence here. Here lies the issue. We're talking about the partnership or a lease like that has some impact on the judge's space. Right now, it does not. There's plans in place to move everybody out. The judges, no matter what, they're going to get their space. My one and only issue, which I have said 1,000,000 times from this dais, is not about the partnership, is not about moving for the judges. I'm all about that. It's the offices for the commissioners that have to be moved, and even the attorneys at this point. There's some big push, like we all sit in Inverness 40 hours a week, and this is the county seat, and this will disrupt the things. We're not here, Eric. We're not here. And I want to know if a commissioner is pushing that, and that's what I said 2 weeks ago, how are you going to explain that to the taxpayer? Because I'm going to be honest with you, here's what I see happening, okay? We're all going to move out, and Carlton, I hope the construction starts as soon as we can. The judges have been waiting long enough. We're going to move out. Well, where do we go? Well, Water Resources is moving out in a matter of months. We have plenty of space in Lecanto. That's not moving services. That's to hold some office space where we have a desk and once in a while we'll go to, which works because our constituents, sometimes it's a hard drive for some of them, right? Then we have the issue of our attorneys. Well, the attorney's assistant needs a spot in Inverness. The county also has that space, whether it's with the clerk's office or whether there is an office in the old courthouse. So for free, for $0 to the taxpayer to get us out. Now, Commissioner Barrick is talking Park Place. It's my understanding that that is further going to help the judges because the state attorneys are going to need to move into that building. That's the same square feet. So I'm not even considering us going there. But here's my issue. For the taxpayers to pay, and I know it's negotiable at this point, but what we were looking at is over $100,000 a year. There is no way I know that it has been set up here, some pie in the sky dream that we're going to have this one massive building and sell everything. That is not happening in the next 10 years. I know that. I know that for a matter of fact because I'm watching everything else. So what we have is now the taxpayers paying millions of dollars for somewhat empty offices. I can't explain that to him. And for any one of us up here fighting for that, I want you to explain that to the taxpayers. It's nothing to do with my partnership with the Inverness. We wanna share space, and maybe the county can give you something. I've always been a proponent of the county helping pay for Whispering Pines because the county residents use that. I feel like I'm a really good partner to Inverness. This isn't about a partnership for me. This is about a waste of tax dollars. And your residents, all of your residents that are in the city of Inverness, they're county taxpayers too. They don't want to see their tax dollars wasted. So I don't know what this looks like ahead, but please understand the spaces that we have to vacate have nothing to do with the judges. Judges are going to get their space. It's, do we want to use free space that we already have, or do we want to pay a bunch of money to have somewhat empty offices? That's what I can't get behind.
Well, we're going to start negotiations off at $5 a month.
Well, if it's costing the taxpayers little to nothing and it really is more about a partnership or whatever we can help with, there's some other things, that City of Inverness might need help with. I'm your person. Call me.
I think
but
your space
wasting
needs
taxpayer
study.
money, I can't do it.
I think your space needs study shows that even with Park Place and even with the city space, you may need that beyond just your offices. And again, that study got lost in a lot of conversation that instantly pivoted to this Inverness conversation versus the digging into that space needs. And I don't want to get ahead of what Carlton
Well,
may
the
go
space
into there.
needs study shows that we will have a lot of space. It's obviously not in Inverness, and all court services and everything need to stay in Inverness. But some of these spaces and services that don't have to be here, especially for like mostly empty offices, that's all I'm talking about. And eventually we will have to vacate the space we're sitting in. But what I'm told, that may not be for 4 or 5 years. And I'm hoping that we can share that space.
I'm not sure. I would tell you that your space needs study shows a big need of space from the folks leaving this building beyond just what you would get with buying Park Place, and inclusion of that in your study, the city's space, which was all part of a study that we asked and we're very happy to go with participating in. But if it's something that you all now don't see that as an option, that's okay. We're here to offer it as a partnership and an opportunity, and I'm very serious about that as a starting point for the conversation. That's how these things get resolved and solved in government. That's how good government works, by working together. I don't think that with the predictions that I've seen from the population in the newspaper recently, of I believe 25% in the next number of years, you're definitely at one point going to have a building somewhere that has everyone in it. That's going to be a conclusion, whether it's 10 years or 15 or 20. It will happen. It's a necessity. If we can help, we've got a lot of property that we own that we'd be willing to make part of that. That was always a conversation, a vision when we purchased it. This is a great chance to talk about it and start to work to that. It doesn't absolute anything tomorrow, but it does start to bring a real galvanizing effect to the future.
But Eric, we're talking about property, and then we're talking about the lease, but we're not really talking about what that looks like. you know, honestly, this
He's
has
got
been
a-
brought back
Oh, that's
and
not on the screen. Okay. there it is on
nothing's
the
really
screen.
changed except for negotiations coming forward. And honestly, we didn't have to vote on this 2 weeks. With all due respect, you were the one that said, hey, you have to vote on this now.
Because Commissioner Finnegan, the conversation, we were invited to come here to support the space needs study. We were never asked to come here to talk about the lease or get into the techniques of it. Quite candidly, that was you that drove it into that, and we were happy to go along for
No,
the ride.
sir. I don't know if you mean you, me, or you, this board.
Well, the board drove the conversation to the lease in Inverness and how this should have never been brought up. It was not something you were aware of, didn't vote on it. There was a different commission that had voted on it. People believe they weren't on the commission that voted on it.
That's
and
not
then
true. That's not true. We brought the minutes back, sir, and the board voted on it, and it even made a caveat that
I know the board
that
voted on
I
it.
had made sure that this isn't a vote to move forward. It's just to see what the cost would be, and that's what happened. And it came back, and the cost was so much that personally, I can't justify that for the taxpayers.
I understand, but at that meeting, since we're going into who said what, most certainly it was said by yourself and Commissioner Barrick that you all didn't vote to look at a lease with Inverness.
That's
and
not
that, as a
true.
matter of fact, you said you thought it might be that it was from another board. I thought
I
it was
did
maybe
not
another
say
committee.
that.
I mean, it's on video.
Well, that didn't come from my mouth that I thought it was another board.
I'm pretty sure it did.
I think you got
and
the
then
person
Commissioner
wrong.
Barrick also said she didn't think that she was on the board at the time.
No, that was said, and I'm not sure. I don't remember if she was on the board or
But,
not.
but if
And then I have
if
the
we're really
minutes in front of me.
working to a partnership in the future, all of this is working towards a conversation about, I guess, what we've done in the past. And it's not looking at what we're going to do in the future.
I would like to know what we're doing in the future, but wasting taxpayer money is
That's
not going to be
be
something.
for your
I'm
staff to
voting
tell
for.
you, as y'all, I'm just offering the opportunity.
Well, we're
to
setting
say.
precedents. If we don't get it, I guess certain people's way is just going to keep coming back. So
I'm not so sure about that. But.
Commissioner Davis?
As much of a hot mess as this has become,
It's a red pen right here.
I am glad that we're having this conversation. You might need to share the Dayquil, I'm just saying. Kidding. So yes, on the partnership, like Chair Bays, what really brought me up by the short hairs was the idea that the Koch building is only going to be a 5-year thing. And given how incredibly lightning speed we work in this county on space and moving things and stuff like that, that's why I'm glad it's back here. Where I had a violent reaction was the $11,000 a month. Like others on this board, you know, of course, we have to have an office per commissioner, because you never know whether people are going to use it or not, and we have to have that and I believe you said there's a ceremonial aspect, which is also true as well. You know, we do have space to do that. However, what really brings me back to wanting to have this incredibly painful conversation is exactly what Chair Bays said, is that we probably need to be moving out of this room sooner rather than later to give them an entirely next courtroom here in the building. And so that plus your you being willing to start at $5 a month, I mean, okay.
That's the negotiations. Yes.
But
in all
as the point of
seriousness,
negotiation,
absolutely.
but you know, I'm one of those that don't really use this office, because you know who I get to talk to? Our single assistant that 5 of us share, and and maybe legal staff, and that's it. There's no reason to be here other than when I'm having meetings, because I'm not allowed to talk to these 4. And so actually I find if we had 2 different governments in the same building, that would actually be a reason to go to the office a lot more often, because we do work collegially with, obviously I can't talk to any of the council members about any board action that we share a board, but we can talk about bigger picture stuff for the county, which is that water cooler talk. If you're passionate about making our county and Inverness, and you guys are knocking it out of the park, if you're passionate about leaving your world a better place, those kind of water cooler talks are great. Is it worth $11,000 a month, especially if we're not meeting there? No, 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 and no. There is a certain overhead for you guys, okay?
Absolutely.
There is whatever the going rate is. There is the alternative spend for us. Were we to buy another building and kit it out for us, What would that cost be? All of those things should be part of that negotiation. So I am in favor of going forward with a negotiation. I'm not in favor of B because it says at the stated rate.
Oh,
Okay.
absolutely, I understand that.
But I'm in favor of county staff and the city of Inverness to continue to have these discussions. I'm also in favor of H1C because, land is not going to get less expensive, and we know this is why we have metro growth forecasts on where the growth is going to be, what it's going to look like, and this county has never been a future. Very rarely, there's been a few commissioners here and there who have been future thinking, and a few administrators very future thinking, but it's few and far between. We seem to be always playing catch up. Which is unfortunate.
And you've been very passionate about looking at strategic plans. And one of the points you're making about the water cooler collegial aspect is that Congressman Bilirakis shares an office in the city of Inverness in a city property, that building specifically. Representative Grow also shares an office in a city of Inverness building. And I think it is a great show of unity, and it is a great strength putting those things all together. And again, I'm very serious about, the costs need to be something that you all are comfortable with, that you can defend to those people that ask. It should not be something you just have to say that's the way it is. So I think with anything that comes back to you, it's going to have to come back with great comfort. And I think we're definitely committed to wanting to see, and y'all have been a good partner to us. I'm not articulating that you're not.
If you have Representative Grow and Congressman Bilirakis and commissioners and city council, all of that in that building, you do need a magnetometer given the current state of mental health.
And we've got to add some security upgrades, and I didn't articulate it as much in the front end, but part of what our offer to try and do what's necessary to make comfort for y'all to come in is that we're going to spend this money anyways, close to $1 million retrofitting the building for some things, that it would be put to good use beyond just the city if other folks like yourself were able to occupy the building. And even if it wasn't you, your county attorney and their offices, or any one of the other folks that may have to leave from this building. So it's an opportunity. Again, we're here to work with you. If we can do that, I think everyone in the city would be satisfied. But those are things that have a lot of miles to walk.
Madam Chair?
I've got Commissioner Barrett. Were you finished? Are you yielding the floor, Commissioner Davis?
I was going to make a motion if you want.
Go ahead.
No,
I make a motion that we approve H1.
I had asked to speak.
I will let you.
I haven't yielded the floor. H1A and C.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Commissioner Barrick.
Okay. Okay, and this is, and I hate to speak to somebody out there because I'm not supposed to, but you said you know what the space needs for that, or what the space is available at Park Place, because you've talked to people about how big it is and whatever. I have no idea what it is. Now, to me, that's wrong. I'm a commissioner, and I don't know what is actually available, what isn't available. And to have people talking to you, people talking to Mr. Howard, why is the communications wrong? Okay, we agreed we weren't gonna rent. Now all of a sudden it's back. I don't like that. $5 a month, I could say fine, because we as a county rent out full-size buildings to communities. Okay, you go to Ozello, they got a firehouse for $1 a year. Okay, so I'm not crazy when I say $5 to rent it, because if you're going to give to our county, then you need to give to the people of our county. You have a building, and if you want us to be in it, then you should be willing to give us the space at $5. Now, I don't think you can afford that, because you're going to have to go back to your citizens at Inverness and say, well, we're going to lose money on the building. And I don't know when J.J. Grove moved into your building, but I thought he was around the corner over here in his own little building.
That's a city building.
Oh, that is a city building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And because it took me a while to find that building, because it's an even number building, and it's on the wrong side of the street. But I did find it.
I understand.
Yeah, well, it is, for those people looking for J.J. Grove's office, okay? And I have been to to Gus Bilirakis' office many times, and that's in a very nice place. I really do like that. But the thing is, I cannot, in good conscience, tell the people that we're gonna rent something for $111,000 a year. That's ridiculous.
I don't think I think we understand clearly that,
Well,
again, we're not.
the
that's
number on this, the number on my page says $111,958 per year. $5 I can agree. You may not like $5, but.
That's the point at which if the board has.
But
a
if you said
majority.
$5, I'd vote yes.
I understand.
But I want you to realize, the biggest thing that I hate about this whole thing is it was brought back, and it should not have been brought back. It was illegal to bring it back because it was a 5-0 that voted no.
So to answer your question about Park Place, I know the size of Park Place because I've been in local government here for 2 decades and largely have, in my previous career with the Board of County Commissioners, spent a lot of time drawing out buildings on maps for a long time. And it has been, Park Place building has been a discussion for different interested parties for many years. So it's not a sleight of hand or someone not telling you from our position, but I have a lot of institutional knowledge when it comes to that. So I just want to clarify that for you.
It's not your position.
I understand.
Tell me. It's someone. And
I
I'm not
understand.
saying, but it's in our county.
I just want to make sure you and I always can talk. That's important to me.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Are you trying to answer my questions, Carlton?
Maybe.
They're written down here.
Mr. Williams, again, I want to be a good partner with Inverness, and I see no sense in wasting taxpayer money if we have free space. But if this board feels like it's good for the entire county to have that partnership with commissioner spaces, and it wasn't costing the taxpayers any more money, so the space, let's just say 0 or Commissioner Barrick 5, but obviously we have costs associated with that, so your power bill would go up. We're gonna pay the power bill for wherever we are. We're gonna pay for water, whatever, trash. I'm sure that has a cost. So if the cost is no more to the taxpayers, whether we're in our free space in Lecanto or if it's a somewhat free space in Inverness and we're just paying for the costs of upkeep for that, that's something I could understand in partnership because we could still be partners and it's not costing the taxpayers any more money. I don't know if that works for the city of Inverness, but I feel like people are being told all the wrong things, like, oh, if we don't do this, then the judges are in trouble, we're not moving forward. We're moving forward. It's just how we're moving forward. So I don't know if that's good enough of a comment for a partnership with you, but that is where I'm willing to be.
Again, I won't, not the end decision maker, the council
Of
and the
course.
mayor will be. But ultimately, what I would tell you, it's there's no free space like there's no free children, right? They're free college, whatever it is. I mean, you put free in front of anything, there's a cost with it. I think that most certainly our goal is to have something that you all are comfortable with. And ultimately, you've got a bigger task ahead of you besides this space. It is the future of what, we hope to support that you all do into the downtown for many years to come. That's really an investment for not only the city, but I think the county in this. I think that's a big circumstance. And all those points, I mean, you all would direct your staff to make those points. I mean, I shouldn't negotiate for you there, right? But I think you should put out there the honesty in what makes you comfortable, not anything else.
Well, that's what makes me comfortable, not wasting taxpayer money. And we could do that with you.
Not with me, I won't waste it.
With the city of Inverness.
kidding.
I mean, my point before was, especially in the districts far over, it does, and maybe we'll still have that. Maybe there'll be a satellite office or something where people that live on the far other corners, could have a meeting space. I currently do that at LGB. But if this board really sees this moving forward, Commissioner Barrick's not wrong. We have county buildings that people that we want partnerships with, they just pay the cost that it's costing, so it doesn't cost the taxpayers anything. We don't charge them. And maybe we could work that out with the city of Inverness.
I normally never chew gum when I speak, but it's the
Shame
only
on
thing
you.
keeping me alive here. I think we're all going to have those Jetson One things. Have you seen those? They're like your independent little like personal hovercrafts that drive you all around. They're coming around. I think the future is going to be an interesting thing that needs time. And whatever you all are comfortable with in looking at that is, I think, what we would bring back to our council. And I think they would be comfortable with a number of things. They just want to see a galvanized future for the downtown. It's very important to them.
Well, Board, I am very irritated with how A got put back on, but since the city is here and many of its members, I think this all went sideways and it really didn't need to. If they're going to a point of negotiation, which we all voted for months ago, it was to negotiate not at a high price. I could be in favor of that, obviously not B because we're not there, but I yield the floor, ma'am.
So I have a motion on the floor for H1. Is that A, B, and C?
H1, A, and B. Or A and C, not B.
Commissioner Davis?
A and C.
I got kicked out. Can I just read A on yours? Just to make sure.
All right. So I'm going to open it up to the pub. Oh, did you have something else, Carl?
Yeah, I just really wanted to bring up, the decision that was made not to rent space really for staff and with the Assistant County Administrator's permission, we're really looking for direction on what we move to next. Really, if we're not going to have commissioners' offices in the downtown Inverness area, then we really need to look at what the board would like, and then we can move forward with scoping that and identifying those locations for each of you to have an office, or even if it was going to be a lower square footage of space to lease from the city of Inverness, we really want that direction just so we know how to move forward, because we've put things in place where certain people have to be relocated, and to get that direction would help us a lot. So.
Carlton, you're about to get direction. We want, county commissioners want offices in Inverness where we belong.
And I would be fine amending the motion to say for a maximum of approximately 5,100 square feet. If staff finds that we need less, that's fine too. So you're not restricted to it having to be 51. It's probably not necessary, Commissioner Kennard, but I'm willing to do that if you want to.
I would amend my second.
Okay.
Carl, at the last meeting when the judges came forward and spoke, all the plans had been on the assumption that we would build out the second and third floor with additional courtrooms. At the last meeting, we were told that they're getting another judge and they're going to need another courtroom, which is not something that we planned for. So in reviewing the space, is there space for another courtroom, or would this need to be the other courtroom?
This would be the only available space after the second and third floor remodels are completed. So right now, the judges are working on 4 courtrooms on the newer side of the building. 1 courtroom E that was mentioned hasn't been remodeled in over 30 years. And part of the second and third floor remodels would give us 4 more courtrooms. So they would go from 5 currently to 8. But as Judge Falvey had brought up, that they may possibly be getting another county judge, and that they would possibly in 3 years, is what I recall, need possibly another courtroom, and the only space to actually have that happen would be the space that we're currently in.
Okay. Commissioner Barrick?
I just have one question. Have you been in Park Place, and if so, what is the square footage for the offices there?
It's roughly 8,000 square feet.
So it's more than the 5,100?
It is.
That's all I wanted to know.
But as far as Park Place goes, I'll give you a little background information on that. I was also notified that that building could possibly come up for sale. It's not currently up for sale. Mr. Henry, the construction manager, did do some research, found out the square footage of the building, the possible price of that building. And when you think about our next step after the second floor and the Koch building are remodeled, the next step would be the third floor. And the third floor, of course, has the state attorney on it. And the state attorney currently has about 8,000 square feet. So that's the direction we were looking at. It was the perfect box to check for that next phase of demolition and construction.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Carlton, when would we need to vacate this space? If everything goes accordingly as you're constructing and we have the funding, when do
This
we?
space, after 3 years.
After 3 years, okay. And then you would start constructing.
Correct, because after 3 years, we feel like we're going to be completing the third floor, and then that's when we would need to make the next step for the space required by the judges, and we would have more information then as well as to what kind of space and even the time frame as to when that would take place.
So board that, and then I'm hoping when that happens, but again, that's 3 years from now when we move. That would be great if we could do that with the City of Inverness and partner with them. Again, the concern is once we move our offices, if we put them into a rented space, which maybe the city's gonna, make it a deal that we can't pass up on, you'll be renting for years upon years upon years when we have space already, and that is my concern. It's not even the 111,000, because if it's anywhere near that, that translates into millions of dollars that we're going to be locked into, because I'm sure if there's space, someone will go into it. I think I've said enough about that. I can't defend that, and I can't be the cause of taking up some space where taxpayers are constantly paying for it, and it's not a space that I would be actively using. That's just what I can't get past, but we'll see what happens.
Thank you. So item C of this request, we have a map that kind of shows some of the surrounding area of the existing courthouse, and I don't know if you have. So it's hard to see because it's not really blown up that much, but there's 3 blue boxes that kind of directly surround the courthouse itself. One is at the bottom of the big black square in the middle, and that is Park Place that we're asking for permission to go get some appraisals on, because we have to get the appraisals when we offer a purchase. And then also the small blue square that's at the top of the courthouse area there, that is the Little Italy restaurant, or the Italian restaurant that has been closed for some years now. And then the blue square to the right of that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue is a vacant lot that happens to be for sale that we were looking to get some appraisals on. So that was the request for C, so we can go ahead and get started on strategically purchasing certain pieces of property in and around the courthouse that we're going to need in the future. In addition, everything you see in the yellow box is owned by the City of Inverness. There's one other slide too, just show you, because it was brought up, the property out near the airport. So you can kind of see everything on the left-hand side in the black boxes is county airport business park, anything to do with the airport in downtown Inverness, and the yellow boxes is the city's own property.
So for the record, the way I look at it, at some point in the future, again, none of this is going to happen overnight, but if you think about, we have Lecanto Government Building, we have the Community Resource Building, we have the West Side Complex. On the east side, we have this building, we have the sheriff, we have the Stovall, and we have the annex. And then we're looking to we're buying another building to put somebody in, I don't know.
Guardian ad litem.
The guardian ad litem. I'm sorry, folks, we keep buying old buildings and we keep sticking a bunch of money into old buildings, and we're just segregating ourselves all over this community. You're running staff around to mow lawns, take care of roofs, air conditioners, janitorial service, and there's no scales of efficiency to that. We have to look how we're going to start to consolidate when the new Veterans Building is built. They're going to move their medical offices out. That might be a good opportunity then at that time that you can move the health department to that section. We're going to pick up some other spaces at the Lecanto Government Building. Maybe at that point, then you can take everybody that's in the Government Resource Building and move them back to Lecanto. Then you get to sell that building. You do something different with it. Stop thinking about what you have right now. Look, We're not planning for today. We're planning for years in the future. And if we don't get ahead of this, this is the same problem that we face over and over and over. It's costing us millions of dollars because we fail to execute and plan. That's our job. We're supposed to be leaders. We're supposed to be looking to the future and what we're going to leave behind and how we're planning for the future. But we're not doing a good job if we just keep putting Band-Aids on this stuff. It's our job to make sure we get the roads paved. We call it taxes. We take money as taxes, government. Not that I like it, nobody likes it. But it's not like we're spending it. It's like a reinvestment back into your community. Whether it's paving roads, adding capacity to roads, doing septic to sewer, I mean, the parks, the list is long. Giving you public safety is just one of the biggest tickets out there. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're reinvesting in the community. And if you don't make reinvestments into your community, they fail to thrive. So I think the Little Italy restaurant, that's not going to be for sale every day. That's an opportunity to add something to this. Not like we're going to do anything, but it could be tore down. It could add parking at the moment. And then at some point in the future, we build a new complex here, and we do put the sheriff's office and the Stovall building and the annex building back into the public sector's hands. I said public, I guess you mean private. But that way you're getting something in return in your community. I mean, I could see a hotel where the sheriff's office is. I could see a mixed-use development building back where Stovall is. You're redeveloping areas and adding something back. We're not taking anything away. We're helping give something back to your community. So it's a cost, yes, but I think you get it back tenfold. All right, I'm going to open it up to the public.
Chair,
Yes.
I want a clarification on the motion because there was an amendment to the motion made by Commissioner Davis that was seconded by Kennard, that they were in agreement, but he had mentioned before that, which I didn't hear her agree to, with the Inverness location. Was that a part of the amendment?
Up to 5,100 square feet, but it could be less if they determine that we don't need that much square footage.
That was all the amendment
I
was.
believe. Yes.
Once we vote on that motion, Carlton had asked for direction on where the commissioners' offices are going to be located. And my intention was, once we vote, to give, if it's just consensus, or I can make another motion that the county commission offices will be in Inverness, to give very clear direction to he and staff and the public.
That's the motion.
No, not yet. We need to handle what's on the floor first.
Okay,
You got to
all right,
open up
gotcha.
the public.
All right. Let's take care of this motion, and then
Yeah.
we'll do the consensus. All right, so I'm going to open it up to the public. Hi.
Hey, Curtis Bryant, Lecanto. Man, government is fun, isn't it? It's kind of chaos. So number one, I had an issue. I emailed all you guys about this. This should not have been on the agenda under the staff item. It should have been a rescission for that. I will point to your ordinance 2-48, supplementary main motions. On it, it says reconsider. So in order for a motion that's been passed to come back to the board, you have to bring it under a commissioner's item to reconsider that previous motion. Then it has to get 3 votes to be able to reconsider that motion. That eliminates the original motion and brings you guys back to what you guys are able to discuss on that. So my suggestion to help clear some of this stuff up is if you guys get rid of A, rescind that motion, part of that motion, you guys can bring it back at a future under one of you guys' agenda items. Gets rid of the portion that you guys denied last time, which is the lease negotiation. Bring that back up, rescind that previous motion to 5-0 votes, then go through the process to do that. C can be voted on today because that is a new portion of this that was not discussed previously. As you guys are discussing this with Inverness, I will point you guys to a decision that this board made in 1999, September 1999. when they were talking about realigning the cities and all that stuff and extending the seat to Lecanto. In that decision, they said in order to move the constitutional offices from Inverness, it takes a referendum for the county to vote on it. So you guys cannot move the commissioner's offices outside of Inverness without doing a referendum that the voters vote on to be able to do that. So a couple things for you guys to consider for this.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Clerk and Attorney and Administration, Josh Wooten, CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. One place y'all could save a lot of money is taking his legal advice in lieu of paying a county attorney, because he's pretty much running the show up here with giving some of our commissioners advice before the meetings, and then they parrot exactly what he said, and the attorney is silent on what he said. So I don't know what the hell's going on here. I don't know if it's legal, not legal, what you're voting on, because nobody ever says anything. Commissioner Barrett just said what we're voting on now is illegal. Madam Chair, is this an illegal proceeding? Because I don't want to do it in front of all these judges. Is this an illegal proceeding? Janet Barrett saying yes, because we can just move on to the next item. Madam Chair, can you get an answer on that? Or maybe I'm not supposed to be asking you for an answer. So I'll ask CJ after the meeting then what his advice is, so that we know how to proceed on issues of this nature, because this is getting ridiculous. We've been talking about this a long time. What we need is leadership from this board. I was here in 2000. I know all about that 1999 vote, and we started out on the top floor of the Masonic building and had this same issue. And by the time I left office, we had doubled the size of this courthouse and built the Stovall building. So we're talking about moving the ball in inches, and it's time for y'all to throw for the end zone. So you have a plan for the judges to do the second and third floor. You have a very good opportunity with the city of Inverness to move over there. And I would propose even further that you go ahead and enclose the parking lot out here, but build it to where the foundation is such that you can add on to that later on. So you've handled phase one and the security, you've remained in Inverness, and then you can plan to build on top of the parking garage to start bringing other people back and lower your rents.
Great, you just became an architect too.
Yeah.
CJ Bryant's legal advice.
Well, I'm the only one in here that's ever been part of expanding this county seat down here. So I'm just trying to say it's starting to look foolish that we have these conversations every day. And we did all that on the 3-2 vote. We did all that on the 3-2 vote. It's all it takes is 3 votes to direct staff to start moving that direction. So it's just a philosophical thing. The county seat should be in Inverness. It should stay in Inverness. You guys really need to pull the trigger and start thinking about it. I'm just upset listening to all this because it's been years and years and years in the making, and I don't see us moving forward. But I hope you do, and if I can help or the chamber can help, let us know. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Yes, ma'am.
Carlene Semper, Inverness Village 4. Just to back up what Mr. Bryant said, I do believe a motion to rescind would have been required. But in response to that, I would love to see the county collaborate with the city. I come from a state where I work with city and county that hate each other. And when you see that collaboration and you're working together, it's great to see, just like Senator Grow being in that office. Maybe we wouldn't have been able to get the river thing going or the campground thing going if he wasn't there. So I think that collaboration is good, but I do think that it was properly handled as far as an order rescission should have been done and then brought back. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? We're closing open to the public. All right, Madam Attorney.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I normally just listen to stuff and people can say what they say, but when someone's speaking for the chamber but not really speaking for the chamber is casting shade, no, nobody needs to listen to, commissioners aren't listening to CJ Bryant. You just heard Ms. Sempert even say it doesn't take an expert to read what our ARs are. I can look at my agenda and not have to ask anybody for opinion. Yet I do know when certain people come up here, I see how certain votes go. I'm not one of those people. I don't need someone else to put ideas into my head. I just read what's before me, and I'm smart enough to read what the AR says. So yes, it was incorrect. Then we are going against it. But a team player, the board voted, we're moving ahead. But it's not necessary to say that certain people are bending the ears of other people. That's not necessary or accurate.
I asked Ms. Lynn for some advice here.
Ma'am,
Yes.
your code, your code requires that a motion to rescind, well, I'll just read it to you. A motion to rescind proposes that a board overturn a motion passed at a previous meeting. So it would be appropriate if you wanted to overturn your prior decision that was a 5-0 vote at your last meeting, you would need to rescind that prior motion. It's what I said in answer to Commissioner Finnegan's question in the very beginning.
And Madam Chair, as a follow-up to that,
Yes, Commissioner.
then H1A would not be legal to vote on now, but we could do a consensus on H1A.
It would be against your ordinance, Section 2-48 of the Citrus County Code.
But we could do a consensus to continue negotiation at this point.
If you do a motion to rescind that prior
That's what I'm
motion,
saying.
then you would have to rehear that motion. It might pass this time.
My point being is, would H1A, if we rescind the prior, is H1A, can it be a vote because it was publicly noticed?
No, ma'am.
Then
You would have to-
it would have to come on a future board to have a vote, but since it's negotiation and we're not actually signing anything, is it legal to do a board consensus, just like we're letting Mr. Hall know what we want in terms of where our offices are going to be, then that consensus would be legal and we could vote on it at the next meeting or two whenever negotiations are complete.
I believe that you all previously voted in March.
To
You
negotiate.
voted to negotiate with the city of Inverness.
So that part is not even necessary at this point.
Correct. If you rescind your prior 5-0 vote against negotiation, then it would revert back to your prior motion to engage in negotiations. As to A,
Okay, so we're talking about the vote that we took at the last meeting.
Yes.
Which sort of came out of nowhere.
yes.
We have got to get a little bit less hot mess, please. I'm not blaming you, I'm saying all of us.
When I can give input, I do, ma'am.
Yes.
So we need to rescind our motion for H1.
Yes, ma'am. You need to rescind your prior motion.
I-
for
I
The
re-
5-0 motion, not this motion that's
Okay.
on the floor. You probably need to just,
I'll revise this one to be H1C.
No,
Once we rescind the other, but I want to hear from Commissioner Kennard before.
what she's telling us is that we need to vote to rescind the vote that was taken at the last meeting. That needs to happen first. Then we can move forward with H1. So my question is, given that we already have a motion and a second on the floor with H1, do we have to take that off of the table first? Do we have to deal with that first, rescind the vote that was taken last week, and then come back to H1, A, and C?
yes,
Is-
sir.
That's the appropriate
That's the
way.
cleanest way to do it, yes, sir.
Okay, so Commissioner Davis, if you will rescind your motion for H1, A, and C, I will rescind my second, and then we're going to make, or then I will make a motion to rescind the vote that was taken last week opposing moving into the Inverness government building. So did you rescind your motion for H1, A, and C?
And I'm asking for the floor when we're done with that.
Okay. I will rescind my second And then I will make a motion that we rescind the vote to not move to
Not-
the Inverness, what's
Not-
that?
Not negotiate a
To not,
lease.
to not negotiate a lease in the Inverness Government Center that was taken last week.
Second.
Okay. So now we need to discuss that, any public input, and we need to vote on that, and then we can come back to H1A and C.
Sorry, y'all.
That's all right.
Just apologizing to the audience. We're probably going to be here till midnight.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard to rescind last board meeting's motion to negotiate the lease,
To not
to
negotiate.
not negotiate the lease with Inverness, and a second by Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Davis, I believe you said you wanted to speak.
Once this is done.
Okay, once this is done. All right, board members, you have any comments on this?
Yes, we're still not obeying the AR, but I'm going to go along to get along because it says that if you're rescinding, Mr. Bryant actually, even though some people think that we follow that, in my opinion, didn't quite get it right either. So if you want to do it, fine. I'm not trying to be difficult, but if you're trying to do it right, we're still not. But I just want that to go on record. I'm going along to get along, but we're not doing it correctly.
So I have to open it back up to public. Would anybody like to speak on this motion? Seeing none, we're going to close open to the public. All those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
motion to approve, and I believe, Madam Attorney, you said I can include A at this time, or does it revert back to the old one?
No, your previous action at your previous meeting has been undone. So the prior meeting.
So it's all, so A's already covered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so motion to approve H1C, 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
So I have a motion on the floor to approve H1C. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Okay. And I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. I'll open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to address this motion? Seeing none, board? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-1.
5-1?
4-1, or 5-0, sorry.
It's gonna be a long night.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
Mr. Hall had asked for direction from the board on where the commissioners' offices were going to be located. I told him that we would be giving that to him shortly, and I'd like for this board to either vote on it or at least give consensus on where the commissioner's office, so he's not wasting time tracking down different locations around the county. This is where we're going to be.
Let's do consensus because we don't,
Okay.
so. And I think that falls in line with what was said earlier, that there was a vote in 99 that says our offices have to be in Inverness. Is that correct?
All constitutional officers have to be in the county seat. I have not, in many years, looked at the 1999 action, so I don't recall what it said. I know when I was the Inverness City Attorney, I looked at that, but that's been many years ago.
Okay.
I'm sure I'm sorry. Madam Attorney, is the county seat, the Lecanto Government Building is in the county seat also, right? Someone said that it stretched out to the county to make it all part of it.
I think that there has, I think it's up for debate.
Just curious,
This
not
many
pushing
years
an
later,
agenda,
I
just
believe
curious.
that it's still up for debate, and I just haven't looked at those documents in a very long time.
Board members, do we have a consensus to stay in Inverness?
Yes.
Can I add something?
Sure.
Okay. I would like to see us in a government building, possibly Lecanto, until we could find a place in Inverness. In other words, you keep looking for something in Inverness or renovate something in Inverness. But in the meantime, I'd like to see us in the LaCanto building or one of the other buildings that the county owns.
We have a consensus that, we just talked about this
So-
when said that.
Right,
Constitutional
when it
officers
when it
have to
comes
be
the-
in the county seat.
But you wanted me to tell Carlton exactly what I would like. So my consensus is,
The consensus
eventually,
right
I
now.
would like to see us all in Inverness. But in the meantime, I would like to see us in a county-owned building.
The consensus right now is that our offices be in Inverness. Are you agreeable or not agreeable?
I would have to say, at this point, yes.
Yes. Commissioner Finnegan?
I don't want it to cost the taxpayers any more money. So just like I said to Mr. Williams, if we're avoiding going into free space that we have, and when I say free, I mean we're paying to keep us there, obviously. If we're paying the city of Inverness for just our upkeep and it's a lateral move for the taxpayers, I'm 100% fine with that. If it's going to be a huge extra cost, then no. So I know that's not quite clear, but I don't know what the partnership's going to look like with Inverness. I would like the board down the road in consensus. We seem to try to share the plum room, or I try to find space for residents that live quite far from Inverness. As we get space opening up in LaCanto, even if our offices are here, I think that there needs to be some sort of a dedicated space, whether shared or if not, I would love to have an office that I could get to a little easier, and those people from Sugar Mill Woods aren't driving 45 minutes to try to have a 30-minute meeting with their commissioner.
Commissioner Davis?
The judges are at a breaking point, and so the reason that I am excited about the opportunity to potentially partner with the city of Inverness is that we move our meetings over there as well. And that way, we're also not split between two different buildings, but I'm hoping that the city of Inverness will come to the table with something that is taxpayer-friendly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's officially 2:51. Our 103 H2 is up for discussion. So Judge Falvey?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. On behalf of the judiciary, once again, I want to thank you for the time to address what I call our urgent space needs. And thank you, Commissioner Davis, for recognizing that. I want to stress the urgency. The first time I think I personally came to speak before you was July of 2021, so 4 years ago. Just last week, to update you on my last discussion with you, just last week, our Chief Judge, Dan Merritt, approved our county getting an extra 1/2 position for a circuit judge. Now, that's just through this legislative allocation. I anticipate we're going to be getting more judges, and that's why the recognition that you gave, Madam Chair, that we may very well be needing this space will probably become a reality within, I said last time, I think 3 to 5 years, maybe 5 with the addition of this 1/2 position. But I certainly think we're going to be getting a need for this space, and the renovations that are being projected will only take us to where we currently have need. So the minute we get another judge, we have no place to put them. So just so that you know that, I've gone over this before, but we currently have now, with this addition of a 1/2 judge, we'll have 4 full-time circuit judges, 3 full-time county judges, a full-time general magistrate, a child support hearing officer, a traffic court hearing officer, and senior judges like Judge Sherman who come and serve our county from time to time. We only have, with all those folks, 4 fully functional courtrooms. It is a daily fight for our judiciary on where they're going to schedule court hearings because there's just not enough courtroom space. Courtroom E that's been discussed is going to be one of the areas that's going to be renovated. It doesn't have a holding cell or a jury deliberation room. We make use of it as we can, but we can't use it for any functions that require either a holding cell or a jury deliberation cell. So the math is pretty simple. We need courtrooms, and right now we don't have enough to do our work. We're fighting constantly about who gets what space, and we need help from you to get that space that we urgently need. We're hopeful that we can all work together. I'm happy to hear there's some discussion of collaborative efforts within both the city and the county to try to resolve the space needs that we have. I thank you for your efforts. I don't think there's really much more that we need to say. I think each of you recognize that we have an urgent need. Part of the problem, obviously, is until we decide, or as a county, and you folks decide as a commission, where all these various folks that have to leave the courthouse are going to go, everything's kind of at a standstill. So we really need help from you to make a decision so that we can get these space needs met. I fully believe that you'll make that decision, and we'll be most thankful for it. How you decide to do it really isn't within our purview as judges. Our purview is to tell you what kind of space we need, and I think you all understand that. With that said, is there any questions that any of you have of me?
I have a request, and this may be something that you've provided to the administrator. I have no idea, but basically, could you provide an outline of that in writing to us and
I'll be
talk
happy
about?
to.
I think that would be highly appropriate. I think that's something that, as we go through our legislative delegation and looking to make our appropriations request, I think it's something that we can give to our representatives in Tallahassee to say, these are required mandates to provide this space, and we need some help.
And you mentioned mandate. It's actually a statutory mandate that you're required to provide the space for us. That's part of your duty as a county commission. And I'll certainly provide that to the county administrator, so you'll have all that. Thank you again for everything that you're doing for us and for recognizing the urgency that we have. But the sooner you all make the decision on where everybody's going to go, the sooner we can get busy on what needs to be done and renovating the space that we have so that we can have courtroom space for our judges to work. We just don't have enough right now. But thank you for being attentive to our needs.
Thank you. Commissioner Barrick?
Okay, I'd like to say I am sorry to all of the judges for what the previous boards have done to you. You have asked, and they have said they were going to put money aside. This board is going to try and get everything met, but I am sorry and I apologize for what previous boards have done to you. And I thank you for being so kind and wait.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a nice afternoon.
You too. Next on our agenda is conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed reimposition of the stormwater MSBU for fiscal year 25-26. Carlton, you're on deck still.
Yes. Chair, Commissioners, so this public hearing is for the consideration of a proposed reimposition of the stormwater MSBU for fiscal years 25-26. This MSBU is going to be the same as it was previous years. There's going to be no increase. We are looking at changes in the future, but as of next year, there's no increase.
Board, do you have any questions, any comments?
I'd like to make a motion, we approve H3, A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Kennard. I'll open it up to the public at this time. Anyone wishing to address this motion on the floor? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next on our agenda is conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed imposition utility available assessments for fiscal year 2025-26 by Water Resources.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bernadine Flood Nichols, Utility Business Services under Water Resources. And this is a public hearing to look at the imposition of utility availability assessment. Brief history, we established this assessment approximately 5 years ago, and I come before you today to request to continue the annual assessment for going into fiscal year 26. We have not changed the price per parcel that was originally established, and that is for both water and wastewater. And the assessment is to cover all areas where we have central water and/or wastewater available and vacant lots exists.
Thank you. Board members, you have any comments, questions?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept H, A, and B.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick.
Second.
Chair,
Second.
is that H4?
H4, I'm sorry.
A second by Commissioner Kennard. I'll open it up to the public. Anyone in the public wishing to address the motion on the floor? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is a presentation by North Florida Land Trust. Commissioner Davis, I think you would like to make some comments?
Yes, ma'am. So this is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce North Florida Land Trust. I attend Florida Association of Counties learning opportunities every chance I get, and they typically put 3 different really excellent topics against each other in every single time slot, and I have routinely gone to the one on land preservation. I know a lot of our residents want us to stop the growth. There's a lot of things that we just flat out can't do because of personal property rights and so forth. I first moved here in 1978. The population was a little over 1/4 of what it is now. And I grew up swimming all by myself in Three Sisters Springs. You want to talk about someone that's looking around at the growth going, oh my gosh? And I'm a scuba diver, so I am doggone serious about the environment. However, there are personal property rights. So I have sat through presentations by Live Wildly, by the Trust for Public Lands. Most recently, in June of this year, North Florida Land Trust had on their panel folks from Clay County. Clay County is southwest of Jacksonville/Duval County, and there's a whole lot of similarities with Citrus County. They have an interstate that is connecting I-10 and I-95 that is mowing right through their nature. They have 7 exits planned. And Ramesh, if I get any of these details wrong, please feel free to correct me once you get up here. They have 2 exits already open, and guess what? Their residents are howling, stop the growth, stop the growth, stop the growth. Sounds a lot like my inbox. They are also deeply red county, much like us. Where they differ dramatically is that they don't have the blessing that we have. We have 38% of our land mass, okay, is put aside for preservation, state forest. When you include water and wetlands and all those other types of area, well over 50%, 50. You all know I'm a pilot. Take an air tour. You'd be stunned how much incredible nature we have here. Clay County doesn't have that. So these fine folks are going to tell us what happened in Clay County and how they are buying giant swaths of property to try to catch up with what we naturally have. But there are multiple other areas that I believe that we should look at preserving in this incredible nature coast that we are so blessed to live in. And with that, I would like to introduce the North Florida Land Trust, and it is just an absolute honor to have both of you in here. Allison and Ramesh. And just for grins one of these days, if you don't know Allison DeFore, you should check out his resume and put your feet up for a while.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Allison DeFore, and my voice is not strong, so I'll be brief. But I am the President and CEO of the North Florida Land Trust. And I'm going to just set the table and then turn it over to my very strong staff. But let me introduce Ramesh Bush and Heather Nagy from our team. And I think given the contention and some of the false start here, it might be well for me to talk about what we are not first. We are not a bunch of granola eating hippies blowing in from the university to tell people what to do with their land. We are fiercely dedicated to property rights and personally and as an institution. We have my own personal background. My family has been in Florida since it was Spanish. I'm a seventh generation Floridian. We're in citrus and cattle. Ramesh Bush set up the land programs in Miami-Dade and then Alachua, and Heather comes from a strong property background as well. We have protected, counting currently pending contracts, 120,000 acres of land, and we still own 14,000 acres of land, one way or the other. So we are serious land people. And one of our mottos is, in land we trust. And that's where we stand. We think this is America, and if we are going to protect something, if it is that important, buy it. When there are ways to protect land that involve property rights that do not require the landowner to even give up the land. There are ways to monetize it, and many of the landowning interests around the state have found that to be an acceptable exploration. We have been around since for 26 years, and at this point, we also have passed referenda in some extremely conservative counties like Nassau for 30 million, and Clay, we passed the referendum in Clay, which I don't think there is a more conservative county in our state, with 75% of the vote. And I myself was vice chairman of the Republican Party of Florida and was Governor Martinez's running mate for lieutenant governor. And so I have strong Republican credentials, although I hasten to add I gave that up and became a priest in the Episcopal Church in prisons. Go figure. I'm now full-time in conservation. Ramesh Bush is our landman, and I will turn it over to him to explain what we do and how we do it.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Ramesh Butch. I'm from Gainesville, Florida, but by way of Miami-Dade and Alachua, the Water Management District, I have a 31-year career both in local government and at the state. So watching you in action earlier this afternoon brought back some hives, some good memories, yeah. I like to see passion in my local government because I think the best form of government is that which is closest to the people, and obviously you all are. It was nice to see the state representative here today because that's something you don't often see. So I appreciate you all taking the passion in this. As Allison pointed out, we are here because met Commissioner Davis, and I've talked to Commissioner Kinnaird about other project. What we have done because of my background is to help local governments decide through community workshops whether or not land conservation is something that is in their future. And the slide in front of you sort of shows all of the benefits that people normally associate with open space, farming and keeping farming and farming. As you know, and we experienced through COVID, supply line shortages. Keeping your local agriculture is also good for the economy, but it keeps your food in your local stores. One thing we experienced in COVID was empty store shelves, something that in America we are not used to seeing, not since the Depression. Obviously, people are familiar with things like recharging water supplies, providing recreation. But here's the mic drop moment on this slide. None of these benefits that everybody here benefits from are guaranteed until you protect the surface of the land, you protect that property. And you've done a really good job, and the county should be commended. You've got, as Commissioner Davis pointed out, 36, 38% of the county in conservation, and you rank 23rd out of the state in terms of land base in conservation, which is great. Question in front of you all is, what are you feeling in terms of pressures to keep that target up there, keep pace with the growth of development? And so it's a quality of life conversation, and that's why that's at the middle of that slide. What we do in terms of our green printing is we work with you all, work with your community to identify what kinds of things they perceive are being lost from that slide earlier of the benefits. Whether it's access to recreation, whether it's more places to go hiking, whether it's their wells are running dry, whatever the values are. We distill those through community input, that they tell us, into conservation values. These are the sciencey things that we can then say, there is data that says you have these things that you can protect. And then we provide you with a recommendation. And I like to use this line of sight. You have community desire. What are you perceiving as being lost? You have a referendum because, as you all have just spent several hours debating, things like land conservation are not core services for county government or city government. You have to pay for land. You have to protect it. You have to manage it. To do that, you need money. And because it's not a core service, I think it's very appropriate that you ask your citizens whether or not they want to tax themselves additionally to do that. So I think the referendum is the tool that you would use. You then want to have, people will send you applications to preserve particular pieces of property. You'll need a tool that says these applications meet the purposes that the people have told us they want to see protected, these don't. And then you'll negotiate prices, as was explained earlier. When you look at city property, you need appraisals to make offers, so you want to spend taxpayers' dollars wisely. At the end of the day, you have a portfolio of land that meets the goals that were at the very beginning of that line of sight, meets the values of things that are being lost. So it provides you recreation, provides you water recharge. As has been mentioned, we worked in Clay County. They have a new farm and forest program, and the model that we would adopt, if you all think this is the way to go forward, would be exactly the same. We would first reach out to your subject matter experts from across all of the industries, the Chamber of Commerce, folks in your recreation, folks in your wildlife, folks who are concerned about historic and preservation, and sort of learn about Citrus County and the kinds of things you want to protect. We would then come back to you and say, this is the way we think we want to go forward. We would ask you the very same questions. What are your senses that things are being lost? What are you hearing from constituents? Put those in front of you in terms of some posters, sort of displaying those themes: recharge, recreation, cultural, historic, open space, farming, and then would have you sort of take a straw poll on which ones you thought were most important. And if you thought that was really worthwhile, we would then go back out in your community, and these are public workshops. They'd be properly noticed. We would exactly give the same presentation we gave you to the public. And at the end of the public meeting, we would ask them to do the very same voting that we asked you to do. We'd give them some dots and say, please put your dots on the things you thought were most important. We'd do that around the county, so we got some representation from around the county, and we'd come back to you and say, this is what your folks really would like to see you protect. In terms of the referenda, just some history. Since 1999, 85% of these kinds of referenda, open space conservation, have passed. The average margin is 2-to-1 in favor. $5 billion in local dollars have been raised in addition to the money you already take out of folks' pockets. And they passed now in 27 counties. They have passed 73 of 84 referenda. Where I live in Alachua, we've passed 4 separate referenda, combining both recreation and conservation. This is kind of what the timeline would look like. If you thought this was worthwhile, we'd execute an agreement with you all, meet with your key staff, your budget staff, your county administration, your county attorney staff, planning staff, talk about, who should we talk to in the community, sort of informally as an informal panel to get some subject matter expert opinion, get some expertise. We'd then identify those values that I mentioned, come back to you with a consensus building workshop to say, what are your values? And do you want us to go forward based on what we've already heard? If you all thought that was worthwhile, that'd be the end of phase 1. We'd start phase 2, which is then going out in the community and holding public workshops. We are about to engage in this over the next month in Highlands County, where we're doing exactly this process. We're about to hold 3 public workshops in the community in Highlands County. Once we've gotten that information and gotten their values, we will then come back with subject matter experts. This is what we heard from the community. What do you think? Does this validate what you thought? Draft a report, review it with staff, and then come back to you with the recommendation, that document that we give the counties, which is the green print. If you like what you've seen and you think there's legs and the county community has said, hey, this is a really good idea, we're willing to support this, the information you don't have, which we would recommend you get this feasibility study, is what's their tolerance for new taxes, right? It's nice to say, I want to see more parks and recreation areas, but what's it going to cost me to do that? We have a partner, the Trust for Public Land. They would come in, take 300 to 500 likely voters, and do a really in-depth polling survey about, hey, we understand you like conservation, we understand you want to do recreation, but if it costs you $25 a year, would you be in favor or not in favor? And they would test different amounts and different sources. One of the things we do, and the reason we talk to your staff before we do that, is we don't want to test any sources of funding that you already have allocated for things like capital improvements, sewer infrastructure, and those kinds of things. We just want to test those funding sources that are available to us, so we're not wasting a lot of time. So you'll get the results of that, and what you'll get at the end of that is kind of this magic referendum language that will be given to the county attorney and said, you know, here are the things that are in red that tested well, not only with the county commission, but also with the community. And so in this example from Polk County, you can see that things that tested well were water resources protection, saving environmental lands that were important for fish and wildlife. And you'll see where the TPL study came in. They tested that a 0.2 of a mil, 0.2 mil ad valorem tax was the preferable taxing or funding mechanism. They bonded that because they weren't able to generate enough revenue year to year to buy land. Land's getting much more expensive. But you can see that they capped the total. So there's a $75 million cap that can't be exceeded, and it has to be the deadness not more than 20 years. And you can see that just in 2024, Clay County, as Allison mentioned, passed, Lake County passed, Martin County passed, Osceola County passed, some very conservative counties. And as Allison has said, this is not an RD, this is not a blue-red issue. When you think about where the money has gone in the state of Florida in terms of who has supported, Governor DeSantis last year supported over $1 billion in land conservation for the state of Florida funding. So this is a across-the-board quality of life issue, trying to keep up with the development pressure. I want to turn this over for the next couple of minutes to my colleague, Heather Nagy. Heather comes to us with a conservation planning and GIS background, and she's going to do all these pretty maps and explain to you sort of a little bit of the techie nature of the conservation plan and some of the polling and some of the maps and the data that we use.
Great. Thank you, Ramesh, and thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for providing us with this time today. And so as we begin the conservation planning process, one of the first questions that we ask is, what resources currently exist within a county? So one of our first steps is to convene a series of subject matter expert panels, and these panels include experts in agriculture, natural resources, hydrology, recreation, historic and cultural resources, and these experts come from a variety of agencies as well as non-governmental organizations as well. And during those panels, we ask the subject matter experts to provide us their thoughts on what are some of the issues of highest concern in the county, what resources are currently in the county, and that really helps us to begin to narrow in on a set of conservation values that we can then bring forward in our future stakeholder meetings. And so once we have that kind of narrowed in list that we have from the stakeholder meetings, we then begin to visualize those conservation values in a series of maps. And you can go to the next slide for that. Oh, sorry. Oh, there we go. And so we do extensive research on the available GIS data, the geospatial data that's available, trying to find the data layers that best visually represent those various conservation values. And these maps display the final conservation values that were chosen for Clay County. So these included things like recreation, farms and forests, surface water, drinking water protection. And we also create a heat map, so taking all of the layers from those different values and essentially stack them all on top of each other to start to get an idea of where there's maybe some focus areas or high priority areas within a county. And these are not used for any particular specific property identification. It's really just giving more of a general area within the county. Any properties that would be put forth would be all willing sellers, so a landowner can submit their piece of land up for consideration for the property. And so we also finalize those conservation value map. Once they're finalized, we bring them forward in a series of stakeholder meetings. So we'll meet with the Board of County Commissioners, we'll meet with the public several times in order to provide them the availability to put their input into what they feel are the most important conservation values that should be protected through a local land conservation program. We also are able to publish these online, so we can put our presentation as well as the maps in a survey online so that we can really gather as much input as possible. So if folks are not able to make it in person to a meeting, they're still able to put in their input online. And so this input from the stakeholder meetings is really critical in helping us to finalize what those conservation values will be. So you saw that sample language. This really helps us to figure out what 3 or 4 key values would form that language in the referendum, and then eventually what types of properties would be conserved through a local land conservation program. That all comes together to really put forth what the public and what you all see as the important values within the county. And that is all. So thank you. I'm going to pass it back to Ramesh to close this out.
Thanks, Heather. So just to hit a couple of highlights that she pointed out, this is all very dependent on gathering information from you and your community. And if there's not something that you think is appropriate for this time, or you don't think is your knowledge of your community just doesn't have legs at this point, that's fine. We're not here to tell you to do anything. We're here to, there's a right way to do this, and if you would like to do this, we can certainly help you do that. So with that, I have a question up here. It's a consensus question. We're not going to press you for that right now. We're just appreciative of your time. This is an area that's close to where I live. I kayak out of the coast here, so I appreciate you all inviting me. Appreciate Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Kinnaird, talking with us and allowing us the time. So at this point, we're happy to answer any questions on what we presented.
One quick question. I know Nassau County did this, and I think it was $30 million, but they did it under a 501c3. Are all of them done that way, or is that kind of unique?
Madam Chair, so Nassau County passed the referendum, and it's a county tax, and they engaged with us to help them negotiate, implement the program. The reason they did that, and we've done this throughout the state, where because that money is bonded and will run out at some point, you don't want to staff up your real estate staff, and then what do you do with them when the money runs out? So you engage with contractors to do the negotiating for you. So in terms of the implementation of the program, there's a county administrator, there's a person in charge of the program who liaises with us, and then we as a contractor help them implement the program.
What I'm asking though, on a 501c3, or does every county do a 501c3? Because when I was talking to some of the staff members, that was kind of a unique situation from what they were telling me. That's not done everywhere.
You're talking about this, the green printing planning process, the part that we're describing.
Well, I guess you collect the money, but they formed a 501c3 and put the $30 million inside, or they're collecting monies that people want to donate and put inside of a 501c3.
No, Commissioner, I think you're being misinformed. Nassau County, the referendum was for the county to impose a tax and collect the monies themselves as the county, which then they would use to purchase land that was identified, nominated by the public that should be acquired. So the 501c3 role that we're a 501c3. We're only operating as a consultant. We are not, the money is not coming to the land trust.
We also, there may be some confusion there. In Nassau County, we had an initiative called Amelia Forever that had been in place before, and they've raised money independent of the county to buy land separately. And we bought quite a bit of land quite apart from the county.
Okay, thank you.
So again, just to summarize, we're not pushing, this money doesn't come to us. It goes to you all to then spend under your ordinances and your rules to meet your goals.
Commissioner Davis?
My entire point in bringing this forward is exactly what y'all were saying, is that this is not necessarily a core thing that county government does. So as far as I'm concerned, this is not up to us. It is we serve at the pleasure of the public. And I personally have heard, and I believe my colleagues have heard over and over again, stop letting the developers develop everything. And I have heard a somewhat snarky answer a few times, which I think is awful, which is to say, hey, it's personal property rights. If you want to save that 300-acre parcel, you're welcome to buy it and put it into conservation. Well, most of us can't afford a 300-acre parcel. But collectively, as a community, if we want to put key pieces of property into conservation, we certainly can for the $25 a year or whatever. It could be a very modest amount. But again, in my mind, I just want it to go to the citizens and then our residents, and then they can speak. Do they want to do this? Because I'm certainly not going to, want to impose a tax that they don't believe in what it's going for when it's not a core responsibility of being a commissioner. So,
And Madam Chair, if I may pick up on that point, I think that's a very, very important point, which is we would not support running a referendum that wasn't going to pass. Because what happens is people hear about that, and they may not get all the facts about why it didn't pass, but the stink is attached to that. And you may have trouble running it next time, even though consensus is, yes, I'd like to do this, but somewhere in the back of their minds, they remembered it didn't pass the last time. I don't know why. I'm not want to do it again. So that's why we do all the work we do at the front end, gauging voter support, gauging community support, whether or not there is support for this, and what the tolerance level is, very importantly. What is the dollars per year that someone can afford in this community to say, yeah, I'm willing to put in $25 over 20 years, and in return I get 30, 40, $50 million of real estate that I can recreate on that provides clean water and recreation. So that's exactly a very good point.
and the 4 areas, you have the one slide that has all the different areas. We don't have a military installation, for example, things like that. But the 4 areas that I heard during the panel that really resonated with me for our county is special places, like Commissioner Kennard is passionate about adding Pirates Cove, adding to that park. 2 months in office, I did a whole business plan for buying Rock Crusher Canyon, which was a very important community gathering space for us, and it was beautiful, and there were concerts. And it's really funny, in the last 6 months or so, all of a sudden people are coming to me going, wow, we really should have bought that. And that's a special place that meant a lot to our community and that could have been added to our park system. And there's many other special places. Commissioner Barrick has one that she's passionate about, the Avenue, the Oaks in Floral City. There could be to do there. I'm sure there's something that in Homosassa you would be passionate about that are special places that the citizens would say, yes, we want you to, we're willing to pay for that, right? So special places. Another one is additional recharge areas. I heard a story recently that there was a building in Crystal River that by all measures should have flooded in our massively record-setting flood last year, and it didn't because it had such a deep, swampy wetland next to it that it actually absorbed all the water, and it was just this island, and it wasn't that it had wasn't that elevated, so that was kind of crazy, but additional for resiliency, right, purposes. You also mentioned, someone on the panel mentioned making sure that all of our wildlife corridors are connected. I know the Suncoast Parkway, FDOT's done a great job. They have hidden all kinds of wildlife corridors to make sure that wildlife can cross from one side. Parts are all together to keep the genetic diversity going and reduce endangered species deaths on highways. And lastly, please remind me on this, Rebecca Bays and I are both farm girls, and so we're very passionate about keeping ag going. And of course, Wilton Simpson is the bomb, Commissioner Simpson. So the Family and Rural Lands Act, did you say that you would actually interact with our farmers and ranchers? Because I've talked to some of them, and I'm not sure that they get the whole scope of how that could really benefit their families to make sure that we don't lose some of these huge swaths of ag land.
Absolutely, I'd love to. In fact, I know that you brought back from FAC in June several copies of the report, the Common Ground that we did. I would like to give you a revised version of that. I have it here. I'll give it to the clerk. It includes a perspective from Avery Roberts, who's one of our large landowners in our neck of the woods, and very conservative the day is long. He's the president of the Florida Forestry Association, so he advocates first for his landowners. But let me sort of go back over the points that we made and he made in that presentation. As I mentioned, food security is national security. We need local sources of agriculture. It's good for the local economy. It's good to keep foodstuffs and keep knowledge of where your food comes from. All those things that we grew up with, right? When we travel, my wife and I, we visit the farm stands. But when you think about the average age of the farm owner in this country, they're over 78, 65 years old, right? So more than 3/4 of the land is held by folks who are getting out of farming. When you think about their children, they saw how far and how hard their parents, their grandparents, their great-grandparents worked, those who homesteaded the property 100 years ago, or as in Allison's case, 7 generations ago, and they have gone on to other things. Where's the next generation of farms going to come from? How do you keep that in your landscape? When I mentioned this to folks in the farming community in Clay County, one guy mentioned to me, well, I have a young guy who's about to graduate from University of Florida, it's a 4-H, had his own show pig and everything, and he works on the farm, and he would love to get into truck farming, some kind of farming. And I said, well, if you protect your farm through a conservation easement or an ag easement, which is you take apart the bundle of sticks, we remove the sticks that would damage the property, you keep all of those that keep it in farming, you lower the barrier for that next generation because they're not paying single-family residential development rates for that acre anymore. They're paying the restricted value. And the cash, the difference, goes to the farmer. So the existing farmer can retire, put it in his 401k, can upgrade his farm for the next few years that he's operating, can bring in the irrigation systems because the district requires cost share. There's lots of reasons for that. And you mentioned Commissioner Simpson. So the Rural and Family Lands Protection Program has a record year of funding coming up where they're going to try to purchase conservation easements around the state. Their list is long and they don't have that much money. What you all can do by having a local program is offer some match. And you can pull a project from in the low 200s up into the funding level because you're willing to match that. So I think not only should you worry about or think about having a local program and you're going it alone, you actually are the yeast in the bread. You're the seed that can help these state programs say, we're going to pay some attention to Citrus County. And again, you should be commended. You're ahead of the curve in terms of what you've already got protected. Question is, can you keep up over the next 20, 30, 50 years? Whatever your planning horizon that you all have personally. So I think farming is certainly one of those things that you want to think about in terms of keeping that in your landscape.
It's actually pretty big in this county, so.
Commissioner Barrett?
Let me make sure I've got this right. This would be a millage on the taxes, but it would be a millage because of a referendum that you would push to our residents, and they would decide, do they want that referendum and do they want to be paying that millage? Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Madam Commissioner Barrett, in shorthand, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You would be the one imposing the tax. Whether it's a millage or a sales tax is really what comes out of the polling.
Right, because I had gone to the FAC meetings also in June.
Yep.
And, this is really nice. There are only 2 areas that our county is a little bit on the low side, and one is historic and cultural resources, and the other is surface water. And I can't figure out why we're short on surface water that much, because we have lakes, we have the rivers, and everywhere we look, we've got surface water. But, when I look at what we do have, we have a really, really good county at this point in time. I'm not sure where it'll be in 5 years, but that has to do with the board allowing developers to develop. I live in Citrus Springs, which is a bird sanctuary. And that's why when Commissioner Davis said, I have a piece of property that I would like to see developed as a park to keep that. Because it does have trails and it is a bird sanctuary, but it's it's along the river. But that's my personal thing that I would like to, see us do. But in the meantime, I see us allowing the developers to come in and clear-cut property, which is not conserving anything. And when we allow, as a board, a 500-home thing, a 600-home thing, a 5,000-home, that's wrong. So somewhere it has to stop before we actually ask the residents, do they want to pay more in taxes? And yes, I can see we do have to do conservation, because without it, I don't grow anything. I go to the store, it's my favorite place. And if it wasn't for the farmer, I thank God every day that somebody's a farmer. and somebody has cows and somebody has chickens and everything else. Because I don't want to be nothing. I want to be a person. And I think everybody in the audience, I don't think very many of them grow all of their own vegetables here. You know, they basically go to the grocery stores also. So conservation has to be one of the things we look at. But currently, I don't see it coming up as a number one priority for our citizens.
Manager, just to pick up on a couple of things that the commissioner pointed out. So I want to reinforce, it's a willing seller program. All the counties, these are willing seller programs. So as Commissioner Barrett pointed out, there's a piece of property that gets nominated. We'd like this to see conserved. You approach the landowner, they say, you know, I'm not interested. I have a development plan for this. The county walks away from that piece and never bothers that landowner again. So there's no condemnation, to use the word that governments would use. There's no condemnation of this. It's all willing seller. And if, you know, some places we get to where we make an offer to that landowner, they say, look, Ramesh, I understand how you did this. I understand why you did this. It doesn't work for my family and I.
No.
At that point, because we're capped to market value, appraisal, we part as friends. So I want to pick up on those two things that you had mentioned.
I do thank you for coming. You did a wonderful job of explaining it.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Anybody has any other questions?
No, just a point of clarification to something that Commissioner Barrick said. We do have an ordinance that we put in place on trees so that you cannot clear cut anymore. So that's not the case with new development any longer. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for inviting us. Thank you.
All right, now we're moving on to our consent agenda. C3 has been pulled, so the balance of it would be C1, C2, 5 through.
How about I just make
11.
that motion and help you?
Well, I'm just going after.
Motion to approve consent agenda with changes as mentioned.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Second.
I was trying to help.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
I'd like to make a motion to approve E1A.
Wait, we got to do open to the public.
Oh, I thought we just voted.
Open to the public.
Oh, the regular open to the public, okay.
This will be our first open to the public. I know there are a lot of people here to speak tonight at the 501, so if in preserving time, unless you just feel the absolute desire to come forward, if we can speak on any issue, but you can come speak about it. If you want to keep moving and get on here at 501, we can keep moving on. All right, we're going to close open to the public. All right, moving on to regular business.
I'd like to make a motion to approve E1A through E1J.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard or Barrick and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Currently 4-0 till Commissioner Davis gets back.
Motion to approve E3, A and B.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan. I'll second it. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 at the moment. E4.
Motion to approve E4.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any, motion carries 4-0 at the moment. E5.
Motion, go ahead.
Motion to approve E5, A, B, C, D.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries 4-0. E6.
Motion to approve E6, A, B, and C.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Clerk, can we catch Commissioner Davis up from E3?
E1, isn't it E1?
Oh, I thought you were here for E1.
No, I left open.
Okay.
So
E1 through E5.
Yes, aye, 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 aye. However many ayes I needed.
E7.
Motion to approve E7.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E8.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E9, A, B, and C.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
A second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all
I
in
have
favor.
some questions.
Oh,
On part
Commissioner
A, I like B and C. I really don't like part A. I don't see why we've been doing business with the people in Germany. We've been doing people, in London. I think the two of them at this point is more than enough. We've got a problem with roads. We've got a problem with all different things. And this is just bringing more people. If he would like to do, or the TDC would like to do something with Brazil at another point in time, I think we need to be a little bit conservative and say, we need to get our roads up to speed before we ask more people to come here and run on our roads and do stuff on our roads.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
Brazil has long been a market for us. This is no different than the others. And if you stop having tourists come in or want to decrease that, you're going to put even more tourism businesses out of business, because we're suffering a deep decline right now, which means unemployment and businesses failing.
I
So-
thought our people coming in was higher and higher
No,
than it
ma'am.
was last year.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Madam Chair, I am so happy to make a motion to approve E10, A, B, C, and D.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
It's a long time coming getting that money.
Motion to approve E11.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Up next, outstanding commissioner items.
While Veronica's coming up, Madam Chair, if I could add one other thing. The confusion might be on tourism is that we suffered a lot of loss of hotel rooms, and then the hotel rooms that are available were taken up a lot by FEMA. So the hotel occupancy rate is doing fabulous, but the companies that support tourism have suffered a decline because people are spending a lot less. So
Okay.
we do need the tourism. Hopefully that explains a little bit of the
Thank you for the
disconnect.
explanation.
Okay.
Welcome. Good afternoon. Before I start with my regular list, I did have a few requests from administration for updates. So I just wanted to let the commission know that I do not have the information for the Florida Division of Emergency Management's Elevate Florida program, but that is due to the fact that we have placed them on September 9th's agenda so that they can come and explain that program more clearly and with more information for you. And at the next meeting, we will also be adding to the outstanding commission items list the Fort Island Trail Park Boat Ramp Project, as well as the Barge Canal Boat Ramp. So we will bring information back in 2 weeks on those topics. For our regular updates, the pavement management system implementation is currently on track. We are completing the software configuration and implementation currently. And it looks like the next step will be to complete the initial optimization analysis and reports this fall. Deltona construction crews were deployed on August 20th. Substantial completion is anticipated by September 18th, and we're currently at 10% complete on that resurfacing. Turner Camp's resurfacing is currently in progress, and that's 50% complete. The Crystal River Connector Trail, we have a draft engineering scope and fee under review at 75%. And last but not least, we have the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council's vulnerability assessment, which has been achieved and is on your agenda today for adoption. Any questions?
Board? Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you.
Marisol, do you have anything?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Davis.
Okay, this is something that I've been wanting since first coming into office, because a cell phone that doesn't do texting is really kind of useless. And so I would like to make a motion that we approve J1.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Kennard. I'll open it up to the public. Is there any public that would like to address this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll close open to the public. Board?
I don't want to do it. We have emails, and there's no reason to have text.
Need your mic.
Oh.
Oh, now it's on. Did you have something?
Yeah, honestly, commissioners, I'd like us to talk about it because I could argue it both ways and have. I see the need, especially when you're dealing with quick, minute things. Hey, did this pass? You know, hey, just easy things, but it's still county business. Texting, I know we don't do that, but I don't put any county business on the cell phone. My text, if I can't get a hold of somebody, might be, can you call me when you're free? Because I know someone's looking at the phone. So it's very transactional, which I believe is okay. I see how it could be easier, so I can make all the arguments for it. My concern against it, and maybe you can walk me through that, I'm open, I truly am completely open, is that I do not want to get in a situation where constituents are now texting and then wanting paragraph answers because texting's so easy, right? I don't want to send an email, let me just send all these texts. I feel like I should not be engaging and answering and handling county business that way through texting. Several years ago when I was running for office, I realized people would try to contact through like Facebook Messenger, and you can't really give adequate answers. And then I was getting some really strange, inappropriate stuff. So I tried. Nobody reach me on Facebook Messenger. It may take me 3 months if I ever look at it. So there's plenty of ways to get a hold of me. And I fear that texting may lend itself to some of that. I guess just talking it out loud, I could text someone and just say, is there an email address, that I can email you back? That part of it gets real sticky for me. I think that could open up a whole nother plethora of issues. But if you all want to help walk me through this, I'm listening.
May I respond?
Commissioner Davis?
So you're absolutely right. That's what I would do. So recent example, someone that I graduated high school with, just saw him at our 40th high school reunion. I'm not really sure how I got that old. But anyway, he reached out to me on Facebook Messenger because he's a friend. And he had a question about the dock that in Ozella, the Brown. Okay. And I said, can you please just copy that message and email it to holly.davis@citrusbocc.com. That way I can reply and copy staff and they'll get you an answer. So that was my way of handling that. On the flip side, for our 501 case today, someone who I don't know managed to get my personal cell number and left a voicemail. And fortunately, the voicemail was accurately portrayed by the written version of it. I screenshot it and I emailed it to myself at Citrus BOCC email address. The transactional stuff, technically, I believe all of that has to be captured for public record, even when it's a, hey, running 5 minutes late, or give me a call when you can, you know. So this just makes it super clean that the county is capturing everything, and then we can just do a hard stop on all personal communications, or at least almost a complete hard stop. And when something bleeds through, at least it's just a little bit that we're having to then email to our commissioner address to make sure it gets swept up into the public records. So it's just cleaner.
May I ask the attorney? Is that, there's those transactional emails running 5 minutes late, as Commissioner Davis said, is that public record? I mean, does that need to be put into the public record?
I think you all are using the term transactional. I think you mean to use the term transitory.
Thank you.
Yes, and so transitory messages are not to be, they don't need to be retained for public records purposes.
Okay.
So a transitory message is one that is not meant to convey knowledge. It's just the, I'm running late, et cetera. So, yes, those are not public records.
Oh, good, I can delete all of those because I'm a pack rat on everything.
I wouldn't want it also, I think that people doing public records requests would still ask for county business on personal cell phones. I think that's just a way that commissioners would say, I'm not, you know, we do all texting. I think if people are trying to do something, you know, I'm sure not this board, but trying to do something in the future out of the sunshine, it would be done on a personal phone anyway. So I don't know. I told you, I could argue it both ways, so.
I say this over and over and over again. It doesn't matter what law, what ordinance, what AR you have. If you are a bad person, if you're not ethical and not honorable, you can get around the system. You're either ethical and honorable or you're not. And so this just makes it easy that everything's going through a county device, and it keep the onus, because, you know, my personal number is out there a lot, you know. And so I shut those conversations down and send it to commissioner email, but it would be a lot better to be able to shut that down more effectively and reduce the amount of things that we have to then keep a record of separately.
May I ask one more question?
Commissioner Finnegan?
Ms. Rodriguez, because Commissioner Davis's motion is for county mobile devices, which I assume is going to be department heads and then pertinent staff. Every county employee doesn't have a phone. Is this something that would be burdensome, or would this make county staff's lives better? That's where I'm going to be. When I say I can argue it both ways, I think that will be my deciding factor.
I think you're going to get both ways, both answers. Some will find it, you know, it's more work for them, and others will not mind. So you're going to get a 50-50, and I'm being honest.
Okay, thank you for that.
Commissioner Barrick?
Aye. When I say I'm not for it, number one, in an email, if it's not from a good place, the county already tells me it's not from a good place, okay? If I get a text, there's nothing telling me, okay? I look at a number and, you know, I text or whatever. To me, the safeguards are there for emails, and the county pays for the safeguards for emails. So when you say text here, text there, whatever, you know, I'm sorry. I have a lot of people call me, and I you know, and my phone number's out there, and I've got a lot of people know it because I've done things in the county for years. But they call on my personal phone, not on my county phone. The number of phone calls I get on the county phone, the only time I usually get a county phone call is when I'm in a meeting. It rings. But I mean, we have a system for emails, and it works. Why muddy the waters?
There's a motion on the floor.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I seconded this, and I'm going to support it. This, obviously, we're in the 21st century. Forms of communication change. I'm sure that there were these same discussions when electronic communications first began to surface. And people wondered, well, why do we need to do that? They can just call me, or, you know, they can call and schedule an in-person visit. This is just the next step in communication, and not this particular board, but previous boards I've sat on up here have had these conversations in the past, and there have been concerns about whether or not existing services at the time could capture all those texts. Now, apparently, there are services that can capture all those texts. It would simply be another way to communicate. If you're not comfortable in, having, or if it looks like it's a longer conversation, then I think you simply shoot them a text and say, call me, let's talk. Or, can you send this to me in email? This requires a little bit lengthier response. And hopefully the texting is just to our county administrator and our county attorney and not to department heads and so forth like that. So I think it's pretty easy. There's a quote that came to mind as I'm sitting here listening to the discussion that is credited to Henry Ford, and I don't know that anybody knows if he said it or not, but he said, if I'd asked the people what they wanted, they'd have said faster horses. It's an evolution of, at that point in time, transportation. This is an evolution in communication. I don't mean to make it sound like we're on the cutting edge of it here, but I do believe it's the next step in communication, and who knows what the techies have got for us next. But I think if we can capture it for public record, then I think it's an easy yes.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Can I say one thing?
Yes. May I,
That's what he
please?
said.
I'm sure that you all read the draft administrative regulation that was attached to this agenda item. It is written from a standpoint that that county devices will be allowable for transitory messages. In your discussion, it sounds like you're intending that things be more than transitory. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what y'all want, because if you want more than transitory messages, then we're going to have to change the administrative regulation that's attached, because it's for transit.
Madam Attorney, I don't like it because simply from a standpoint, you can't control what somebody is going to send you.
Correct. So you'd like me to change, I'm bringing this up so y'all know what you're voting on. So if you want it for more than transitory, we need to change that so that it can be for anything. And then the next question is, can county employees opt out of receiving text messages? Because that has been a question that we've received. So those are just two things. I'm sorry to muddy the water, but.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. I think if we're going to do it, I agree with you. We can't control that. And, if we want to follow the rules, we don't want to put a roadblock in front of us. And for the sake of staff, I will be a yes if we can take the transitory part off and allow whoever wants to, including a commissioner.
Or the county attorney?
Or the county attorney, or whoever
No.
wants to opt out. I would say allow them to opt out. I think that's
agree.
very fair. And then I would be a yes for you.
Yay.
Okay, told you you'd get me there.
I'll amend my motion for both of those items.
And I would amend my second.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries 4-1. J2.
Okay, hopefully all four of my colleagues read my op-ed piece last week. I put a placeholder in there on Friday. The comment that Tourism Director Cole, his complaint is what started this, but it is not nearly the scope of the problem is the issue. And so I put a placeholder in there, and I decided to think and pray about it a lot over the weekend, knowing I could pull it by Tuesday. And then the op-ed piece came out. So my feeling is, and I've had a discussion with Mr. Howard about this, the cost would be nominal. It would be someone from outside the county that doesn't know any of us to anonymously interview all of the directors that are typically at typically at commissioner briefings. Two of our county employees who are not typically at those briefings have both been called out to be fired from the dais because their positions are not worthy of tax dollars. And so I think those two should be in there, as well as all 5 commissioners, because, and that was Steve Howard's suggestion, and I concur with that you can't get one side of the story without getting the other side of the story, and that would be all anonymous. And I believe that we should survey that. I feel like this needs to happen. We have lost staff because of this issue of staff bullying. We have lost staff. As a matter of fact, I would like to also interview any director-level people who have left in the last 12 months. That would obviously have to be voluntary and on their part. And for that matter, probably voluntary on all of their parts. We have lost staff. We are going to lose more staff. This is a severe cost to us, and worse, because of a toxic and hostile work environment, we are opening ourselves up to lawsuits. So that's my position. I made myself absolutely ill about all of this, and I did a lot of praying, and we've got a lot of huge issues that we need to work through. Huge. And we need to work together as a board, and we need to treat our staff well. So that's what I would suggest that we do.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I am not going to support this. And Commissioner Davis, I appreciate the effort and the thought that you've put into it. But if you want to treat staff well, leave them alone. Hey, all five of us up here have been guilty of interfering with staff, from either giving direct orders to, or calling them out from the dais, or having them in the pre-meeting briefings. That's all unnecessary. Your communications should be with the county administrator, not the assistant county administrator, unless she's acting on his behalf, as she is today, or the county attorney. That's it. If there's, as Commissioner Bays has outlined or has changes in her agenda item today, if there's information that you need to get from a staff member, director, then I think that that it's okay to inquire, where are we at with this? You know, what's happening with here? As long as we're including Mr. Howard in on that conversation. But Steve's staff are career professionals. We're 5 elected politicians. If we want to treat them right, stay out of their way. Stay out of their offices, stay out of their inboxes. Communicate through Steve Howard. That empowers him as a boss, not you going around him and offering direct communications with his employees. I would be livid if you walked into my office and tried to do that with my staff, and I wouldn't do that to anybody else's staff. Steve has a staff, we have a staff of 2. We should be communicating with them. So while I certainly appreciate the thought that's gone into this, I think capturing, putting county employees in a difficult situation to capture a moment in time of their feelings for each one of the county commissioners, leave them alone. They have got a lot of work to do. And the more we stay out of their hair, the better off they're going to be, better off our county will be.
Commissioner Barrick.
I agree with Commissioner Kennard 100%.
That's a first.
You have anything?
I had a feeling that this would not get support, but I believe I did the right thing in bringing it forward simply, and I thank Commissioner Kennard for backing me up on that portion of it, because it needs to be brought out in the open. Commissioner Barrick, I think you've said before that your husband is hard of hearing. I'm not sure you realize sometimes exactly how shouty you are. So it comes across as highly aggressive all the time. And if you read in that article, I said, even I feel bullied. It's because it's a 4-1 vote and you just keep going and going and going and going. And this is the only time I can say this to you. I was very nice to you when you were Citizen Barrack. That's why I made myself ill writing that op-ed piece, because I am not the kind of person that kicks someone when they're down, ever. I always want, and matter of fact, remember the offer I made to you at FAC, which you didn't take me up on? Okay, for the record, it was not a sunshine violation. It was, if you ever need advice on how to navigate the very difficult role of being a commissioner, first year is tough, guys. It's a vertical learning curve. So if you ever need advice, as long as it's not sunshine, I'm here for you. Okay, so that's the kind of person I am, just so you know. So I've said enough, and I'm going to be quiet now.
All right, moving on. K1.
K1, here we go. That's all right. All right, so we talked about this the last meeting, about bringing this forward. You know, and I was asked, you know, where did this come from? What's the reasoning behind it? Why would you do this? And quite frankly, if you know, driving around the county, it appears to me, and I believe the statistically, a little bit of research would bear this out, that given our the population of our county, that we have an ample number of dispensaries in the county to serve the needs of the people with their medical marijuana cards. We're not carrying the lantern on this one. We're not leading the way. Other counties have already taken action. In fact, the city of Inverness years ago passed a ban. Now the council has since lifted that. City of Crystal River now has passed a ban on any further dispensaries. If this board moved forward with changing our land development code to banning any further dispensaries, it would not affect the existing dispensaries. It's not going to affect medical marijuana's card holders' ability to get their medicine. It's simply going to say enough is enough. Collier County has already done it. Deltona over in, I believe, Volusia County now, just this year, is considering a ban on any further dispensaries. Palm Beach County has, I believe they've either passed it or they have got a temporary ban coming forward to pass it until they can get their hands around how do we slow down the proliferation of these dispensaries. So that's my reasoning in bringing this forward. I hope that the board will support it. My motion, I would say, would be to direct staff to begin the process to modify the LDC and ban any further dispensaries.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address this motion?
All right, Curtis Bryant Lacanzo. So my concern with this is that government is now picking which businesses come here, which ones don't. We can agree that we may not like certain businesses, certain types of businesses, things like that. We mentioned car washes. You guys didn't even ban car washes. You made it conditional use. So it has to come before you before a car wash is put into a commercial space. So this is just banning things because we don't like them, we don't like the appearances, we feel there's too many of them. I think the Chronicle reported there's 10 dispensaries in Citrus County. I went through, did some research, there's 13 chiropractors. Do we have too many chiropractors? There's 13 insurance agencies. We have too many insurance agencies. 19 air conditioning companies. We have too many of those. A number of marketing companies. I mean, there's all these different things that we have in this county. When do we decide, which ones win, which ones don't? If it's about health, if it's about safety, things like that, we've got tobacco stores in every corner. We're not banning tobacco stores. We're not banning convenience stores, alcohol sales, bars, things like that. We're not banning fast food restaurants. I counted probably about 40 fast food restaurants in Citrus County. You know, how many fast food restaurants do we need? I mean, it's a question. So we're going to go down this slippery slope of, you know, picking and choosing which businesses come here. I think that's a little bit of government overreach, and I think most of us agree that we don't want government involved in our lives for the most part. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. Thank you.
Anyone else? Closing open to the public. Board, do you have any further comments?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and chime in a little bit more on this. The character of our community as we grow is important. And I do think that we need to pay attention to the businesses that that come to Citrus County, those that we want to grow and occupy the primary corners for transportation to maximize their exposure. I think that's important. I think we should be paying attention. I applaud the city of Crystal River for paying attention. Unfortunately, and I think their council would tell you, and their residents would tell you, that they are disappointed they didn't get ahead of it before one of their primary corners was recently occupied by yet another dispensary. And we can't dismiss the fact that increased exposures increases acceptance and use. There's a reason that NASCAR dropped Winston from their Cup Series. There's a reason that a number of these highly attended, events, have dropped cigarette advertising, stuff like that there. And it's all about exposure, the soft drinks, the junk food, all that kind of stuff. Their whole point in getting end caps in the grocery store is exposure. The more exposure that people get to something, the more likely they are to either accept it, put it in their cart, and ultimately put it in their body. So I think at this point, again, it's not a slight on the folks who decided to get their medical marijuana card, who need that for whatever the conditions are that they have. But at this point, we've got enough dispensaries to address that need, and I would like to see us move forward. So those are my comments on it. Certainly not going to die on this hill, but I think it's an appropriate move for a growing community, and I hope this board will support it.
Commissioner Barrick.
Madam Chair, I think that Commissioner Kennard is right. We have enough medical marijuana stations. With all the new housing developments coming in that are going to be having commercial, do we really want the kids to be able to walk to a commercial from, medical marijuana? If medical marijuana is needed, the parent needs to do it. And the ones that we have, there's plenty, no matter where you go. I mean, you go to Holder, and there's a big one in Holder. Holder's just a little tiny place. Okay, but yet they have a medical marijuana, so I agree. We need to take a stand and say, that's it.
Commissioner Davis?
I'm going to feel like the goody two-shoes nerd over here, but I'm pretty sure we're conflating medical marijuana like the True Leave or whatever, which has nice branding, nice logo, nice building, and the smoke and vape shops. Are we not conflating those two? Because I see smoke and vape shops everywhere. There's got to be more than 13 of those. So I'm not ready to support this, Commissioner Kennard. You know I love me some Commissioner Bookend down there, but not enough backup on this, not enough why, not enough options. Our favorite open to the public guy currently, Mr. Bryant, said conditional use for car washes, et cetera. There needs to be other options. I hear you. If I could wave a magic wand, we wouldn't have any of these little tattered smoke and vape shops. Medical marijuana, as I understand it, is all you have to have a medical marijuana card, and is that mostly, largely adults, all adults? Again, I just don't have enough information to back this. But I hear you about the character. So I'm in favor of the discussion as to how we legally shape the character of our county as we grow.
Did you have something?
Well, just with regard to the reason that you have an option to determine where these types of businesses go is because the legislature has given you that option. You don't have an option to decide where other types of businesses go other than in your land development code, which allows you to have them as conditional uses, et cetera, which is what you've done with the car washes and the storage facilities. But the legislature in this case has said you only have two options. You can either outright ban them, or you can treat them just as you treat pharmacies. That was the discussion that we got into last time with the Publixes and the CVSs and the Walgreens. And so rather than try and thread that needle, that's why the commissioner changed it to, prohibiting any more. So that's why in this case, you can legislate the locations of this particular business because the legislature has given you that option.
Am I correct that the smoke/vape shop is different than?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
So
These are licensed medical marijuana dispensary, treatment centers, treatment centers.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I thought Commissioner Davis was gonna, and maybe that was the answer, but to Commissioner Davis's comment, under the Florida law, can those same smoke vape shops or whatever, can that be part of that ban too, or is that completely different as far as the ban is concerned?
Completely different. Those types of things you cannot legislate.
Okay.
Other than locational type things in your land development code.
Conditional use?
You can make them a conditional use, for example.
That's a new agenda item coming up.
Hopefully growth management folks won't shoot me for that.
Oh, they will. Because they really have nothing to do over there. That was sarcasm,
Since
font
we're on
guys.
the
We are
conversation,
overloaded
can we
here.
prevent convenience stores from selling the, whatever that stuff's called, KO2 or K2 or whatever it's called?
I think it just got pulled.
I
Well,
think that's
they just keep changing the name, but are you able to, they change it from one thing to another, but is there a way to prevent that? That if you're in our county, you can't sell any of that?
I think it's an enforcement issue, and I'm not sure I don't know about the legislation for those types of products. But I believe that our sheriff has gone through to great lengths to eradicate those things from our county.
At this point, can we give direction then that we would bring back a conditional use on the vape shops at a future date, future board?
I don't think you have I don't think that's before you today, but certainly one of y'all can bring that back.
Definitely put it on my agenda or someone, the staff, whatever.
All right, we have a motion on the floor, and I think I already did open to the public. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. I did.
Yeah.
Because Mr. Bryant came up.
All right,
That was
so
really weird to be on the losing end of something as a 4-1. I'm not, like I said, I just wasn't quite there.
Madam Chair, and just for the board's own information, years ago, I believe it was under Sheriff Dawsey, they started a public campaign to try and get these stores to stop selling those different synthetics. And I was approached by the PIO at that time at my office to see if I would sponsor it. And so I did, I wanted to learn more about it. So ultimately, I did end up helping to sponsor that initiative. And what I found out was interesting is that at the time, I have no idea what's happening with it now, but at the time, primarily the Chinese, I believe, were using some type of a natural leaf or plant that has, no properties to it that those people were looking for, and they were spraying it with a chemical that created whatever mind-altering state they were looking for. And when the state would catch up to that, they were banning that chemical, Well, then the people producing this stuff would modify the chemical just a little bit so it now was legal again, and they were spraying this all over this natural plant material. And ultimately, obviously, they ended up with stuff on the shelves that was very harmful to people. And I don't know eventually if they ended up getting all that stuff off of the market, but it was interesting to find out, to hear what was happening, what I was getting involved with sponsoring the initiative. And once it was explained to me, of course, we got involved with it, and they did billboards and signs on these stores and stuff like that. So anyway, it's interesting time for sure. All right, so Pirates Cove, where we're at with that is the county has put forth a proposal to, as this board approved, 3-2, to offer an average of the two highest appraisals on that property. And we gave the owner 30 days to either approve or reject the offer. And then once they did, if she did accept the offer, the county would put $50,000 in earnest money aside and give us 120 days to raise the remaining money over and above the $900,000 that the county was going to put into this. The owner of the property came back with a couple questions, which we answered, and then unfortunately she made a counter offer of, it's in the neighborhood of 1.5 or so. That is too high of a price for that piece of property. I would not, as much as I want the county, the public to be able to own this piece of property, I would not support that. My suggestion is that this board reject that counter offer. Again, reiterate that we have a very fair offer out there for the purchase of this property, the average of the two highest appraisals. We have a corporate partner who is very interested in this project, and I believe will lean in very heavily once we have an agreed upon price. They have discussed it with their board, and the board wants to see the owner agree to a set price, and then I believe that they are going to get involved and help us out with it. There are also private individuals who are prepared to help get this across the line with their own funds, but want the owner to accept a reasonable offer that the county has put on the table. So today's effort, I would say that we reject the counteroffer and communicate with the owner that the county is prepared to offer what we had on the table.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan?
I'm going to go ahead and second that for you and then discuss it. I am prepared to completely back you up on this. I just want to make sure on the contract, and I got booted out of where I could look it up, and the turtle that gets us the internet's not moving quickly enough. I just want to make sure that, because I know it was the asking price, and then you were also, so you're raising $300,000 to make up that gap, and then closing costs. If I remember correctly, in there's some wording about the other side's attorney fees or whatever. I want to make sure that it's very clear that it's our standard closing costs, so that your people don't fall short of raising the money, and then the owner says, well, I have all these extra costs, and then you're coming back, to the county going, I'm in a pickle. I just want to make sure you're protected with the contract.
Great comments, and thank you for the support. Absolutely, it needs to be standard closing costs. Again, it's a very fair offer. That's probably more than fair offer that the county submitted for the purchase of this property, and hopefully the owner of the property will agree that it's a fair offer, and she can participate in helping to set aside this piece of property in perpetuity for public use. She really could be a partner in it.
Are we protected as such? Does the paperwork say exactly what Commissioner Kennard is trying to accomplish?
Madam Chair, So I know the discussions you and I had about the terms. By the motion that's on the floor, we are rejecting the counteroffer, which means it reverts back to our offer. So our offer is not exactly standard closing costs, so I wouldn't want you to use that language because we don't normally pay doc stamps, but in this letter of intent and then our offer, we did agree to pay doc stamps. So by the motion, we're rejecting their counteroffer. It reverts back to our original offer.
And Commissioner Kennard, where were you proposing that, how's the county paying for this?
We have got, we've got money. The proposal was that funds would come from our park impact fees, some money from the Duke Special Projects Fund, and some money from the TDC. I don't recall off the top of my head what those numbers were, but those were the three pots of money that we'd be looking for to get us to the 900,000. The remaining amount will be covered from the private sector.
Okay. Commissioner Barrick?
Now, I read what she wrote back, and if I'm not mistaken, she said she wants 1.5 million period the end. And she has other offers that are higher than that. I don't think it's fair for us to sit here and ask her to renegotiate. Let her sell it for the higher amount. It's her property. Let her do what she needs to do and just back off and be nice to the lady. She needs a chance to get out from under.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
And that's, well, that's the thing.
Yep.
We need to do that.
Yep, good.
The motion is to reject her offer.
But I don't want to I don't want to offer her another offer. I want us to just let her sell her property on her own to somebody else. Like she said, she's got other offers. Let her take one of them.
We have a motion on the floor. Have I done open to the public yet? I'm going to open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to address the motion on the floor, please come forward.
Chuck Cutterly in Venice.
Welcome, welcome.
Beg your pardon?
I said welcome, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. That's a chunk of money for that property. I was at a meeting before, and you had a consultant with a county budget, and to carry over budget in 2029 and 2030 would be a negative position. And so the consultant suggested to change that to boost taxpayer property tax and focus on the most important projects, ensuring that spending aligns with the county's top priorities. I fished there quite a bit. I just took off the cuff survey with fishermen there. Lots of times the trailers are completely parked there. There's no place to park. Get there at 4 o'clock, you got a parking spot. What are you gonna do for parking in that area that floods at king tide? I can't support this as a taxpayer. Focus on the things that are important in this county. We're getting taxed to death. I can't support any more of that. Chaswick sounds good. I'll go with that. But there's other things involved in that property. On $1 million, what kind of insurance premium would you take on that? That would be outstanding. I just can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address the motion on the floor? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public.
Commissioners and the gentleman that just spoke, the only portion of the funds that I'm suggesting we would use for this that could even be used for general fund purposes are the Duke Special Projects Fund. And previous boards and this board so far have agreed to only use those Duke Special Project funds for one-time expenses, not recurring expenses. The park impact fees that I've suggested is one pot of money to use for this. A portion of it come from there. Those can't be used for general fund purposes. Those can't be used to maintain roads, to pay staff, to build libraries, they have to be used for expanding parks, expanding capacity of parks. The TDC dollars, there's some question there about whether or not those funds could be used for this. Previous TDC members have said absolutely it can be used, and come back to us for more when it's time to, put grills in out there, put picnic tables out there, stuff like that, to expand the facilities out there for our tourists to enjoy. So the only part of that that could be used in that rollback equation that you talked about were the Duke Special Project funds, and we're really hesitant to do that because at some point those last two coal plants are going away and that revenue stream goes away permanently then.
All right. Call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Yeah.
4-1. Commissioner Barrick, did you have anything?
Yeah, I did. It's a statement I wanted to make because I got to put this on. Yeah, it's a statement I wanted to read because I wanted people to see. Okay, if I have offended anyone, I am sorry. I didn't mean to do that, and please accept my apology. Thank you.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Okay, board, this is what we talked about 2 weeks ago. The Old Homosassa, or the Civic Club in Old Homosassa asked the sheriff to come speak to them about golf carts. And the sheriff pointed out some things that were happening that can no longer occur. But he did say, as far as the driving the golf carts in the evening, 10 years ago, when a different board put together the resolution to allow golf carts in that area, they missed the part where they were allowed to set by ordinance or resolution that golf carts outfitted with headlights, taillights, windshield wipers, and blinkers can drive after dark. So the sheriff and I got together. It was a great partnership. And let me tell you about the sheriff. Instead of coming and saying, hey, I have an issue, can you help me take care of it? I mean, that all happened. But our sheriff had a sample ordinance ready to go. It needed little to minor tweaking from our attorney, and that is what was set before you. So the people in Homosassa are already doing this. Us setting this ordinance just makes it legal, and this was not only blessed by the sheriff, it was created by him. And so that's why I'm going to, why does it say board consensus only? Madam Chair, wouldn't we need to make a motion to set a public hearing? Mine says board
No,
consensus.
I don't think you're reading the right. That's
Yeah.
what it says at the bottom.
Well, you have the script. Mine just says, direct the county attorney to prepare an ordinance and set a public hearing, so
Yeah, A and B.
make
That's
a
the motion
motion.
I would like to make, please. I'm in full support.
M1, A, and B.
Yes.
Second.
You're looking at what staff prepares the script. That's not what's actually on the agenda. I'm sorry, I don't see that
Yeah,
document.
we don't have the other one, Madam Chair, and I do not have the other one. Thank you.
I'm excited for it.
Thank you.
All right, so we have,
Does that mean you seconded it?
I did second it.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, may I,
Commissioner, or
me?
yeah,
Uh, I did speak with the sheriff before the meeting started. He's sorry he couldn't hang around long enough to do this. I told him, we had it, except there is one typo that we do need to fix on page 2, line 70. It should be 29, not 68. So we'll make that change in the ordinance when it comes through.
Thank you.
we have a motion on the floor. Would anyone from the public like to address the motion? Seeing none, Close open to the public. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Moving on, the next is under me. It's an ordinance pertaining to the interactions between commissioners and staff. This was brought up previously, and we have a conflicting between an ordinance and an AR, and this is just to bring some consistency back, so they both have an alignment. And Attorney Lynn, would you like to say anything?
I just, your code allowed for commissioners to request, to seek information from staff. The AR prohibited commissioners going to staff for any reason, and all communications went through the county administrator. So this is drafted so that your code prohibits the commissioners from going to staff for any reason, that it has to go through the county administrator. When I was listening to Commissioner Kennard earlier, I'm sorry he's not in the room, but when I was listening to him earlier, I'm not sure that that's how he understood the change. So I just wanted to make sure you all are clear. The consistency will be that the code and the AR both prohibit communications directly with staff, that you have to go through the county administrator. That's the way it's drafted. So they are consistent, but they're consistent that you can't go to staff.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
So the way I currently do this, just from an efficiency standpoint, is I get a question about something, why is X, Y, and Z from a citizen? And I know doggone good and well that that's a Eric Head question or an Eric Landon question. And I will forward that to the director that's in charge of that department, and I religiously copy Steve Howard and Maricel Rodriguez, and when also called for Denise Lynn. I find that that's a lot more efficient than everything having to go through Steve, but on it, it has to go, it stops at Steve's email box. And so if he's engaged for 3 hours before he gets to it, it's kind of, I just want to be efficient. So my point, this is definitely not a hill I'm going to die on. I'm just explaining how I've been doing this. My feeling is we are a policy setting board, and we should be flexible enough to let the CEO of the county say, if it's clearly a question that needs to be answered by staff, yes, you can go to the director, just copy me and Maricel. Otherwise, I always go to Steve. It's just the right protocol. So, but again, it's late and I'm not dying on this hill.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan.
I like Commissioner Davis. We'll do the forward and copy Steve on everything. And looking at everything else, I read over this or read it incorrectly. I was thinking it cleared it up. So for informational purposes, we could ask the appropriate staff. And here's why I have a problem with not being able to do that. I do believe that no one sitting on this board should give direction or go to staff saying, I want you to do this, or this is what I think. But any member of this audience sitting out here right now can send an email to a department and ask a question. And there's no reason why I should not have that same ability just to ask a question. And many times I'm asking the questions on behalf of constituents. Me getting back to my constituents, if I have to wait for Steve to give me the answer, is completely inefficient. It is so much easier for me to ask that question to Carlton Hall or Walt Eastman, copy Steve on everything like I do, and can you help me with the question below? I'm not asking them to do anything. I'm not outside of this board giving them any sort of direction that this board wouldn't approve of. It's just a question that anybody in the audience can do it. Why shouldn't I be allowed as a commissioner?
Commissioner Barrick?
Okay, as the newest commissioner, I had tried doing it the one way that the two commissioners there said they did it, and I found the easiest and fastest was to follow the AR, which I've started doing, which is I ask a specific question, and believe me, Mr. Howard gets back to you real fast. He gets to the proper person, and then they get the answer back. They do answer directly back to you as a commissioner, Okay, they don't send the answer to Mr. Howard. So to me, it's very, very efficient. You go to one person, because that's the one that we're supposed to go to, and I'm finding it's working a whole lot faster and better in the last few weeks that I've been doing it the way I should have been doing it all along.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan.
We're clearly creating more work for our administrator than necessary. I can't support it. I would actually support it the opposite way, where it makes it very clear that we cannot give staff direction or work with staff without the permission of our county administrator, but for informational questions only. And if we have to copy the administrator on everything, which seems to be practice already, I would go for that. But I'm not, this is an overburden to our administrator.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
unless the CEO of our corporation wants it that way, in which case he can say that, but he's not here. And to follow up on your point, I very, very, very rarely go below director level, like you said you did to, who did you say? Walt Eastman.
I said, well, but usually it's Carlton.
Yeah, but if it's someone right below a director level, then I do the entire chain of command on copy, all the way up to Steve Howard to make sure everybody's aware and everybody's covered. So, and again, it's only, like you said, it's direct questions to get back to residents faster.
Commissioner Kennard.
I've said up here several times over probably the last 4 years that we need to get back to just going to our staff, which is the county administrator and the county attorney. The more messy that you make it, the more problems you create, not only for us, but for the county administrator and staff as well. It is very clean to send an email or to make a phone call to the county administrator or to the county attorney. That way they have a handle on, it's his job to run the county. It's not ours. We set policy, but it's his job to run the county. And when you empower him by being staff's one and only boss, then he's running the county. When we're interfering with that, that's a problem. If there's any intimidation involved, that's a violation of state statute. Cleaning up county government is very easy to do. Get down to communicating with two people, your CEO and your attorney. That's it. Not their assistants, not their directors, CEO and the attorney.
Commissioner Finnegan.
So to clarify, Madam Attorney, every time I get a code complaint or a question about a code, I'm just going to send that to you and you can take care of that with JC. And every time I get, when will my road be paved, I'm not going to just copy that to Steve and forward that to Carlton. I'm just going to send them everything. So they're not going to be able to get their regular work done. They have 5 people that they're just going to be fielding the emails constantly. Instead of just going, okay, Commissioner Finnegan's looking into that and that's all fine. I'm not talking about ever giving a direction, ever. Just forwarding stuff for constituents. I feel like it's going to be ineffective. And I don't know. I mean, if the board wants to go that way, obviously we'll see what happens. But if I see constituents not getting answers or it's suffering, we're going to have to bring it back. I don't even know that this is going to pass today, but I just feel like it's complete government inefficiency. I stand by you. We have 2 employees. If we want direction or we want something done, we can only go to them. But forwarding a code case, or do you know when my road's going to get paved? Or do you know, I would like to report a water leak. I've pushed those forward. I mean, do we have to wait? Do we have to wait and give that to our administrator who might be busy that I can't report the water leak?
I don't think that it's going to be a major time delay. But what it does do is, if it comes from you, or the email you send to the county administrator and to the director, we'll use the water leak example. Because that came from Commissioner X, that's gonna have a priority on it over what they were just working on. If it comes from Steve, you know, there's gonna be priority to it, but they're working on other stuff that Steve has already given them. And, you know, if it doesn't, ultimately, I have seen it work. It used to work that way. And then things took a change several years ago. And it has gotten worse over the last year or so. We need to get back to that. It cleans it up. And look, I'm all for revisiting it. If Steve comes back, I say Steve, Mr. Howard comes back, or Ms. Lynn comes back and says, look, we need to revisit this. You guys are burying me in emails. I don't see that happening, but then I would not be opposed to revisiting it. But sending it to our two staff members really helps to clean up the process. Recreates the appropriate chain of command, because they need to be answering to him, not us.
So Madam Attorney, this one has board consensus on it, so so we're
I'm sorry,
looking for
ma'am,
direction.
it is not, it should not be direction. Let me go
Okay.
to that. It is direct the county attorney to prepare an ordinance amending Citrus County Code to be consistent with the county policy regarding interactions, and then B, set a public hearing. So you're doing A and B.
So I'll make the motion to
A and B.
A and B, for N1, A and B. So I have a motion by Bays and a second by Barrick. And I'll open it up to the public. Is there any public comment on this agenda item?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Josh Wood, President, CEO of the Chamber. I happen to agree with Commissioner Finnegan. And disagree with my friend Commissioner Kennard. Efficiency. If you want to get something done right away, I can assure you, if you call Mr. Howard and say, I just got a call from Commissioner Finnegan and there's a hole in a road at Elm Street, the staff are still going to get the message that the commissioner wants it fixed. So it doesn't matter who the message comes from. But I totally agree with that the staff should not direct any employee. I think that's where your problems may lie, is staff directing employees to do stuff. But why would you create inefficiency by creating another step? Unless there's a problem behind the scenes that the public doesn't know about. I mean, if you're trying to fix something that's broken, then it's a loss to me. But I think also a bigger problem is how staff is talked to, sometimes even from this dais, or treated or talked about their salary or benefits. I think that that's probably improper for commissioners to do, but I agree with Commissioner Finnegan. If I would,
Could you say that louder and slow, like real slow into the microphone?
Possibly written in blood.
Just real slow and loud.
well, I mean, I can understand you wanting to get to the person that does that, but.
Thank you for that.
But then if a staff member tells Mr. Howard, you know, Commissioner Bays keeps calling me and telling me that she wants to build a 30-story, I know how Rebecca can be. She wants to build a 30-story building and lease half of it. And I know she's an idea person, then, but yeah, you need to go
Hang
through.
on, Sally, I'll lead you to the promised land.
Do I? Then you would have to go to the attorney. I'm just saying efficiency. We're always looking for efficiency. And that'll just make my job harder too. Then people will call me and tell me to make the call for them.
Just call me.
I'll call you. I'll call you. So I would like y'all to consider that. What are you trying to fix?
Good comments.
We have is there anyone else open the public? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2.
I was actually going to put Marisol on the spot and say, does she have any inkling of which way Steve Howard wanted to go? You were saved by her calling the vote.
Chair.
As far as I'm
County
concerned,
Attorney,
it's up to
quick claim
Steve.
deed.
Chair.
Madam
Yes,
Chair?
I'm sorry.
Two things, if I can request clarification. I just wanted to make sure the nays were Davis and Finnegan.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and also M1 for Kennard's vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I get to 01, earlier in the meeting, there was a discussion about a resolution from 1999 that I said at the time that I had not reviewed that resolution in a long time and I wasn't familiar with the provisions within it. So I asked staff to dust off our old files. And the gentleman who brought up the issue of the resolution was correct that there was a resolution in 1999 that said that the commissioners could not move their offices, the county officers could not move their offices outside of the county seat until there was a referendum. That is correct. However, we didn't know at the time until I reviewed the file, a memo that I wrote in 2017, and the referendum. There was a referendum in 2008. So I believe it's incumbent for me to bring that forward. There was a referendum in 2008 that allowed the county officers to move their offices outside of the county seat. So that was done. So I've cleared that up. And I have copies of all that if anybody wants them. So moving on. On my agenda, I have the quitclaim deed from Citrus County to Swiftmud for portions of the boat ramp and parking area at the Chazawitzka campground. If you all will recall, we had litigation. We resolved that litigation. Two of the final pieces of information that needed to be completed as far as that litigation was for a deed from the county to Swiftmud and a deed from Swiftmud to the county. So this is our portion of the that settlement agreement. So we are deeding them the portions next to the boat ramp along the water and the little camp store. That's what this deed is for, and we're doing our part. They when their next meeting is, they're doing the one from them to us, giving the county the boat ramp and the parking area.
Motion to approve 01.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
And do we get a woo-hoo?
Woo-hoo.
Thank you.
Yep. It was a good one.
Do we do the wave?
We're in harmony.
Well done, Miss Lynn. And Susan should get credit as well, right?
We're going to go to our last open to the public. Anyone wishing to address the board? Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. It's been a
Mr.
while.
I know things.
It's been a while. Stephen Schwartz, 2568 West Mesa Verde Drive, Pine Ridge. Commissioners, I would like to take the opportunity to thank you and your staff's dedication to serving the county. Making decisions that affect all of the residents is not an easy task. That takes a lot of patience, hard work, and long hours. It involves research and separating facts from fiction, then making a decision that defines your legacy. It involves integrity, honesty, and a confidence that your decision is the right decision so the majority of the residents are content. You can never make everyone happy, and sometimes you can't make anyone happy. You get to make your decisions by listening to your three brains: the heart, that allows us to come from love, kindness, and compassion; the gut, that gives us the intuition or our feelings about the circumstances we're about to encounter; the brain, that uses the intellect and knowledge to process the facts, assisted by the heart and the gut. Mrs. Bays, as an example, used all three brains when she made the final decision about Tuscany Ranch, and, in my opinion, the right one. Balancing nature and growth while staying in the budget is a difficult task while trying to make your constituents happy. Being hounded when you go out socially can be a burden to your peace. So be who you are and negate the chatter by making your decisions based on the facts and not influenced by outside forces that try to sway your vote away from your three brains. Jesus strongly condemns lying, identifying the devil as the father of lies, and stating that those who lie do the desires of the father, the devil. The Bible states in Proverbs 12:22, lying lips are an abolishment of the Lord, but those who act faithfully are his delight. In Proverbs 19:9, a false witness will not go unpunished, and he who breaks our lies will perish, or, as I say, suffer consequences. I ask that you and the public search your soul and let the Lord and his angels guide you.
Very nice, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Anyone else? Last chance. All right, oh, you want to come to?
I don't know, is this my chance to speak on the Pine Ridge issue?
No, you'll have one tonight.
501.
All right, it is 4:54. We're supposed to start at 5. Oh, we do? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got my
All right, sorry.
Beverly Hills Advisory Board.
Q1, Beverly Hills Advisory Council, announced membership vacancy. I've got to get to I'm not used to doing it this way. Do you have any backup?
Madam Chair?
I think Reese
Yes.
can do it, yes?
Can you do Q1? I don't have the backup here on it.
I can do it, Chair. We have one vacancy at the Beverly Hills Advisory Council. The term for the regular member position will be through January 31st, 2027.
Thank you.
Madam
All right,
Chair?
yes, sir.
I just wanted to commend Stephen, correct, on his comments that he made up at the dais. I had planned on bringing this meeting in for a landing before 5:01 to commend the board for being able to tackle some contentious issues on our agenda today. As Commissioner Davis has said on many occasions, the learning curve for this job is vertical, almost straight vertical in your first year. But it takes being able to navigate those issues, stand our ground on different issues when we feel the need, finding the middle ground when it's possible, and, giving up some ground at times for the better good of our community. I've said a number of times, you've got to be able to vote on things and then turn the page. This job is not for the weak at heart or the thin-skinned, okay? But I hold out a tremendous hope for this board that we can pull it together. We have a number of very challenging decisions as our county grows, and we're looking at not just how to get the growth that we want in our community, how to handle that, how to handle the infrastructure, but also how to look at these larger projects that lie ahead of us that we're talking about, but we don't really want to take a bite at that apple just yet. But it's coming. We have got some big stuff. We've got some big stuff coming at 501. Regardless of where each of us individually end up deciding on this 501 application, half of the people in this room are going to leave here hating you, which is unfortunate. But I won't go on and on with it. But Stephen, I appreciate your comments up here. This board, each one of the five of us, whether you agree with us on the issues that we decide on or not, each one of the five up here put in a tremendous amount of time on these issues, trying to make the right decisions for our community. And this is what transparent government's all about. We bring stuff up like a marijuana dispensaries and you have a public discussion on it. You either get crucified on it, or ultimately, the board supports it and we continue moving slowly forward. But the public always has their chance, their opportunity for input by phone, by email, who knows, maybe by text soon enough. And up here at the podium. So thank you all for being here tonight. And board members, thank you. I look forward to continued working together.
Nice comments.
Well said.
Commissioner Kennard. And so we are, since we've been at it since 9 o'clock this morning, we had a little bit of a break. And then started back
Chair,
up at 1.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. Just for the public, and so the board knows, because y'all have been in here, we have completely filled the jury assembly room, and we've completely filled 2 courtrooms. I believe that the fire chief and the fire marshal are trying to make accommodations to perhaps have more space for them, but we are going to have a full house. We already have a full house. So just wanted to let y'all know that.
I got scared when this guy up here came in with a cooler. He came in with a cooler, a little cooler.
Well, I did almost wear my pajamas to work today, I'm just saying.
Anyway, here's the deal. It's 4:59 now. We are going to, are you guys good with a 15, 20, what do you want for a break? 20? 15, let's do 15 minutes. We're at a 15-minute break. We'll be back here at 5:15. We'll get started. We know it's going to be a long night. So we will recess until 5:15.
Chair, it's 5:15.
That's all right. Oh. All right, it's 5:16. You guys got an extra minute. Good evening. We're going to go ahead and get the meeting started. This is a meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners to conduct a public hearing on application AA 2025-00002, Chuck Pigeon for Southern Oaks Property LLC or Pine Ridge Reserve, hereinafter referred to as the applicant. After the public hearing, the commission will be asked to take action on the application either by approval or denial of the application. To make all aware, the formal parties to this proceeding are the Southern Oaks Group LLC, represented by Chuck Pigeon, and Citrus County, which will present a staff presentation. Next, I will be asking for a motion on this next section, which we have an application to intervene filed by Michael S. Wiener of Sachs Kaplan on behalf of Pine Ridge Property Owners Association, which we will now need to determine whether the property or the Pine Ridge Property Owners Association will be granted party status. Therefore, as the chair, I am asking for a motion whether you want to allow the intervener.
Madam Chair, and we would direct the commissioners to the backup material in your materials. The intervener made application. They filed a PowerPoint presentation, and they filed some more backup information. So that's what you're looking at to determine whether or not to grant that intervener status.
Motion to grant intervener status to those who've applied.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries 5-0. A formal party to the proceeding in accordance with the law and as a matter of procedural due process has the right to cross-examine witnesses, present evidence, and demand that witnesses testify under oath. Although the public is not a formal party to the proceeding, the public does have a right to be heard, and an opportunity will be given to the public to be heard. To ensure that everything runs smoothly, I find it important to quickly go over the procedure of how things are going to occur today. First, the applicant will present its application, then county staff will make its presentation, and finally, the intervener will make its presentation. After that, the commission will open the meeting up to the public. Once the public portion is closed, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a brief rebuttal. Then I will open it up to the commission for discussion and action. If any person decides to appeal any decision made by the commission with respect to any matter considered at this hearing, he or she will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purposes, he or she may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which record includes testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. During the public portion of this hearing, proponents and opponents' comments will be limited to 3 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for organizations. Comments from the public and parties need to be limited to the subject and issue before the commission today. When anyone comes up to speak, we expect everyone to conduct themselves in a manner fitting this professional setting. Personal attacks and other inappropriate behavior are discouraged, and if this occurs, you will be asked to sit down. Additionally, when you come up, this is a time for you to comment, and your comments need to be directed to the chairman. This may be a long proceeding. As such, the commission may, at its own discretion, take recesses as needed. If and when recesses are called, do not speak of this issue with any commission member. The commission retains the right to ask questions at any time of anyone. Every person from the public wishing to speak today and any witnesses that may speak today will be placed under oath and as stated before, you are subject to cross-examination by the applicant. Next, the commission needs to formally adopt the backup materials into evidence.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Just one correction, and I typed this, so it's my fault. The general public is not sworn unless either of any of the three parties wish for the public to be sworn. So at this time, it would be appropriate to ask the three parties if any of them wishes for the witnesses, for the general public to be sworn.
Sixth Avenue, Ocala, Florida, here on behalf of the applicant. I don't mind either way. We do have a few expert witnesses, though, so if we just do one swearing at the beginning, it may make things cleaner and easier.
Mr. Batzel, is that for the public or just your case?
Just my case, although my client has a better handle on this than me, but I believe we will have some members of the public who actually want to offer competent substantial evidence. So I would like for the members to be sworn.
So since at least one of the parties wishes for the public to be sworn, all the public will be sworn, as well as those testifying during the cases in chief. Sorry to interrupt.
So we'll go on now with just voting on adopting the backup materials at this time, and then let the swearing in will come later?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So next, the commission needs to formally adopt backup materials into evidence. The commission motion and second and vote on this now, so I'm going to go ahead and ask for.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard, and I have a second by Commissioner Barrick. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Prior to proceeding, I'm going to defer to the county attorney's office for ex parte communications and then take care of procedural matters. County attorney's office asks the commission members to disclose on the record any ex parte communications with regard to the application before the commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to this application, have you had any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Davis.
No.
Depending on that, so you can't go anywhere without hearing about it. I have received multiple emails. I can't even count if they have been made it into this record, but I would say anything that I have heard or read in the newspaper or saw in an email has, in my mind, equally for and against. So I sit here as a neutral party.
I feel like Commissioner Finnegan, but I don't know how you would say that as a neutral party. So I'm going to say, yes, I've had ex parte because I've heard everything.
No bias, I should have said. I have no bias. I'm ready to hear all the evidence before me without any bias.
Madam Chair, I can't wait for us to like tidy this up because of course I've gotten the emails, I've read the emails, I've done that. I have not responded to any of them other than a few of them got a thank you for your opinion. But, you know, nothing improper.
Yes, but prior to becoming a board member, I had gone to a meeting from one of the sides of the group, and yes, I did read them. I did read some of the emails at the beginning, but not all of them. So yes, I do have some knowledge.
Just a lot of emails.
Thank you. And we'll, if the chair wishes, we can go ahead right now and we'll swear in the witnesses. Those that are in the jury assembly room and in the courtrooms, if you would please, when everyone in the room stands to take the oath, please stand and raise your right hand. When you come before us to speak, if you would please remind the commission whether or not you have taken the oath and whether you've been sworn. But for right now, if everybody who's going to testify would please stand, and I'll administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to this body is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, Madam Chair.
That would have been that would have been the best picture moment right there.
Madam Chair, before you start this hearing, I need to read the ordinance into the record. At the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map and the master plan for the Pine Ridge Unit 3 on approximately 221.9 acres from the rural residential with a planned development overlay for golf course to rural residential with a planned development overlay for up to 80 single-family residential units, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date.
Can I move on to procedural matters now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now we're going to move on to procedural matters. If a formal party to the proceedings makes an objection, anyone who is speaking at the time must stop and wait for the objection to either be sustained or overruled. In a moment, I will give an opportunity for the applicant to take care of any procedural concerns that they may have. Do any of the commission members have any procedural questions or comments? Does the applicant have any procedural matters to resolve now?
Madam Chair, go ahead and ask the intervener and county also.
Does the intervener or the county have any procedural issues?
For the record, Michael Weiner, representing Pine Ridge Property Owners Association. Yes, I do. First of all, cross-examination, I would like to confirm that the intervener has the rights of cross-examination. Those will occur after the applicant has made his presentation in full or after each witness.
The board can handle it either way the board wishes.
Okay. Board members, do you have a preference?
May I suggest it might be easier after every witness so that they don't have to come up and down. But I leave it to the board as to whatever they would like to do.
After every witness, does that be?
Thank you so much for your
Perfect. Thank you.
consideration.
The county has no procedural
I have
concerns.
one other question.
Sorry.
Oh, yes,
I'm
sorry.
confirming that your rules now say that the applicant, that the party in opposition has no rebuttal. Is that the ruling, or?
They don't have rebuttal to the public. They would have, it's basically their closing argument. They could do their rebuttal during their closing argument, and they do have closing argument.
Thank you.
Ms. Coutu, did you have something?
I was just saying the county has no procedural concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to the hearing. We'll have the applicant presentation, the county presentation, and any additional parties' presentations. And then after that, we'll be open to the public, and then following that will be the rebuttal. The applicant, the county, and the additional parties' presentations, they'll each have 30 minutes. 30 minutes each. As a reminder, your rebuttal is not a rehashing, I'm sorry, of the entire case, only what has been presented, and you're limited to address, rebut that which has been testified to before the commission during open to the public. Once rebuttal is complete, I'm going to close all further testimony and evidence. The commission and the commission alone may discuss among ourselves the issues and take action. No formal party, county representative, or member of the public will be allowed to speak or add further comment.
That's it.
You're on deck.
All right.
Welcome.
Good evening. Congratulations, Madam Chair, on getting through that. Good evening, Rob Batzel, 1531 Southeast 36th Avenue, Ocala, Florida, 34471. I'm not Chuck Pigeon. He's here, though, on behalf of the applicant. I am here tonight with Mr. Dix of Dix Development, Mr. Pigeon of Ardora, Avis Craig of course, as you know, an AICP certified planner, Brian Skidmore, our environmental scientist and ecological services group leader at Ardora, and Joseph Roviaro, Director of Transportation Planning with Luke Transportation Engineering Consultants. With all of that said, I have a very, very minor role tonight, and you're only going to hear from me a little bit, because they all are going to be the keepers of what we call competent substantial evidence. And frankly, What we have to talk about tonight is extremely simple. It's very, very basic. I think you will hear, we obviously have a crowded room here. We have a crowded jury assembly room and an overflow courtroom. And I know that there is emotion in the building. I know there are feelings and thoughts that you'll hear on a lot of subjects, which my role is to try to rein that in and remind you all about what we consider in a land use hearing, which is competent, substantial evidence, and really just very basic issues of compatibility and with adjacent properties and consistency with our code and comp plan. And what we have here is a long defunct golf course that is never going to be a golf course again. Whether we like that or not, whether any of us wants it to be the case or not, it's not feasible. And so what we have is a well thought out plan of 80 1-acre plus lots that is very compatible and consistent with the rest of this neighborhood, and then a set aside of a lot of open space under a plan where it can be maintained instead of existing in disrepair as it has for so long. It can be an active trail network. It can be maintained well so that when you drive by, it's not an overgrown old golf course that's a pile of weeds. And so this is a well thought out plan, and I hope you will try to stay focused as you're listening tonight, which I'm sure will be a lot of testimony for facts and real planning considerations that are relevant in a land use hearing, and I know you will. I spoke with Ms. Lynn, and for those in attendance, I know I'm speaking to you right now, but I have not spoken with the folks in green shirts who are supporting us or the folks in black shirts who have a different opinion, but I would join you in asking everyone here to understand that you all are trying to do your job and that we're not going to clap or yell or wave signs or anything during the course of tonight's hearing. We're going to keep this professional. So with that said, Madam Chair, obviously we are limited to 30 minutes. I'm going to get out of here and we're going to do our very best to do that. I did speak with opposing counsel prior to the hearing. He would not be opposed if we are bumping up against that 30 minutes and need a few extra minutes to land the plane for us to do that, and we would offer him the same courtesy. We're going to try not to use it, but I wanted to put that out there in case we're coming close so that we can try to ensure that we have a meaningful opportunity to present our case. Our experts will be just a few minutes toward the end of our presentation here. And we can cross that bridge when we get there. I just wanted to broach the issue. So with that said, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Pigeon unless you all have any questions of me. Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Good
Chuck
evening.
Pigeon, professional address 925 Southeast 17th Avenue, Ocala, Florida. Credentials of since 1981, been designing and engineering projects in Citrus County. You probably know all of them, probably everyone you've driven through. I had something to do with the design. I am a professional engineer, registered in the state of Florida, and pretty substantial both planning background as well as engineering. So this presentation, you may be somewhat familiar with some of the stuff I'll present tonight. I need to get it on record. I do ask for your patience. If you recognize some of the same information, all I can say is a good plan is a good plan. We have made some modifications to the plan. We have listened to a lot of the constituents. I've read every letter, every email, every meeting minutes that we have, and we've tried to address that. But a good plan is a good plan. When we have to develop a piece of property and bring it to its potential, we try to make sure it's compatible, and our plan is compatible. So if you could go to the first slide. Here it is. You can go to the next slide. You all know where the Pine Ridge former golf course was. So this plan is a regional map. This is not the master plan that's on file with the state or with the county, but this represents what's in that area as a mixed-use development. It's commercial, it's got churches, it's got school sites, it's got a lot of parks, different recreation areas, and it's scattered all over, including a lot of residential homes of different sizes, 1 acre all the way up to, I think, 3 or 4 acres, and some have combined them together. I think there's a few 6-acre parcels out there with a couple of combined tracts. So, with that said, the illustration is a mixed community. We're close to where the commercial node is in this community, very close to it. It's at the intersection of Pine Ridge. So, this is part of the overall community to stay within the hub of that community. So I'd like to point out, though, in this map, there are 4 parks within walking distance of this particular site. On this map, you can see none of those parks and recreation facilities have been maintained, have been improved, have not even been mowed. They haven't been cleared of underbrush in case there's a fire. The HOA has not done anything with the property they already own for parks and recreation next to this property. So that may come up a little bit later when we talk about the conservation easement that we're proposing to place on this property in perpetuity. Next slide. You will hear, and Ms. Craig will go into much more detail of the zoning and the land use and what is this project, but overall it was platted in 1971. It is a letter of vested rights, which was approved in February of '74. That was before the DRI process started, and they were vested for, in this case, over 38,000 lots, both Citrus Springs and Pine Ridge. Pine Ridge, by the way, is about 7,830 plus or minus parcels. We have a binding letter from the state of Florida, and that pretty much dictates that the developer could continue to go on and implement his platting and his design and his project. It is overland use of RMU, which is residential mixed use. So we recognize right off the bat the county and their vision wants mixed use in this area. It also is a zoning classification of RUR. Ms. Craig will go into detail of what that really means and how it happened. Next slide. So this is the overall plan. It is a 221-acre parcel, 2 platted tracts of land by the original developer. It is not covered by any deed restrictions. It is not part of the homeowners association. It is outside of their ownership or purview or control. We're proposing 80 single-family lots ranging from 1 acre all the way up to 5 acres. And that is just, some people like elbow room. And we have some room to give them elbow room. There's approximately 102 acres is covered by the 80 acres, so by the 80 lots. So the remaining property, about 120 acres, would be open space and as conservation. And there's over 14,000 linear feet of trails that would be placed and maintained. A lot of them exist because of the old golf cart paths. Next slide. Just to get down to some numbers, there's 196 parcels that are platted adjacent to the limits and the boundaries of this property. And out of those, 100% of them will butt up against the buffer. We will maintain the buffer, establish the buffer, create the buffer. So no one is going to butt up against another residential lot. In terms of numbers, 45% of those are near the 1 acre lots, just 45% of these platted lots. That represents about 89 home sites. Not all of them are built on. There are 55 of those are vacant, still vacant. And out of those, 63% of them, or 121 of the lots, would abut what we consider the conservation area, which is in green with the stipple on it, or buffered against a stormwater pond. And everybody knows when you go into real estate and you're trying to buy a home in a community, those that abut a drainage retention area pond or a conservation area are the highest priced properties. Next. I want to take just a minute and talk about traffic operations. There's the main entrance north and south on this property is onto Elkham Boulevard. We would use the same entrance that's there now and not change that. It's in a good spot. It works well. Sight distance is very good. As far as the trips, 80 residential estate homes produce less traffic than the golf course, not even counting the restaurant or bar or food services that were at a golf course. When you add that in, we're well below the traffic based on ITT. And our traffic expert can testify to the details of that. When you look at PM peak hour traffic, and that's what the engineering department at the county looks at, what is your PM peak hour? That is even less. It's with a total, it's 76 versus the golf course only would be around 79, 80 trips. So overall, there'd be less traffic generated by this development than a real golf course. Next slide. We talked about this before. This would be a community with some amenities. It's not a large community, but it will still have the amenities for the people that would be there, so they won't use external amenities. So with this, would be obviously the landscaped entrance, kind of a low-profile, discreet, landscape entrance to make it look like a nice, it belongs in the community. There'd be lots of trails and sidewalks, both sides of the road for safety. This developer has a conscience to build sidewalks to keep the children safe. It's just a thing he has. This community will have what we consider a community and family event pavilion, where they don't have to work out of their garage or their pool enclosure. They can have a pavilion where they can have a barbecue and a gathering. So discreet, not something where you're going to hold concerts and things. Pedestrian level lighting throughout the community, which you're talking about either on mailboxes or perhaps a small lamppost or something that's not intense, but something that's safe for the sidewalk. And then low profile and discreet signage. This particular picture shows kind of an example of just a signage that says, okay, this is Pine Ridge Reserve. Next slide. The residential neighborhood itself will meet and have its own community standards, and those community standards will either meet or be of higher quality than the current Pine Ridge. And of those, it would be a deed-restricted community. It will have 40-foot front setbacks, just like Pine Ridge. It will have 25-foot side yard and rear yard setbacks. It will have minimum 100-foot frontage on the road, unless you're on a cul-de-sac or a real tight curvilinear. So at the setback, it will have 100 feet, because sometimes you just can't get 100 feet on a cul-de-sac. You got to turn the road around somehow. As far as impervious surface, we've committed to no more than 50%, which is the exact same criteria as Pine Ridge. There'll be a maximum 2 stories. There'll be no on-street parking. And the color palette that the architectural board will be an earth tone color palette. I've been all through Pine Ridge. I've seen a lot of stuff. I'm not sure what palette they're going by, but most of the homes are really nice and really earth tone colors, but I see a few in there. I'm not sure how they got past the architectural review board. Next slide on utilities, it'll be Citrus County Water Utilities. We have their letter for consistency. They will use advanced septic tanks on the individual lots. Advanced septic tanks are approved under your code for any lot that's half acre or larger. These are 1 acre lots, plenty of room, and the advanced septic tanks will hopefully protect our aquifers. Talked about the pedestrian level lighting. As far as the vehicle facilities, we will have minimum 20-foot wide paved roads, curb and gutter, with sidewalks. The off-site roadways would be the Elkham Boulevard. I just want to talk about that a little bit, because Elkham Boulevard is a 24-foot wide roadway, 2-lane, 100-foot right-of-way, meets major collector standards. They did classify that road as a 4 to 6 level of a 1 to 10 in terms of a quality of the asphalt pavement. So there is no improvements in the capital improvement plan for the county or need to resurface or repave that road right now. So we're not proposing any improvements. We will do a signal warrant study. We'll do a traffic intersection study. We'll do a turn lane study as part of the construction plans. But everything that we have looked and told us that there really is no need for any of that with 80 home sites. There are, I think, 28 on the south side and a few more on the north side as far as the level of service. So with that, the other roads we access, which are 2 2.5 acre lots and 1 5 acre lot, would access onto other roads, Clifton and also Alamandra. And those were in pretty bad shape. They were level of service 7 to 10. And with that, North Cliff Avenue was just recently paved. So it's back to a 10. It's back to a 1, It's in good shape. Alamandra's not, and we have a condition that staff and we agreed to, that cannot be platted, cannot be built on until that road is paved or reconstructed to the satisfaction of the county engineer. Next slide. There was some talk about environmental conditions. There were a number of studies done on this property, phase 1, which is overall, and because there was concerns about contaminants or what may have been there for herbicides, pesticides, whatever contaminants, there was a phase 2 study that was done, and they were over, I think it was 48 total samples taken throughout the golf course and tested in an independent testing lab. And the only thing they came back with that said that arsenic was a little bit above the normal level, but we are in Florida and arsenic is throughout the entire state. It's not a detriment. It wasn't caused by anything of the golf course. It's natural in Citrus County. It's natural in Florida. And it's even a little worse when you get further south into Bartow. So just a bit of information. We have a 223,000 gallon per day permit from the Water Management District to withdraw water from the aquifer. In the last year and a half, 2 years, have basically taken nothing out of the aquifer, so there's been no pumping that was done. But this site does come with a 223,000 gallon per day water use. 80 homes with irrigation would use probably less than about 30,000 gallons a day. So substantially less water drawn from the aquifer for this project. There's been no herbicides and no pesticides put on the property for a couple of years. Next, I'll talk about some landscaping and buffers, which is kind of near and dear to my heart of projects we do in the county. There'd be a minimum 20-foot wide buffer along the entire perimeter of the golf course, or a natural buffer equal to or better than the 20-foot wide natural buffer. The code only requires 5 feet of grass between residential and residential. So we're going to do what we need to do to maintain the original thing. I've driven a lot around Pine Ridge and looked at a lot of house sites and looked at a lot of front yards looking at the golf course. You'd be surprised how many houses cannot even see the former golf course from their home, and they are on the golf course. We're going to try to maintain as much of that as practically possible. Landscaped entrances, the entire frontage of LCAM would be landscaped, and all would be Florida friendly. And the next slide just gives you a sort of representation of, this happens to be off of LCAM Boulevard. This is the buffer. There's 20 feet that we maintained or enhanced. There are a couple spots that we have already talked with owners about enhancing that 20-foot landscape. One has a tennis court right next to his backyard line, and he'd like to be buffered, not have to see a retention pond next to his house. Not even a house, but a retention pond. So we talked about landscaping and enhancement. It kind of goes both ways. Someone with an expensive estate house may not want to see your backyard for what you do in your backyard. So, we can see it goes both ways. I think we're a little more concerned about what we may see in people's backyards where they have some storage and they have a storage shed and stuff. Maybe you don't want to see that, so it cuts both ways. Next one is the conservation easement. I really like to talk about that because one way to codify and permanently establish that this land will not change other than for the good of nature is to establish a conservation easement. So we're proposing an approximately 84-acre conservation easement, both on the north side of LCAM and on the south side of LCAM, where, said the 123 or so odd homes would butt up to exactly what they're butting up to today. In that conservation easement, there would be some rules to set aside in that easement. It would allow for trails, limited new fencing, try to keep trucks and cars and vehicles off of the conservation easement. There'd be some wayfinding signs, park benches for sitting. There are some old restroom buildings, would be perhaps revamped so that there'd be a bathroom out there, or a restroom or a shelter in case lightning or rain. We're talking about 80 acres, someone's walking around, need to get some shelter for them. And then it would allow also the ability to plant some trees on the property just to, remove invasive species and plant something in its place. It would be open to the public, so it's not just a private backyard conservation easement. It would be a public use. Now, obviously, there's going to be some policing. The Property Owners Association of Pine Ridge Reserve would have to maintain it and police it and control it. So hopefully it's nice. But it'd be one of the few maintained conservation areas in Pine Ridge. Next couple of slides, I'm not going to go into detail, but those are just comments from the Planning and Development Commission. Very valid. Some of the folks, as you know, are very experienced and professionals in their field of planning and expertise, and they've commented on that. So I'm going to turn this over to Avis, but before I do that, I just want to mention staff has come up with conditions. We have read all the conditions. We agree and have no objection to the conditions. We'd like a few of them. Would have been nice to tweak them a little bit because they could be misunderstood later. by someone not involved in this proceeding. But with that, I want to turn this over to Avis and say we agree with staff's conditions.
I think it's now time for me to cross-examine from what I understand.
Yeah, pause the time, please. And just so everyone, oh boy. It was 9. Yeah, I was gonna, 9, can you redo that?
Mr. Pigeon, just.
And just 1 second, please, just so you know, Rob, you've got 9:07 left.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Pigeon, if you'd be kind enough, can you flip back to the your slide of residential standards, I think it was called. It was a nice, pretty picture. Can we go back to that? I'm sorry. I apologize. Is this better?
Yes.
I hope I was picked up by the court reporter. But I'm asking, could we see that picture of residential standards once again? That's all right. Thank you. I didn't know I was going to put everybody to such a task. I'm sorry.
He still needs
You
another
were very
7 or 8
attentive
seconds
to
on
the
the clock.
time, and I know you were going fast, but you flipped through 3 that I couldn't. And you made some testimony about them that I think is important.
If you can't get seconds, you
If
can
y'all
put
go
it to
back
10
to
and let it
10.
run.
If we can't do it, then I'll ask him to turn to his printed page and maybe he can explain some things to me. I'm not trying to be difficult.
We can accommodate, just give us a second, please.
All right, thank you.
7, 8, something like that. I was looking.
Thank you so much for the considerations you're giving us. Since Ms.
What else you got there? You got a banana? You got a banana in there? I don't, but.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Do you want me to leave it here for you?
It's, you labeled it residential standards? I think, yes. So, Mr. Pigeon, I see those people there. They're probably all less than 6 feet tall, correct? So what would you estimate the height of that tree is? What would you do? Would you estimate the height of that tree that they're walking under? Can you estimate it for me?
Oh, you can estimate better than me. You told me they were 6 feet.
Well, maybe they're not. I mean, it's your picture. I'm not trying. If you can't do even an estimate of it, it's okay. We'll put it on the record that you can't estimate the height.
Of a tree?
You can yes or no answer. It's all good. Just asking a question.
What do you think the tree is?
It's my chance to cross-examine. So I'm not a tree expert. You're a landscape architect.
Feet.
What is it, 25 feet?
25.
That's fine. Okay. Now your environmental study, could we go to that for a moment? So the date for the critters study, do I see that as May 2nd, May 6th, 2022? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the soils, that's just the soils condition study? That's a date of September 1, 2023, is that correct?
Correct.
Those are the studies you put in? They're part of the public record?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. And one more, could we go to the perimeter buffering? There we go. We don't have a, can you estimate the size of these trees? There's a number of different trees here. Don't forget, you haven't put in a landscape plan. I'm just trying to figure out what these trees are based on the pretty pictures. So can you give me an estimate? If you can't, you can't.
25 feet.
25 feet. Thank you very much. I didn't mean to be difficult. I appreciate it.
Okay, so we fixed the clock. There's 9 minutes and 8 seconds left, Rob.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Craig is making her way up now. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. My name is Avis Marie Craig. Address P.O. Box 568, Lecanto, Florida, 34460. As most of you know, I've been a planner in practice in this county for a very long time, over 40 years. I came here as an economic planner from another state by way of Sarasota. I've been a certified member of the American Planning Association and the American Institute of Certified Planners for over 40 years. And if there's one thing my experience in planning especially has taught me, is that everything changes. We certainly have seen that locally, in particular with golf courses. The Chronicle not long ago reported yet another casualty here in Citrus County, the Lakeside Golf Course. Tonight, I'm here on behalf of Southern Oaks Properties Limited, and they have owned the property since June of 22. By reference to a prior application, AA 2023-000043, I prepared a planning analysis, and attached to that was an important study that was done by 1,000 Friends of Florida, specifically on golf course redevelopment or repurposing in Florida, dated August of 21, recognizing the struggles golf courses are having throughout the state, they being the leading environmental and planning advocacy group in Florida. Now, the application before you is a culmination of several years of effort to develop a project which recognized the economic realities, along with being responsive to develop a compatible single-family estate housing project mirroring that of Greater Pine Ridge. Key historic facts, and I'm going to refer to the slide numbers on Chuck's PowerPoint presentation, slides 3 and 4. The first one was the historical mixed-use master plan, and he noted the 4 tracts that Pine Ridge Property Owners Association owns and are not in any form of use at this time, that they sit dormant. And the next slide, 4, showing the current comp plan, GFLUME and LDC Atlas, which we know as zoning. Both Pine Ridge and Citrus Springs were platted in 1971. That was 2 years before zoning was ever even adopted in this county. And by 76, even though the county had adopted a plan, it had no legal standing under the 75 Growth Management Act. 74 and 75, Deltona secured the binding letters that Mr. Pidgeon referred to and is referenced on slide 3 of our presentation that protected property rights to develop the master planned mixed-use community. The vested plan has been modified numerous times over the years to adjust land uses, densities, intensities, relocation, and removal of uses. Key fact, let's begin that zoning was unfortunately legally challenged and invalidated on a procedural issue, and so technically zoning only dates from 79-80 in this county. It had to be readopted by emergency. That zoning ordinance continued till 86, when we were under the close scrutiny of the state under a growth management 380 agreement to keep us from being designated as an area of critical state concern, like the Florida Keys. And that caused us to develop yet another comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance. Following that, in '85, the major state legislation came along that was dictating the more rigorous planning that was in fact adopted in '89 in the Land Development Code in '90 under the close scrutiny of the state. And they were very specific about what they would allow. And as a result of that, under the 9J5 rules, they went and obligated us, and that's how the RMU came into being. It was applied to all prior vested mixed-use communities, such as Pine Ridge. And slide 4, the PowerPoint succinctly documents how it was brought up to date, and then from there, when we were developing the code, they were very hands-on with requiring us to apply a zoning district that if we were not providing utilities, and at that time we were not, it was two choices, ag or RUR. And ag certainly wasn't appropriate over Pine Ridge. And so that's how RUR came to be. As a result of that, the RUR, even though it's an overlaying zoning, still had to recognize, and in Chapter 10 of the Land Development Code, there's a special provision for vesting non-conforming communities. Now, the attorney from Sachs would suggest that the RUR should be applied here. However, he doesn't realize, apparently, that the requirement for recognizing that master plan was pivotal to the process. And so, I mean, in a worst case, would you be applying this across the board to all Pine Ridge lots that they couldn't expand because it was non-conforming? No, that's what the provision of the code provided, that that would be recognized. And that made better sense. So fast forward to today. The master plan that has been described to you by Mr. Pigeon has 3 major planning considerations: comp plan consistency, the relative relationship to adopted goals, objectives, and policies of the plan. Your staff in their report make reference to 3 policies, and I agree with those findings. Let's move on to slide 22, which was the policy 17.3.21 dealing with RMU, which again, let me state for the record, we are not changing the land use or the zoning. We are simply modifying the plan to provide a reasonable use of the property. And so in that particular slide, on lines 2 and 3 of the policy, it indicated that new RMU standards would only apply to new projects, which this is not the case with Pine Ridge. It is vested. As referenced on slide 4, the plat of record and state-issued binding letters, and now today through local government actions, dictate density, not RUR criteria. This has been misunderstood by some of the public, and I believe others involved. This is why there is no zone change. Now, I analyzed the cumulative changes, and they are very small. In fact, back in 2004, there was a binding letter that provided the foundation for this change, which in 2020, 16 years later, there was a plat approved by the board to convert 8 non-residential lots. They were community facilities next door to the Elkham Fire Station, very close to this site, churches and schools. And that plat netted an increase of 22 parcels. So, as we stand at this point, if you add 22 additional lots, as a result, you are still substantially down from the relative percent of what would have been considered under a state binding letter or even our local modification standards of a PUD. So it's less than 1%, just a very minimal, de minimis amount. No specific policy has been cited by anyone with technical planning credentials to the contrary, and so I'm issuing you an opinion that this is consistent with our comprehensive plan. I've got two more minor topics to cover. Because, may
Well,
I?
We limited it to 30 minutes, so.
Well,
So, Madam Chair, I understand we have to have rules for efficiency's sake. The code does permit the chair to grant a few extra minutes. If Ms. Craig could just finish, we would appreciate it, but that's our
I
request.
just have two minor,
What's that in minutes?
no
5
more than
minutes.
5 at the outside. It'll be less than that.
3.
Okay, all right. All
Barry
right.
gets 33
Because the
minutes.
proposed project mirrors surrounding Pine Ridge lot sizing and its characters of high-quality, single-family estate housing.
Go to your mic, please.
I'm sorry? That how, sorry. It ensures compatibility. Mr. Pigeons described the project, slides 5, 14, 19 through 21, clearly demonstrate the project is planned with sensitivity to the community, particularly calling to your attention the crosshatched perpetual conservation easement. Considering lot size, Pine Ridge Reserve conforms exactly to the greater surrounding Pine Ridge community. It equals compatibility as defined by Chapter 163.31649, and hence is satisfied in my professional opinion. The final planning issue is concurrency. And as we know, there's only 4 at the present time, and the engineers have provided evidence on all 4 of those: water, sewer, and a higher grade of sewer protection than is required anywhere else in Pine Ridge, the solid waste and drainage. So as a result, I believe concurrency has been met, but it'll be done during the process of formal engineering, which is the normal process here in Citrus County. So 3 planning primary issues: consistency, compatibility, and concurrency have been satisfied, especially since your staff report is open for approval. Coming out of the PDC, there were 12 presented conditions. And with those, I think you can feel comfortable that this is a project worthy of approval. And I would ask for your favorable consideration based on that unanimous recommendation to you. Now, Mr. Batzel and others will wrap up. And if there's a question, I stand ready. There you are.
Thank you, Ms. Craig.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate this. So let me ask you a question. At the Planning and Development meeting, and you know I've watched it, did you testify that you could not testify as an expert as an attorney?
I never would claim to be an attorney, no, sir.
Right, but was that your testimony at the?
Mike, please.
Was that your testimony?
No, Mrs.
Yes.
Craig.
Was that your
mic.
testimony? If you don't
Put your
remember,
mic.
it's okay. Yeah.
Oh, there's a second mic, thank you. Yes, sir, I believe I did say that.
Okay, thank you. And we all agree it's RUR zoning, correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, for the sake of time, so for the record, Ms. Lynn and I have had long talks about your quasi-judicial ordinance, and I can't wait till we clean it up. And these time limits, I understand efficiency. What we're going to do for now is I'd simply direct you to the record, within our file and in the record is a traffic study from Joseph Roviaro, Director of Transportation Planning for Luke Transportation Engineering Consultants, and an environmental study from Brian Skidmore from Ardura. He's an environmental scientist and ecological services group leader. They will probably come up and give their 3 minutes during public comment if there's no objection. And because that's a clunky procedure, I would simply say, to be transparent, if they need to be cross-examined, then I'm open to that so that the intervener doesn't claim that he's been negatively impacted by the inability to cross-examine. What you just heard, I want to point out, was nothing but competent, substantial evidence that this not only makes sense, but is compatible and it's consistent. To the extent that we need to continue to clean up, and I see my time is ticking, the misconception here about what RUR, PDO, and RMU mean in the context of the history of not only Citrus County, but state land planning laws, will continue to do that during rebuttal. Thank you.
All right, next we will have the council. We have a county presentation, or do we ask questions now? Oh, the commissioners can ask questions at any time. Okay. Do you want to ask questions? And there's no time during, the timer is not on during this portion.
Get your finger off that button. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. I wanted to ask some questions about the conservation easement. Just to make sure I'm clear, I took some notes. So the POA, if approved, the POA of Pine Ridge Reserve would be the owner of that conservation easement?
Of the new, yes, sir. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The successor of my client, yes. Yes, ma'am.
And it was stated that it would be open for public use. So does that mean Pine Ridge Reserve use or all Pine Ridge use? Or if someone comes from Inverness, they can come use it? Which of those is it?
So
open
my
to?
client is open to any of the above. So the goal is for the POA to maintain the open space and the trails, but for them to be open to certainly the residents of Pine Ridge. As far as the public, I mean, we've talked about it. He's had many conversations prior to my involvement with people who are very happy with this proposal, people who are upset with it. That's been an issue that's been ongoing. His position has been that he's open to public use.
Okay, so that POA would take care of any insurances and maintenance of that easement that's not going to come back to the county at all?
No, and it would only be the POA that is basically governs the 80-unit residential subdivision that we're talking about here tonight, Pine Ridge Reserve. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I know that's part of the golf course, but since we're only looking at it on tiny maps, like, do you have an approximate, like, width of that? Like, how, I know it goes in different
Chuck,
sections, but from maybe approximately X amount to X amount?
It varies, but most of it is like 300 foot wide or more. Some cases it's like 800 feet wide, but generally it's around 300 foot wide corridors.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
yield
Is
the
that all?
floor? Yes. Commissioner Barrick?
Okay, going with the conservation easement, I can see how the public can get from Elkham to the conservation land. My question is, how are the public gonna get to the Al Miranda one? I mean, it does not, if you go down the other street, you're not gonna get there. You've gotta use the housing development to get to that land. Is that gonna be accessible to the public at all times? Or is that gonna get people upset? I look in the lower left hand, you see the circle there and a circle there. The Al Miranda, which is the other, goes up, and you'll see two plain pieces, and then you'll see the conservation lands. How will the public have access to those two if they want to bring it? Because Pine Ridge is in an equestrian area. And if it's open to the public, will they be allowed to bring their horses in there? And if so, is that going to bother people?
So right now, this is based on the PD overlay. The use of this is a golf course
That's correct.
with people playing golf. So what we're proposing is far less intense. And to answer your question about connectivity, yes, there will be connections, and Chuck can expand on the locations, but there will be connections from Elkham to both portions of the trail
But you're
system.
wanting to change the zoning from a golf course to this, so that's why I'm saying, will the people, the equestrians, be able to bring their horses onto that property?
Yes. It's not envisioned that this would be for horses specifically, but the conservation easement, which has to be approved by the county and your staff, would dictate what can and can't happen on the property. We don't envision livestock on the property. We envision people.
Okay.
Are you done? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Finnegan?
One more question. Talking about access to it, so if somebody lives far away in Pine Ridge and they do want to use these trails, you said there'd be access, but will there be parking for people to access the trails?
Would that be the club? Right, and again, Chuck Pigeon, that'll be worked out with the county engineer and planning staff at the site plan approval process as to how public does the county want this site to be? Does it want to be countywide? Then yes, bathrooms and parking we'd have to look at. There'll be parking at the internal clubhouse pavilion area inside the development. And it may be as simple as you can use the park, but you need to kind of like check in and go to the community building and park there. Use the trails all you want. You just can't park on the side of the road and walk between houses and go out.
The reason why I ask is, no, I don't honestly see this as a park for county. I don't see people coming to this, but I do see people in Pine Ridge, or maybe people from the outside, like a jogger, right? Because if I read it right, it'll be like natural trails. So I could see some people, but they may have to, drive over and they're walking it with friends or jogging together. So I'm not envisioning like it would be a park with lots of parking and things, but I would think there would be some spaces to accommodate people if they're, going to show up and get out and jog the thing.
Exactly. We feel it'd be more of a community amenity, not a county amenity. But when you open it to the public, it has to be open to the public. You can't shoo somebody out that you don't like.
So you're saying you don't have plans for any parking or whatever, the counties would have to come up with that?
Well, no.
So that's
it
what
would
I'm
be
having
at
a
the
hiccup
clubhouse
on.
facility, at the community clubhouse facility would be parking, and we want them to park there. Now,
Can you show me where there is on the map?
within the development itself, the part in yellow, kind of an orangey yellow, that is the community facility.
Like that orangey?
Where the parking, the orangey thing, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so people would come there and then access.
And then they
It
could
looks like
access the
there's
trails from there, yes.
Okay, there's a retainage side on one side, so I guess they would access in that little skinny side on the bottom right?
Yes, that's the trail next to the drainage retention area. On
Oh,
that-
even next to the drainage area, you can get by that. Okay.
Right. There's drainage retention area, there's the pavilion, clubhouse, parking facilities, and the trail, basically the trailhead.
Okay.
So if someone in the community didn't want to walk over there, they could and park there.
So I am so sorry because I'm trying to blow this up and it is not cooperating, and that is so small. So if you started at that retainage area and you went around and then it's white, and if I remember that's housing, I can't see it on here now. Can you start at one end and go the whole easement? I mean, obviously it's like, is there a way to go the whole thing
And
without
come all the way
stopping?
back to where the parking, yes.
You can make somewhat of we'll call it a circle, but it's not
The
a
circle,
circle.
it'd be like a 1 mile circle.
For the left half, what about over on the right?
Well, the right, there's trails, they would have to cross LCAM
Okay,
and again, get on the trail on the south side of LCAM.
okay. And you said that this would be in conservation into perpetuity.
Yes.
So how does that work with the overlay? So right now it's overlay golf course and you're asking for overlay 80 homes. But then how does that work legally with the conservation area?
Yeah, so the overlay right now, if we came into, if this was approved tonight and when we proceeded with permitting the next step, if anything was proposed within the area that's designated as open space, we would be denied and we wouldn't be able to move forward with those permits. So the county has control from the jump. Again, in the conversations about the long-term planning and how this is going to work out, the conservation easement came up, really not so much because of the county concerns, but because of concerns of third parties. So that would assure that permanently that this isn't, step one and step two is to come back in and change the next 50 acres from open space to single-family residential. The conservation easement would be a long-term solution.
I'll just ask our attorney to tee up when it's the county's turn about these questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
Okay, you said, now, it's an equestrian area. Okay, you're gonna get rid of the zoning.
Not everything.
Well, Pine Ridge is.
Not everything is equestrian, though. You have places for equestrian.
Well, they have the trails within a half a mile there. In other words, you go up Pine Ridge Boulevard, not even half a mile, and you've got the trails for the horses. And then they have, all in around there. That's why I'm wondering, are you gonna accommodate what is already existing in Pine Ridge? Because it was set up to have the trails for the horses.
Madam Chair?
Right, just with all due respect, Commissioner, horses and their hooves and the trails they walk on damage the ground. They also do their business.
Yes, they do.
And in conservation easements recognized by the state of Florida, Florida Fish and Wildlife,
Say they can't do that.
horses and livestock are detrimental to conservation easements. So
Okay.
that's why we would really not want to do that.
All right, so what you're saying is you're gonna be, this one section will not be equestrian friendly to any of the residents in Pine Ridge?
I don't think we'd want to have horses up and down
Yeah.
the
No,
fairway.
Yeah,
but,
this
but,
is-
but like I
this-
said, we have to slow down on Pine Ridge Boulevard. We have crossings on Pine Ridge Boulevard that say equestrian crossing. We went to a lot of trouble with the county to get the signs and get it all approved the other year. So what you're saying is this section will not be equestrian friendly to Pine Ridge residents. That's all I'm asking.
It's not an equestrian amenity. Yes, ma'am, that is what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Commissioner Davis?
As the only one that currently has access to a microphone that's actually an equestrian who's lived in Pine Ridge, there are 33 miles of equestrian trails. We have plenty of amenities for equestrians there, and I don't see them going rogue. Now, when I was a kid, I rode a horse on the Plantation Inn golf course, and I got busted. So I'm just saying it can happen.
The statute of limitations is run. You're good.
But there are entire sections of Pine Ridge that are not equestrian, but you're absolutely right, Commissioner Barrick. The trails go throughout the entire property, but they are marked trails.
This is the board's opportunity to ask questions of the applicant, please.
May I just one other, and I was just reminded, this area of Pine Ridge does not allow horses. We wanted to sell this property. We had a buyer to buy this property and have one large 220-acre horse farm, and they said no. The POA, the homeowner association, said they would not allow it and not change the rules. So we can't have horses even if you wanted them there.
Commissioner Finnegan?
The larger acre plots between the conservation, sorry, the larger several acre lots, breaking up those conservation areas, is that going to be just sold for a home?
Yes, just a single home.
Thank you.
Yeah, those are some large estate lots. They are just unique in their area and access, and so they're just large estate lots.
So if somebody's in that conservation area and can they go in front? It looks like I see a vague line. So they can go in front of the first 5 acre lot, cross that road and then go behind the other 5 acre lot and then continue on?
That's right, and that is wider than it looks from this high.
That's what
That's approximately
like
300 to 400
300 feet?
feet.
Okay,
Yeah, so
that's
I mean,
like
we've got
300.
plenty of space to accommodate both.
So if you're saying that skinny part is 300 feet, is the wide part, that's what you're referring to, Mr. Pigeon, is 800 feet, that wide part?
That area is probably about 450, 500 foot wide right there.
I'm sorry, which area?
The area you pointed to.
The skinny area?
Right, at the back end of that 5 acre lot that you're looking at, it's about 400 foot wide.
Wow, so then the large conservation area, that has to be more than 800, right? A lot more than 800. You said 300 to 800 foot wide.
Correct. They're typically, they're about 300 foot wide corridors for the golf. And some areas bulb out pretty big, depending on where you measure.
So just so we're all pointing to
Lengthwise-
the same location. He is talking about, I think, the west, so up is north. He's talking about the west side of the westernmost 5 acre lot. There are two lots that say 5 acre lot.
Oh, okay.
He's talking about the west side of that westernmost 5 acre lot, where it's wider. I see where
Not the
you're.
skinny, I'm looking at the
Right.
skinny piece in front of that 5 acre lot, like how wide would that be?
I don't know exactly, but probably about 250, 300 feet.
Okay. I guess that was my point. If that's like 300 feet, that's got to be way more than 450.
We're talking about different areas of the same lot.
That's
yeah.
where it's not making sense.
The width is pretty wide. Length,
So this little skinny, like how wide is that between this 5 acre lot and then the existing? Where you said people could run through the trail there?
do you mind if I come up there?
I
You
mean,
point to,
can you walk up here? I'm sorry. So like, how wide is this? Or like right here? How, I'm asking him this little skinny line.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Like, no, Mr. Pigeon, I don't want you to misunderstand me. Not the length here, the width here.
Okay, thank you.
Because if you
Appreciate
were
it.
saying 300, then I'm going, if that's 300, how is that 800? That doesn't make any sense.
that particular width that you just pointed out, I believe would be 80 to 100 feet.
Okay, now that
In that
makes better
range.
sense.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
And before we start, I did have one question for the applicant. I know we don't do interveners too often, but I actually get to ask questions too.
Uh-oh.
First of all, bad numbering in the conditions. There's actually 13 conditions. I don't think you were at PDC when they discussed recommending that the conservation easement be placed on the face of the plat. Did you have any concerns about that modified condition or any of the others?
We do not. We are in agreement with all recommended conditions of approval.
Okay, thank you. That was the only question I had for him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you ready for me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Obviously, you've heard a lot of this. I'm not going to try to repeat some of what they've already conditioned. Here is the aerial. I think this actually is a lot better answer to some of your questions, Commissioner Finnegan. It kind of tells you where they are and how wide they are. And I wouldn't guess how wide these are, so I'm glad he gave you numbers. But they are correct that there's two roadways, Alamandra and Cliff, that are going to be used, as well as obviously LCAM. This is a master plan. I know the applicant had a slide in there showing with a pretty colored master plan. Wasn't quite the adopted master plan, but it was generally. And you can see the golf course there that winds through, obviously a lot of residential lots around it. This is what the golf course looks like now. That's one of the restroom buildings. They are definitely deteriorating at this time. And this is one of the adjacent residences. Obviously, this is one that does not have a very significant natural buffer. Talking about that, here is the presentation the applicant provided about a natural buffer. The Land Development Code only asks for a 5-foot sodded strip, residential to residential. However, this was a golf course, so to try to address compatibility, they are proposing a 20-foot wide natural vegetation buffer. There may be some places they have to I heard them say they were going to work out with some neighbors. They might have to enhance those a little bit. There are some places they're sparse and other places they're very, very heavy. So this is the master plan proposed. You've heard a lot about this. There was a previous application over a year ago for 85 lots. This is asking for 80 lots. Then there were 4 larger lots the rest of them are 1 acre. These are 2 and 1.5 acre lots. So these are larger. Those are the 4 that are going to access those side roads of Cliff and Alamandra. The rest of them are 1 acre lots. They are proposing the same setbacks and the same impervious surface as Pine Ridge to be compatible with the surrounding area. And this is zooming into the slides. There are 13 recommended conditions. The Planning and Development Review Board in July did recommend approval with these conditions. You heard me just ask, they were okay with the conservation easement. The PDC had a lot of discussion about that because a deed restriction, as you know, we're not a party to it. They can change fairly quickly. So they were concerned about the permanency of the conservation easement, suggested it be placed on the face of the plat and recorded in perpetuity. That certainly makes it more permanent and solid and makes that conservation easement there. The Department of Public Works has some recommendations about turn lanes and whether they're warranted and access points. The applicant said they had no concerns with that. So there are the conditions, and they were all recommended for approval by the PDC. I don't need 30 minutes, sorry.
And no, you can't have her time.
Yes.
Any cross-examination?
Do you have any cross-examination?
I do. You want to go ahead?
No, be nice if you do it first.
All right. Good evening, Ms. Coutu.
Good evening.
Now the shoe's on the other foot. Did you have an opportunity to read the intervener's memorandum dated August 5th in the agenda packet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what I would like to address on cross-examination is what I believe to be the proper process that is being followed. And so, I know, not to repeat what Ms. Craig testified to earlier, but can you explain the nature of the RUR under zoning designation and the propriety of amending the current overlay in the manner that we're doing through a PUD?
Okay, I thought Ms. Craig did a really good job explaining that. It's not rural residential, it's rural residential with the plan development overlay because the master plan is the ruling factor here. And she did cite correctly the policy that explains that. It's not RUR, that master plan is really the rule here.
Okay. And concerning the RMU, future land use designation, and what the intervener's position, of course, is that the RMU criteria apply strictly and cannot be deviated from, but in fact, as policy 17.3.21 discusses, pre-DRI and DRI master plans are treated differently. Can you address that as well?
Yeah, that policy is very clear. There were a lot of places in effect already when we adopted RMU. RMU, although it says residential in the name, doesn't have to be residential. It really just means there's a master plan in place. In this case, the Pine Ridge master plan is in place, and it was there before we even contemplated RMU.
Okay, great. So do you have, as we sit here, do you have any concerns about the procedural, the way that we are going about this amendment procedurally?
No, I don't. The state has pushed DRIs and pre-DRIs like this to the county. It is through the plan development process or the Atlas Amendment process in this case that we would go through.
Okay. If you remember, we discussed the Bliver. That was, there was a Bliver dated January 7th of 2011. It's referenced on the intervener's PowerPoint. I am interested in hearing the presentation because I find it interesting. Are you familiar with that Bliver generally?
Yeah, I hate that name, but yeah, they don't do those anymore, but those binding letters, yes, I've reviewed all of those that I could find for Pine Ridge.
And I actually misspoke. It wasn't a Bliver. It was a binding letter of modification of January 7th, 2011. May I show it to you?
Sure. A blim versus a bliver. I know. Yeah. Thank goodness we don't use those anymore.
So I'm interested in hearing why this is the case, but do you recognize this as being pasted into the intervener's presentation, which is in the agenda packet?
I know it was referenced. I think it was in there, yes.
And you'll see, well, I will represent that paragraphs 1 through 6 of that document, which is the first couple of pages, are included. Ironically, the rest is omitted, not included. Particularly paragraph 7, immediately following the last paragraph that the intervener included in his presentation, provides for the criteria that would make a modification substantial from the standpoint of the state and the then current section or chapter 380, which, please, I'm asking you to confirm, would be an increase in the number of units by 10% or more, or in vehicle trips generated by 15% or more. Is that right?
Those were the old DRI rules to determine if it was substantial or not. Yeah, they're just quoting it word for word. Those aren't in the statutes anymore.
Right, and yeah, so now, of course, all those statutes are gone, and at the end of the day, sometimes the legislature actually gives local authority back to local government. And in 2018 and the years leading up to 2018, they did that by redirecting that authority back to cities in Citrus County to modify its own pre-DRIs or DRIs through their own comp plan and land development code, which we do through the PUD process. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do you want this back? Or?
Sure, thank you.
Would you like to cross-examine?
For the record, once again, Michael Weiner. Ms. Couteau, are you going to be pushing the buttons so I can go through my?
Okay, I thought this was cross-examined of me.
After hearing what I've heard, you've already made my case, so
Okay.
I don't need to cross-examine you further.
All right, we'll get your slideshow going.
Is the county done?
I'm finished unless you have any questions for me.
Are they finished with their is the county finished with their presentation?
I don't know if the commissioner has questions
Commissioners,
for
do
me.
you have any questions for Ms. Coutu? No? Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Are we on to my presentation?
We are on to you.
How many minutes do I have as a result of giving?
What did we do?
And I don't want to use up my
33?
minutes.
33.
Asking about my minutes.
33 minutes.
43 minutes.
No, 33.
30.
Nice try.
You know, those people from South Florida. We've been accepted as an intervener, so you can skip my first 3 slides and you can go to my 4th slide if you'd be so kind. So what have we heard here tonight? We've heard that the testimony from their expert witness is that this was adopted as a DRI, okay? It is a DRI. We've heard that I didn't quote a paragraph that is no longer law. That's true, because what happened, and this story will unfold, this has come back to you. They've made my case. It's now back in your hands. It is to be considered. You are to consider it as quasi-judges, because your decision rests on following the proper procedures under the rule of law. Your code and your comprehensive plan count. The application must be measured on the standard of whether it meets all, not some of the code criteria, on whether it meets all, not some of the policies and objectives and goals of your comprehensive plan. Pretty pictures and general reassurances do not meet this standard. When you see 25-foot trees in the pictures that are presented, when was the last time on a new project a 25-foot tree was planted immediately in front of a house? So are those pictures 5 years from now, 10 years from now? They're not the day after the house is open to the public. So pretty pictures don't work. In order to do the analysis, we first must determine what is being requested and procedures by which it may be granted. Unfortunately, there still is no clarity. You've heard the testimony. My client and the applicant agree as to certain aspects concerning the history of Pine Ridge. It was adopted in 1971, and their expert said it is a DRI, not a master plan or an overlay. All these words get conflated. Everybody said, all the experts agreed, it's a DRI. We agree the DRI was modified pursuant to Florida State Statute 3801.06. You heard about that particular statute a couple of times when there were questions asked, but it's not in Ms. Coutu's report, and it's not in the presentation by the applicant. These modifications were completed under a procedure that required review and clearance by the Department of Community Affairs for the state of Florida, but that, and we all agree, that situation is over after 2/18. Effective April 9, 2018, the statutory provisions of Chapter 380 Florida statutes were amended to eliminate the criteria, which wasn't in my letter because it's eliminated, and the Department of Community Affairs does not look at this anymore. What you do is you work under 380.067. Since this is the first time you've reviewed Pine Ridge, a pre-existing DRI, under the new system, you have to craft a new procedure. You haven't done this before. There's nothing you can whip up unless you look at all of your codes and all of your comprehensive plan. We got to look at 380.067. Notwithstanding any other provision to the contrary in a development order or agreement or local order, any proposed change to a previously approved development of regional impact, which this is, shall be reviewed by the city, by the local government based on the standards and procedures in its adopted local comprehensive plan, adopted local development regulations, and then says including but not limited to public notice. So it wants you to do all of them, not some of them. That is the procedure. Clearly, the statute requires you to review a proposed change by all standards, all procedures. The state statutes do caution that you cannot decrease the rights under a previously adopted DRI. But my client is not here to ask you to decrease anything. They just want the status quo. So we're not robbing anybody of any rights. We're just asking that it remains the same. Again, this is the first time it's been attempted. Where's my slide 4? Okay. I don't have the numbers. You go to the next slide because we know, yes, here it is. We know that this is the third time you've seen it. That other slide addressed the fact that you've seen it for 3 times. And in fact, there was a Land Use Dispute Advisory Act filing, which was withdrawn in November of 2024. I don't know why, maybe because your first ruling saying that this was not an appropriate procedure was debated, but they couldn't find a way to debate it, at least in that context. Don't forget, the only thing they're really asking for is that's different than your other 5-0 ruling, is that they've decreased the number of lots by 5. That's about less than 6%. It's surprising that the applicant continues to do these things incorrectly. As you know, in January 2024, 2022, this board denied an application substantially similar. Then the applicant filed this appeal, and the appeal was under the Dispute Resolution Act, which I talked about. So now we're reviewing it for a third time. And this is, I'm sorry I don't have my slide numbers there. This is the slide associated with this. Because they just made some minor adjustment in plans and made no adjustment as to procedures under the project, the outcome must be the same as before. Let's start with the designation of the zoning category. A GSI map, which was prepared by Susan O'Connell, this is actually in their own reports, says this is RUR/PUD. This is not the present designation. We saw their own maps in yellow, and their own maps in yellow said RUR. So how is it that we have a zoning map in RUR, an atlas map in RUR/PUD? There is no consistency between the two. Well, some of this inconsistency goes to the simple fact that in the application that Ms. Couteau reviewed, she refers to this as RUR/PDO. And if you look at the right side, you'll see Ms. Couteau's application. So now we got 3 designations for this property: RUR, RUPD, RUPDO. We haven't gotten it right yet. And in fact, if you take a look at the application from Mr. Pigeon, he refers to it, also on the right-hand side, amend PD to flexibility in some design standards. So we got a 4th one. We don't have a starting point yet. You can't change a DRI. Don't forget, we haven't seen the DRI map. We've only seen some 3 other maps. We haven't seen the DRI. You're changing a DRI, and we don't even have a good basis for what the property is under your code. We're not ready to have a procedure for changing a DRI. Slide 7, please. So as I say, here is your zoning map, RUR, no slashes. Next slide. And here is your land use map. So we are in agreement on the land use map. We are in agreement that it's RMU. So we can do this particular slide quickly. Let's go to slide 9, please. Now, the applicant's request, though, right now, you are going to be evaluating an ordinance that says you want to change the atlas map, you want to change the master plan, you want to change a plan development overlay. Didn't mention you want to change a DRI, even though the state statute, when it delegated back to you, and the cross-examination between Ms. Couteau and Mr. Bartel said that that's something that they want to do. That is that they want to change an atlas map and a master plan. They didn't discuss the DRI. They haven't discussed the DRI. They want to conflate that the DRI is somehow or another a master plan or a plan development overlay or something else. It's not. It's the map that you've been seeing in black and white, not the colored one. And Mr. Pigeon, because evidently there was confusion at the beginning of this, only asked to amend a PD. You can see that. And Ms. Couteau was requesting to amend the Land Development Code Atlas Map and the Pine Ridge Unit 3 Master Plan, never amending a DRI. That's critical for you. 38006-7 says, yes, we're sending DRIs back to you. And we're sending them back to you so that you review them under every single provision of your comprehensive plan and every single provision of your code. Now, this is the first time. I leave it to you, and we can't do it here because there's been no testimony. I'm the one who keeps on harping on 380. They only brought it up tangentially. They didn't say that they're doing what 380 requires them to do. That's because they want to mask this with a different name, and they don't want to call it what it really is. What Ms. Craig said has been modified 4 times and now is back to us. We agree. It's been modified by the state because it was a DRI for 50 years, and now it's back to us, still to be modified as a DRI. Can we go to the next slide, please? So let's summarize. The applicant requested to amend a PD, or a plan development, which is a designation never mentioned in your code. There is no PD category. They want to amend something that does not exist. The staff analyzed the application for a change in an atlas map, and that doesn't fit with the zoning designation. They never asked for a change in a DRI. The local zoning code has no designation for a zoning category that matches any of these. Yes, I know it's been the tradition around here to say that a PUD actually affects zoning, but that's just tradition. And it isn't tradition that's been applied to a DRI that was under state authority and got sent back to you. So we can't make that leap. There is no ordinance. Notice the number of ordinances I've mentioned. There is no ordinance that says you can top a zoning designation by passing a PUD. So slide number 11, please. So we've all talked about a plat, but the plat isn't here before you tonight. All the conversation about the plat, you didn't amend it. It's going to happen at some future time. It's not being looked at right now. Even though 38007A says, look at everything when you amend a DRI. It doesn't give you the privilege of doing it later. Could we do the next one, please? Finally, this is the real DRI. Not the pretty pictures. Look, you are erasing all that crosshatching. You've got to amend that. That crosshatching is not erased anywhere. Look at the legend. That legend says there's community properties, community services and parks. They're 2 different categories, if I've got that right. Community facilities. You're going to have to do a substantial amount of, they say, oh, it's only 3%, it's only 2%. Of the categories they select, it's a huge part of that map. And you don't even want to call it a DRI tonight. Even though it's been called by the state that, and even though the state said, this is what I'm delegating back to you. We might go to the next slide, please. So once again, here's the real master plan. And Mr. Pigeon was straightforward. He said, well, no, notice it's their interpretation. Well, there's enough colors on there that maybe they've masked how much has to really change. But when you understand it's a master plan and that we are amending a DRI, you know the difference. Next slide, please. Okay. So the approach they have is really resulted in a rather truncated review of this. First of all, the comprehensive plan, as reviewed by Ms. Couteau, has just 3 goals in it. And Ms. Coteau missed goal number 2. That says the county specifically will consider citizens' input. If you could go to the next slide, please. Those are yours, Ms. Coteau. This is one you didn't read until right now. Number 2 says you have to consider citizen input. That hasn't happened yet. It also has 2.1.6, which says the county will 2.2, which says the county shall provide adequate open space. I'm sorry, I'm reading this backwards. Open space areas are preserved to satisfy population growth. That hasn't been reviewed by Ms. Coteau. It's in your comprehensive plan. We can't start reviewing it now. It was just missed. So here are 4 items of comprehensive plan you haven't considered. And that's because we just called it a master plan. We didn't call it the DRI. We didn't look at everything. If we could go further. Next. All right, this has been hotly debated. And if you take a look at this, the whole idea behind this, and this was Ms. Craig's point, and don't forget this is relative to our DRI, the whole point is that it is the intent of the section to apply RMU standards only to new projects with the RMU land use. The density intensity standards set forth above only apply to new areas of proposed RMU and shall not be applied to DRIs. Critical that they miss that. It means it's a plain English language sentence. It says shall not be applied to DRIs. It was convenient not to call it a DRI. Maybe they could get rid of that sentence, but it is a DRI. And so RMU is not a factor here tonight. The Pine Ridge community is protected because of that. It later on goes on to say the development of such projects shall be governed by standards and conditions in the approved plan of development. The DRI is the approved plan of development. It's an overarching control on this. And they just want to cast it aside by calling it all sorts of different names and not even getting it right in their own applications or in their own presentations. We could go into the next one. Where am I on my time? I've got 16 minutes. Okay. So this was part of the last change to the DRI, the one they criticized the letter for not including what's no longer law. And you'll notice, the last time around, they actually got rid of a little bit of land in the DRI. You could do that if you do it under the right circumstances with the right procedures. You're allowed to modify DRIs. We just haven't done it under the right procedures. Well, this one is not under the right procedures. And you'll notice they actually brought down the number of units by about 58. And notice 0 when it came to parks. What's this application? I want to bump up the density and I want to bring down the recreation. If we could go to the next slide, please. Here's their own chart. Now, it's interesting because even though they say, we're vested, they want to go 22 above what they're vested as, if you'll notice the numbers. So they want to go plus 80, which gets them over the 38,083. And they're actually 22 units above it. So vesting doesn't even protect them all the way tonight under the old DRI. It gets them to about 56, but it doesn't get them to 80. And that's by their own map. And notice for all the percentages that we're talking about, the percentage that goes down the greatest by 6.81% is the open space community facilities. That will go down tonight by more than 6%. If we could go to the next slide, please. So 17.321 protects Pine Ridge as it is, and it should remain as it is unless you modify the DRI as instructed by the state, which requires you to look at all your codes and all your comprehensive plan. They haven't shown the correct procedure. Let me finish up by talking to you about some of the other things that have just been missed. So you have a section 8100 called concurrency. That's the actual title of it. It's Chapter 8. 8100A, the regulations set forth herein shall apply to all lands and waters within the unincorporated areas of Citrus County. No final development order or final development permit shall be issued unless in accordance with provision of this chapter. I'm the first one to mention 8,100. I'm the first one to talk about Chapter 8. How can we make a concurrency finding when we haven't even mentioned our own ordinance? 8100C. This chapter will prevail and supersede any other Citrus County ordinances. I'm the first one to mention it. Section 8300D, concurrency considerations relating to developments of regional impact must be reviewed in accordance with Florida State Chapter 380. I'm the only one reviewing it. Nobody else. Now, they're going to stand up and maybe they're going to have a time for rebuttal. And it's too late in rebuttal. Whatever it is, if there's a plain English sentence that says concurrency considerations relating to developments of regional impacts must be reviewed in accordance with Florida State Chapter 380, and they didn't do it, and Ms. Couteau didn't do it, then you can't do it in rebuttal. There's more. Section 4003A gives the submittal requirements for PUDs, and it says that it has to have proposed physical improvements, including existing and proposed buildings. Have you seen the houses? It's like the trees. You don't know what houses. You got pretty pictures, but the houses aren't on the lots. You don't really know what's going on the lots. It's for the future. You're amending a DRI that's been around for 50 years. You're supposed to do it by looking at everything. You can't just leave this, especially when your own code on supposedly the system of PUDs, they're supposed to somehow modify a master plan. The PUD says that you're supposed to draw in proposed physical improvements. Section 3530 requires 3 copies of professionally prepared biological survey to document the presence of affected wildlife and native plant communities. We've got the same survey for this project that we had when we reviewed it almost 2 years ago. It doesn't meet the requirements of Section 3560. I'm the first one to bring up 3560. Can't do it again. And if it hasn't been reviewed by now, then they don't meet the requirements of modifying a DRI. They have to do everything. Section 6050 states that all new development shall be designed such that post-development stormwater runoff shall be equal to or less than pre-development runoff. We still don't have a number on pre-development runoff. Can't make the calculation, can't meet 6050. First person to bring it up. Chapter 11 on platting requirements. It's going to be put off to the future. You can't put it off to the future if you're amending a DRI. Turn to the comprehensive plan. I already pointed out that the one on parks has not been reviewed in full. So you have not done a complete review of your policies and objectives on parks. But also, Objective 3.9 says that the county shall implement measures to identify and protect ecological communities, threatened wildlife. And it'll show you how little has been examined about parks. They said the parks haven't been mowed. The parks that are there that are part of Pine Ridge, and I'm sure the people will talk about it, those are parks that are untouched. There are for natural wooded area. They are for protecting the wildlife. Of course they're not mowed. And you have a policy that says that those are the kinds of parks you want to maintain and keep. So if you're not carrying out a policy, it's because you haven't done a thorough review, and it's because you're not amending your DRI correctly. You didn't even look at 3.9. 3.95 says that habitat mitigation criteria shall be designed to provide net positive improvements. No testimony about making the tortoises better off. Just missed. Nobody mentions it. Not until 8 minutes left in the presentation by the opposing parties. 3.99 says the county will continue to encourage private landowners to use the best available management practices. Well, that goes for everybody, but we are using the best practices because we're the ones who are preserving habitat. Policy 17.1 states the county shall have detailed provisions to implement the comprehensive plan, including at a minimum tree protection, protection of environmentally sensitive lands. None of them has been reviewed. In a system where the state dictates to you, look at all your code and look at all your comprehensive plan. Not mentioning these things are fatal to the process that's been initiated. If someone wants to come back and do it right, they can come back and do it right. But it would make a difference to your decision tonight if you knew where the homes were, if you knew if the 24-foot trees were going to show up and when, if you knew that you were carrying out what was environmentally sensitive concepts, policies, and objectives under your comprehensive plan. If you knew all of that, it would make a difference. I got about 6 minutes left. Could we go on from, oh, yeah, no, that will do. So, I have mine over here. Boy, I could have given a better speech if I'd realized I was on this screen. Read B. No changes of any nature shall be made on the land use atlas map, which is one they want to do, or any matter shown thereon, except in conformity with the procedures set out in this code and in applicable state law. So even if somehow or another, even though they can't point to anything that atlas maps are equal to DRIs, even if they could, they still have to comply with applicable state law. They still haven't mentioned 380.067 until I explained it to you. Could we go on to the next one? There's 387. You will see any proposed change to a previously approved development of regional impact shall be reviewed by the local government based on standards and procedures in their adopted comprehensive plan and adopted local land development regulations. Plain English sentence. So if you miss half a dozen comprehensive plan policies, you miss half a dozen code provisions, you are not doing what that requires you to do. Could we go on? Then, if you take a look, let me find the sentence, please. Approval of or denial of a PUD, again, even if a PUD could possibly do this, is deemed to be a quasi-judicial action of the Board of County Commissioners, and an applicant for a PUD shall have no right in the application hereunder beyond the right to have the county commissioners consider same. Pretty plain English sentence. Let's go on one more. Now, all brings us back, and we can tie it up with RUR. Got 4 minutes. The category allows for residential use at a maximum density of 1.0 units per 10 acres. Single-family residential may be permitted at a density not to exceed 1 unit per 5 acres when having at least 50% open space. So maybe they met that, maybe, all right? That still means they have to have 1 unit for 5 acres. Let's make the math easy. Let's say they have 240 acres. They got 221. What's 80 into 240? It's 1 unit per 3 acres. Now, what everybody is trying to tell you is that somehow you can take a plain English sentence, shall not exceed, and it even goes on to say, provided additional standards are in PUD. You can't take PUD and make 1 unit to 5 acres down to 1 unit to 3 acres. You can't do it. You can't rip up your code. Oh, I have PUDs. And even though in my PUD it says I can't be less than 1 unit per 5 acres, I can take the same ordinance, rip it up, get down to 1 unit per 3. PUD covers it all, makes it nice and neat. And even though I'm doing it for a DRI under state law, I can just rip up the code. Makes no sense. And the only way they've gotten this far is call it a master plan or an atlas map. And no one's been consistent about it. The applicant didn't ask for that. Ms. Couteau, to her credit, I'm sure she's got a lot on her desk, decided that it was something else, a PDO. Then all of a sudden it has to come together in an order, so they find somehow that they can call it 3 names and not call it the one name that it really is, even though their own witness, expert witness said, yep, it's a DRI. It was done pre-DRI, and then it got into the system, and then it got modified 4 times. The only reason we're back here is they quit modifying DRIs at the state level, and they sent it back to you to do a good job. And they sent it back to you, and they said, do a good job by looking at everything. Even if you had, in the past, done some things where you said, you know what, it's just a good idea. I sort of like this. You know, it's a state homes, it's pretty. Even though you did that for that particular project, the state is telling you that is not what you should be doing here. They don't want just pretty pictures. They don't want some, I don't know if it's even a promise of 25-foot trees at some point in the future. They want you to see what's happening with the environmental. They want you to see it not only in terms of an environmental report, but compare it to what's required in your comprehensive plan. Now, if, in fact, the applicant had said, you know what, I know about these. I'm going to show you how each and every one of these are right. That's one thing. If they try to show it to you now, really, 3rd try, this late, they're not supposed to put in new evidence anyways. We're done putting in new evidence. You can't make a decision based on a couple of minutes of expert testimony at this point in the game. Maybe they left it to the very end so that we wouldn't have a chance to cross-examine them on whatever it is that they're going to present to you in the 3 minutes that we're going to hear as part of public information. That's not substantial, competent evidence. 29 seconds. 7403.06 is the state requirement for conservation easements. They haven't met them. They don't understand them. They do have to be, in fact, done to the standards of saving the natural habitat, which they criticize Pine Ridge for saving. They can't be a preservation easement. Now, I get passionate about these things, especially when I'm quite honestly, nobody's gotten close to what it takes to amend a DRI. Thank you very much for your time.
Cross-exam? No? Do they? No?
I mean, you can ask if Rob wants to cross-examine him, but I think that was mostly legal argument.
Because I led this evening by asking everyone to be professional, I'm going to forego cross-examination. Thank you.
Does the county have any cross-examination?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Madam Chair, as you begin to open to the public, I have been told that some of the...
I'm sorry, ma'am. For the intervener, does the board not have the opportunity to ask him questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Want me back?
Sure. Questions for, I was trying to follow along with the numbers. I might have got a little lost at times, but a couple of things. You were talking about the DRI and that they're not doing this correctly.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner, but individuals, we can hear everything, and it's really hard to hear the commissioner's questions. If you could keep it down, please.
Where I got tripped up is you were saying they can only have 1 unit per 5 acres. If you did the math, 1 unit per 3 acres. But when I look at the map of Pine Ridge, everything that the applicant doesn't own that surrounds it, it is 1 unit per 1 acre.
Goes back to what was explained by Ms. Craig. I guess she was here for these things. So in 71, there was no zoning. A lot of the plat got recorded. A lot of 1 acre lots got out there. They are grandfathered in. They are non-conforming. Now, you might say to yourself, well, okay, so they're non-conforming. So shouldn't everybody else be there now? No. You then, and Ms. Craig testified to it, you then went through a great deal of difficulty with the state. And it was a compromise. I mean, you were really invaded by the state for a while. And when they did, they gave you this, there was this compromise of this overlay. And the state wanted it a certain way. And you passed some zoning regulations a certain way. People who develop later, when they buy their land, have to understand that it's not 1971 anymore. They buy it with those things that are in place now. And let's say for a moment you wanted to, okay, well, you know what? I want to just do it like 1971. Then that's the whole point. You have to do it for all of Pine Ridge. If you noticed how big that section was that you're going to erase the community facilities for, when you put in this little dot, and it is a dot, I think it's 23,000 acres, that's Pine Ridge. I don't want to, I'm pretty sure my memory is correct. So when you put in this little dot, you have to think about how it affects all the other lands. So the short answer is, what's gone is gone, it happened. You have a new system. If you don't like the system, you've got to make a much more in-depth decision than you did with respect to the information brought to you tonight.
Thank you.
All right.
So I have a question, or a statement rather, maybe. So you argued the difference between a DRI and a PUD. And if I'm not mistaken, I think you're saying it's a DRI.
Mm-hmm.
So in Florida, the amendments to the DRIs, development orders are now handled by local governments rather than state or regional agencies since the 218 law change. And it says that local governments will follow their own established development review procedures to adopt these amendments, and that the state is no longer involved in those. Is that correct?
Well, no, we have to look at the exact language. It says, the exact language says, you have to follow the procedures of your comprehensive plan and the procedures
That's my
of your
point.
code.
That's what I said. It's saying
You have
that
to
the local
follow all of
government.
them. As long as, no backsliding, no, it's, the state delegated to me the opportunity to amend my DRIs, but I don't have to really look at my ordinances. That's not what it says.
Well, it says as of April 9th of 218, the state no longer reviews changes or amendments to existing DRI development orders. Local government responsibility, local governments which originally approved the DRI development order are now responsible for reviewing and approving any amendments to it. And that the local procedures.
Commissioner Bays, are you reading the ordinance or are you reading an interpretation of the ordinance?
I'm reading
the
probably what's
statute.
an interpretation, but it's that when I go to the Citrus County, where it says the permanent reassignment of development right process. and I need clarification too, so
Okay.
that's why I'm asking. So in here, it says that if you're doing development rights, if there's multiple lots of record or other purpose, anyway, it goes into a lot of stuff here, but it says if the property owner wants to combine I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one, hold on.
Yeah, it's okay.
Hold on.
Take your
Upon
time.
completion of the DVER process, and then you got your water resources, you have to meet all the concurrency.
Mm-hmm.
It says a property owner may be eligible for a reassignment of development rights provided the following conditions are met: that the applicant will not be developing the properties individually, the subject properties share common boundaries, the subject properties are under the same ownership, and there is only one residential unit on the subject properties.
Well, that's not true. I mean, those are not our facts, so I don't know what it is. So we certainly, they didn't meet that standard. The elements that you read do not describe what the golf course is presently. So.
This is the permanent reassignment of development rights, which is what you talked about earlier.
The permit development, you have me at a disadvantage because I don't know what it is that you're reading. There are no permit development rights to reassign. There is no outstanding permit right now, okay?
I'm just taking back what you said. That's that I
No,
wrote notes.
I don't
and
think I used the words
you
permit
brought
development
up
rights.
pre-DRI vested rights.
Yes,
And
right.
development rights.
So what's vested is your white map. They are even asking for 22 units more than what is on that white map. So they are certainly not asking for just vested development rights. And the vesting is for the total map. So Pine Ridge is vested as much for their community facilities and park as anybody else is vested for the additional 56 units left. That sentence does not mean that you get to skip, for example, Chapter 8 or 8100 on determining concurrency. That chapter doesn't say you get to skip 4 or 5 other elements in your comprehensive plan and not even review them. That, what you've read, doesn't say that you can skip everything that you've skipped tonight. Not at all.
Okay.
And it's not part of the statute. The statutory language is quite clear. So if the state is writing regulations on how to apply this, first of all, there isn't one house on the golf course. That isn't what this is about. And the other elements don't seem to fit. So I think you might be going down a rabbit hole of looking at what the state has decided to interpret through administrative regulations, but they don't fit what's occurring tonight. If I may, I hope I wasn't too over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
I just wanted to let the public know that we have not only speakers throughout the back room, we even have them in the bathroom. They are one way, there's no microphone, but just know that we don't mean disrespect, nor are we not hearing you in the back. That's it.
Are y'all good for open to the public now? All right.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Sorry. I had heard that some of the individuals intend to speak in sequence. So if you wanted to just let them know that if they are going to line up in sequence, now's the time to do it.
Are you all good with that? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan.
May I ask when they come up, obviously they're going to state if they've been sworn in or not. I'm interested if they live in Pine Ridge or not, like what the interest is. May we also, may we ask them?
Yes.
So I know that you all will state like your street, but if you could say, I live in Pine Ridge or I live outside of Pine Ridge, we understand that some people might be here that live outside with some interest, but I'm just curious.
Were the overflow rooms sworn in?
Yes, they should have been. I asked everyone to stand and raise their hand, and I mentioned the
We had staff
overflow
in the
rooms.
rooms?
Ma'am?
Did we have staff to witness that? Just asking.
I think we're going to have to take folks at their word.
Okay.
please come forward. And just as you come up, make sure that you filled out your green card. You will have 3 minutes. State your name and your address and tell us if you live in Pine Ridge.
Okay. My name is Kevin Allen. I live at 4412 North Deckwood Drive in the Pine Ridge. I've been sworn at. I am a resident. I am here to represent Pine Ridge United. Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff, and public. I and others here today are a voice for an unrepresented faction that strongly supports the DIX Pine Ridge Reserve development on the defunct golf course within our community. Tonight, we want to challenge the narrative that has dominated discussions about Pine Ridge. Are we truly hearing every voice in the Pine Ridge community? The recent Pine Ridge POA board elections left Pine Ridge United without representation, ensuring that only one perspective, the opposition to development, controls the conversation. Make no mistake, we are here, we are many, and our voices are asking to be heard. For 2 years, the Pine Ridge Property Owners Association and the Save the Golf Course Property Committee have had the time and the resources to organize, advocate, and secure their positions. They are well established in their fight to keep the golf course as it is. Meanwhile, Pine Ridge United remains self-supported and without representation under this leadership. And yet here we stand with fellow residents who believe in a revitalized Pine Ridge, one that transforms a defunct golf course owned by James Dix, DIX Development, into 80 beautiful 1-acre single-family estate homes. The truth is simple. While those opposing development have spoken loudly, they do not represent the entire community of Pine Ridge. Consider this, 197 homes border the golf course, account for only 4.3% of our total properties. In our recent board election, only 24.6% of property owners even voted. The majority of these votes were split between 3 candidates in a 2-seat race, subsequently discounting all of our 3 candidates. Can we truly say the majority supports blocking this development? We urge the BOCC to recognize this imbalance and understand that Pine Ridge United represents a substantial portion of our community, residents who see progress instead of stagnation. The testimonies you'll hear tonight will highlight the benefits of allowing DIX to develop this land, bringing new life and opportunity to Pine Ridge. This is a moment to shape our future, a chance to listen to the voices that have been overlooked. We believe we can build something better together by inviting Pine Ridge Reserve into Pine Ridge Estates. We thank you for your thoughtful consideration of our position.
Thank you. Next, please.
I will be giving you documents that I'd like to, you want me to go through her? Would you like to have them? I have a set of documents.
Through the clerk, please.
I have documents that will prove what I'm about to say as a long-term, and no, this is ahead of what I want to get started from my speech. Okay, so that you're aware that my wife is going to follow, and I'd like my 3 minutes, please.
Your time's going, Mr. Schwartz, so I would.
Well, that's very unfair, but okay. Stephen Schwartz, 2568 West Mesa Verde Drive, Pine Ridge, and yes, I was sworn in with Pine Ridge United. Commissioners, now is the time to move forward and put an end to the failed golf course since Deltona reorganized and Pine Ridge Estates became an HOA. You can't please everyone, so your decision should be based on facts and what is the best interest of all parties. Pine Ridge is an equestrian state. There is a divide in Pine Ridge because of false information being spread and a lack of integrity. 2 board members and a Save the Golf Course Committee chair live on the golf course. Although you have no jurisdiction over the HOA, you should be aware that the board is in violation of state statute 720-31.6 by using community money without the vote of the membership. Exhibit 1. With the history of Pine Ridge, you and the Pine Ridge members that oppose the proposal will have an understanding as to what created the controversy surrounding the golf course. The golf course was part of Deltona's master plan for Pine Ridge when I purchased my property. Deltona owned Pine Ridge and 9 other communities in the master plan as shown on my map. On the back of the map is a description of Pine Ridge Estates, Exhibit 2. As an owner in one community, I could use the facilities of the other 9. It states, as a Pine Ridge resident, you can enjoy golfing at Citrus Springs, another Deltona community only 9 miles away. Here, a challenging 18-hole course and country club nestled among the native pines. When Deltona reorganized, Pine Ridge became an HOA. I lost the use of 9 communities. The golf course was offered for sale to the POA. They didn't accept it. At least 8 entrepreneurs have attempted to make the golf course profitable prior to it being sold to Shante, who wanted to build townhomes. Before Shante bought the golf course, again it was offered to them. They said no. Shante sold the Funk golf course to Dick's. Exhibit 3 is the public offering of the Deltona Master Plan of 1974. On page 4, paragraph 3 highlighted, it describes 10 parks, a bike trail, and a golf course. Exhibit 4A and B are copies of the parks from the Pine Ridge HOA files showing the parks' locations. Some of the parks 10+ acres for a total of 62 acres.
Thank you.
All right, and to continue, Betsy Schwartz, 2568 West Mesa Verde Drive, Pine Ridge. Hello, commissioners. At an HOA meeting, my husband had read several questions and handed it to the board member for a response, which is your Exhibit 5. 2 of the questions, 2 and 3, asked about the parks being built before any improvements to the golf course, if they were to retain it. Exhibit 6 is a response to his letter where the board president stated that the Pine Ridge HOA has no plans for park land development. The president further stated if there are any documents mandating us to do so, I ask that you produce them.
Oh, well, that's helpful, isn't it? Could you hear me anyway?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this map was shown to Ron Walser, Save the Golf Course Committee, and Exhibit 3 was supplied to him in November 2023. The president further states that the status of your deeds best answered by the county appraiser. My husband was verbally told that his deed's not enforceable since the contract was with Deltona, which had since bankrupted. The parks that are still in Pine Ridge Estates master plan, so there's plenty of recreational space within our community. The golf course was removed from the plan when it was sold and Pine Ridge became an HOA. We've never owned it. So shouldn't that overlay have been removed from the county master plan when it became privately owned, especially after the taxes were reduced because the golf course became defunct? Well, we feel that all parties still win by you approving this proposal. The homeowners will have an open wildlife preserve with added trees that will encourage additional wildlife. The property values will go up depending on the market value of the homes, which are like and similar. And they lose the stigma of living on a defunct golf course. The county wins because the defunct golf course, which had lower property taxes, will now raise and be brought into the county budget. And they'll receive impact fees from the new homes. Mr. Dix wins by you approving this proposal as well. So our hope is that those who are opposed to this will have listened to the facts and realize that this proposal will benefit everyone, including the 197 who live on the golf course. Hopefully, those opposed will realize they don't even have to speak this evening. So for a win-win scenario, we hope that you'll approve this proposal, put an end to anything else being built on the golf course. Thank you for listening and realize that I am part of Pine Ridge United, but all of Pine Ridge, which you heard, is not fully united, and we have not hired this person that they're bringing forth.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Name, address, and if you've been sworn in, please.
Hello, my name's Edward Larson. I live at 6154 West Pine Ridge Boulevard. I do live in Pine Ridge. I know I look casual right now, but I own one of the oldest, largest, and I think the most beautiful lot in all of Pine Ridge.
Did you swear in?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
I forget his name, but he said he was going to attempt to make things simple with his first sentence. I don't think any of you did well. I'm going to try to make it very simple. I mean, this is America. This is a majority rules democracy. How many times did an overwhelming, vast majority of us have to say no to the same thing? I mean, I'm profoundly colorblind, but I do see the difference between green and black. And I know who has the majority here. I talk to my neighbors. I know what we feel. Nothing's changed. We don't feel differently, yet we keep getting drugged to the table over and over again. Why? We've said no. Does that not matter? We live in a world, we think we have the best system where an election can be won in a tenth of a percentage of a point. We have the overwhelming vast majority of the people that are going to be affected. I don't mean the elite few that will be affected financially. I mean the people that live around this proposed project. The people that are going to be affected have said no. Not once, not twice, how many times? No. I mean,
Address me, please.
He's a sore loser.
To me, please.
That's it. I implore that when you do make your decision, please keep that in mind. Overwhelming vast majority. I hope that still matters here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Ellen Barnes. I live at 4801 North Mojave Terrace, Pine Ridge. Yes, I've been sworn in. Good evening, commissioners, staff, and public. I come before you as a resident and a member of Pine Ridge United, committed to both unity and progress. Tonight, you have the opportunity to do something powerful, not just to approve an overlay, but to end a cycle of division that has gone on far too long. For years, the defunct golf course has been a source of conflict and confusion. It has never belonged to the Pine Ridge POA. It is privately owned. And yet, we watch neighbor turn against neighbor and legal fees mount over land we don't control. The proposal before you is not a zoning change. It is an overlay that allows for 80 one-acre homes and a nature buffer protected in perpetuity. That buffer will never be developed. It will remain a sanctuary for wildlife, a haven for bird watchers, and a living tribute to the natural beauty that defines Pine Ridge. These are not speculative promises. They are binding commitments, and they offer something we haven't had in years, resolution. If you approve this, the conflict ends. There will be no return to this room next year. No more lawsuits, no more rallies, no more neighbor versus neighbor tension. We welcome 80 new families, the restoration of harmony, and a shift of our energy toward building a stronger, more united Pine Ridge. Let's talk about property values. These are estate homes, well-designed, thoughtfully placed, and priced to elevate the entire area. Real estate experts will tell you when high-value homes are added to a neighborhood, surrounding properties benefit. This isn't theory, it's fact. And with the nature buffer in place, we preserve the rural charm that makes Pine Ridge special. I understand the weight of your decision, but I ask you to consider not just the land, but the people. We are tired, we are ready, and we are asking for closure. Approve this, and you give Pine Ridge the gift of peace. You end the saga, you protect the environment, you strengthen property values, and you ensure that this issue does not return to your docket next year or ever again. Thank you for your time, your service, and your thoughtful consideration.
Next, please.
I've been sworn in. My name is Jana Kurtz. My address is 2027 West Huntington Drive, Pine Ridge. I'm here on behalf of Pine Ridge United. Good evening, commissioners, staff, and public. I came here not just as a 26-year resident of Pine Ridge Estates, but as someone who deeply loves this community, its quiet beauty, its equestrian spirit, and the legacy that brought it to life. Pine Ridge was born in 1971, master planned by Deltona and the Mackle brothers. They didn't just build roads and water lines, they built a vision, a place where nature and neighborhood could coexist, where families could grow, horses could roam, and peace could flourish. Today, we're being asked to consider another chapter in that story, the proposed development of the defunct 221-acre golf course. And I know change can be unsettling, But I asked you to look at this not as a disruption, but as a restoration. This land was cleared decades ago. It is not pristine forest. It is neglected space, void of trees, unused and unwelcoming to wildlife. But imagine this 80-acre, one acre home, 80 homes on 1 acre lots, each with 20 or more trees planted, over 1,600 trees added to the landscape. A designated bird sanctuary preserved and enhanced, a neighborhood that welcomes, not replaces nature. This is not sprawl. This is a smart, respectable growth. It's the same kind of development that gave us Pine Ridge, Meadowcrest, Black Diamond, and Terra Vista, communities that now shine as jewels of Citrus County. So I ask, why do we believe we're the last ones allowed to live in this beautiful place? Why should we deny others the peace and joy we found here? Let us be the kind of community that leads with generosity, not fear, that remembers its own roots and welcomes new ones, that sees opportunity not as a threat, but as a promise. Let's say yes to trees, to neighbors, to a future that honors our past, embraces what's next. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay, my name is Jim Horan, and I live at 6062 North Flagstaff Avenue in Pine Ridge. And I'm here on behalf of the Pine Ridge United, and I have been sworn in. Good evening, commissioners, staff, and public. The DIX plan benefits our community, our environment, and our future. The land in question has sat unused for years, nearly void of trees and wildlife habitat. Under Citrus County ordinances, the proposed development will require at least 20 trees to be planted on each 1 acre lot, a transformation that will directly support our bird sanctuary and enrich the natural beauty which we all cherish. Not all development is a bad development. The DIX plan is carefully designed neighborhood of 80 1-acre estate homes surrounded by a nature preserve that will remain protected in perpetuity. The increase in density is minimal, just 1.62%, and the layout mirrors our existing community of spacious lots. In fact, 25% of Pine Ridge Estates remains undeveloped, so growth is already part of our landscape. Importantly, DIX development has shown a genuine commitment to listening. They've reduced the home count from 86 to 80, removed plans for gates and walls, and addressed lighting concerns with low-impact solutions that preserve our night skies. Roads within the new neighborhood will be privately maintained by their own POA, no cost or burden to the existing POA. Construction won't begin for 2 years, allowing a gradual and thoughtful integration into our surroundings. Some have proposed reviving the golf course instead. But let's be honest, this course has failed at least 8 times. What makes us think a 9th attempt would be more viable? And if it fails again, who will be responsible? Will we face assessments to buy, restore, or maintain it? Many of us simply cannot afford to invest in a risky business venture that offers no guaranteed return. The DIX proposal offers something different, a stable nature enhancing plan that raises property taxes, property values, respects our community character, and protects us from financial uncertainty. I'm all in on this vision because if this development is good and intelligent development where it makes sense, your decision today could finally end the bickering once and for all and make Pine Ridge pleasant again. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Rhonda Allen. My address is 4412 North Deckwood Drive, and that's in Pine Ridge. I'm here to represent Pine Ridge United, and yes, I have been sworn in. Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff, and public. I'm here in support of the Pine Ridge Reserve Project and the corresponding Atlas Amendment, AA 2025-00002. Let's start with a key fact. Our master plan isn't a sacred relic. It was amended in 2000 when roughly 87 acres of Unit 3 were removed and incorporated into Black Diamond Ranch. Since then, we've seen other adaptations, such as Amber Ridge West proposal in Unit 2. This isn't unprecedented, it's prudent evolution. There are other examples of public facility development authorized by Atlas amendments. The YMCA at its site in Lecanto and the relocation of local school site were facilitated via Atlas amendments, showing that strategic public development has always been accommodated through this process. Now, the property in question is a defunct golf course, over 220 acres that have essentially sat unused, deteriorated for years. The Pine Ridge Reserve plan transforms this idle land into 80 thoughtfully designed 1-acre estate homes that seamlessly fit the rural character our community values. This is not overdevelopment. It's smart infill, revitalizing a dormant asset, increasing tax revenue, preserving open space. The county has approved Atlas amendments before because the master plan is not static. It should adapt, especially when it aligns with the long-term interests of the community. This project will preserve open space under a legally binding conservation easement, match the existing aesthetic of nearby homes, generate stable long-term tax value without burdening roads, utilities, and public services. Opponents argue any change to the master plan is dangerous, but that notion falls apart when you acknowledge the change has already occurred, and this amendment represents one of the most thoughtful, community-aligned changes yet. Pine Ridge is not meant to be frozen in time. The question isn't whether to change, it's whether to change wisely. This proposal is wise, measured, deserving of your approval. Thank you for your attention to this matter and your thoughtful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
I've been sworn in. My name is Renee Pasco, 4386 West Mustang Boulevard, Pine Ridge. I'm here on behalf of Pine Ridge United. Good evening, commissioners and staff. I came before you last year, only this time I'm on the other side. You might say I've since looked at the big picture of everything involving our golf course. I am now an advocate for a respectful, responsible path forward. I support the Pine Ridge Reserve proposal brought forward by DIX Development, a plan that stands apart in both vision and values. While much of Florida has witnessed large-scale, high-density conversions of defunct golf courses into sprawling housing tracts and congested mixed-use complexes, Pine Ridge Reserve charts a different course. This is not 300 condos. It's not high-rise apartments. It's not urbanization disguised as revitalization. This is 80 thoughtfully proposed quality homes, adding only 1.62% to the existing community. Only 80 paired with a modest clubhouse and wrapped in a nature preserve buffer that will remain protected in perpetuity. Let that sink in. Permanence, conservation, and compatibility. These homes won't loom over neighbors or replace the quiet character we hold dear. They will blend, not bulldoze. Their scale respects the rhythm of our surroundings, echoing the open space and privacy that Pine Ridge Estates was founded on. And more trees will be planted with each home built. DIX Development didn't force this proposal through back channels. They engaged, they listened, and what emerged is not just a plan, it's a promise, a plan that honors our community's identity, addresses former land blight, and places stewardship above sprawl. The defunct golf course sat dormant, unused, and deteriorating. The reserve proposal is a chance to transform it into something that brings life back without compromising who we are. My top issue is the wildlife. Wouldn't 84 acres of conservation land instead of a golf course be much better than manicured greens? We've seen what overreach looks like in other counties, but this is restraint. This is balance, and it's exactly the kind of intelligent growth Citrus County should champion. I urge you to support the Pine Ridge Reserve proposal, not just for the merits, but because it reflects the kind of collaboration and care that should define our future. Thank you.
My name is Alexis Wilkins. I live at 4470 North Ficus Drive in Pine Ridge. I am here on behalf of Pine Ridge United, and I have been sworn in. Good evening, commissioners, staff, and public. I am here because I believe in a responsible, innovative plan for our community, and that is exactly what the Pine Ridge Preserve proposal represents. Let me be clear, we do not support the Save the Golf Course Committee. We do not want the golf course brought back, and we fully support the Pine Ridge Reserve Plan as proposed by DIX Development. Some may still hope to restore the golf course, but that idea no longer fits our reality. It has been closed for years and is no longer a viable business. It no longer serves any meaningful purpose. The time has come to pursue a better use of this land, one that brings lasting value. The Pine Ridge Reserve proposal offers something smarter. This is not just development, it is preservation. It includes 80 one-acre homes, thoughtfully spaced and custom-built to match the character of Pine Ridge. No high-density housing, no out-of-place structures, just high-quality estate homes that blend with what already makes this neighborhood special. And surrounding it all, a permanently protected nature preserve, an amenity no other part of Pine Ridge enjoys on this scale. This is real open space, peaceful, private, and natural, the way it was meant to be. As Ms. Jeanette Collins of the Planning and Development Commission confirmed, the replat will dedicate the conservation easement and it will be defined on the plat. This means it's not just a promise, it is a legal, lasting protection. She also spoke about the intent of the law and the 3 C's that guide planning. This project has met the test of compatibility, is concurrent, and there is infrastructure to support it. It checks all the boxes. It is compatible with surrounding lots. It is supported by infrastructure, and it is consistent with county land use goals. Half of the land will be left as open green space with a passive recreation component. As Ms. Collins said, this is a reasonable use of private property and is well designed. We agree. This isn't a rushed or reckless proposal. It is a carefully planned vision that brings long-term value, environmental integrity, and a path forward. And as Mr. Bramlett stated in the 2023 PDC hearing, we need to allow what we do know versus what we don't know. We know this project has been vetted, we know the current course is a failed model, and we know this plan gives our community certainty, value, and protection. There is a growing number of Pine Ridge residents who understand the golf course is gone and it is not coming back. What we want now is a plan that moves us forward, not one that tries to revive a past that no longer works. We are not here in opposition to our neighbors. We are here because we believe in a better future for Pine Ridge, rooted in smart growth, environmental responsibility, and community character. This isn't compromise, it is a solution. Thank you.
Hi there.
Hi there. Annie San Martin, 2051 West Huntington Drive, Pine Ridge. Yes, I've been sworn in. Good evening, commissioners, staff, and public. I'm a resident of Pine Ridge Estates, here on behalf of Pine Ridge United, Pine Ridge Reserve Development. The DIX development plan isn't just about housing, it's about revitalization. The plan turns a failed golf course into a thoughtfully designed standalone neighborhood governed by its own POA and board without burdening Pine Ridge residents. We have a choice. Let this golf course continue to deteriorate and divide our community, or transform it into a source of growth, pride, and value. This isn't theoretical. It's proven across Florida. Fountains, Cypress Creek, Woodlands, Inverary, Golden Gate, and La Club are all examples of golf course to community conversions, boosting property values and preserving open space. Studies show redeveloped golf course properties spark rising home values once construction begins. Pine Ridge Reserve offers that same opportunity responsible planning, local governance, increased investment, and preserved rural charm. The DIX plan is far more conservative than similar developments, just 80 homes in a clubhouse, a restrained plan. This proposal may be the best, most balanced plan we are going to see. The alternative proposed by Pine Ridge's board comes with unanswered questions. How will they buy the land, restore it, equip staff, and pay for it? And when I say they, I really mean we, the property owners in Pine Ridge, and we are the ones who will potentially be assessed to pay. I didn't move to the neighborhood to pay for a golf course in my retirement, and especially one that Pine Ridge has never owned. Accepting this proposal ends the uncertainty and assures us that we won't be revisiting this again and again. I ask this board to embrace a vision that honors Pine Ridge's heritage while securing its future. Your decision allowing Pine Ridge Reserve will uplift our community with smart growth, end division, and welcome new neighbors. Commissioners, I want to thank you. Your job is not an easy one. Please end this battle.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Donna Westmoreland. I live at 4891 North Perry Drive in Pine Ridge, and I have been sworn in. Good evening, Commissioners, staff, and public. I'm speaking on behalf of Pine Ridge United, a community group that strongly supports the proposed plan to build 80 estate homes on the defunct golf course property. For too long, one narrative has dominated these discussions. Tonight, we want to set the record straight. Our perspective represents a substantial part of this community, residents who believe in responsible growth and realistic solutions. At the 2024 BOCC meeting, only one voice was really heard, and we believe that influence shaped last year's outcome. The Save the Golf Course group and even our own board of directors are acting for residents living directly on the course, focused on preserving their backyard views. While we respect their concerns, this does not reflect the broader interest of the majority of Pine Ridge residents. The truth is simple. Opponents may be loud, but they do not speak for most of us. We also need to keep perspective on property values and taxes. Property values have gone down across all of Citrus County, not just here in Pine Ridge. The mileage rate has gone up, but values countrywide have declined. This is a much larger issue than our neighborhood alone, and it underscores the importance of new growth that will stabilize and add to our tax base. It is also important to remember what this land really is. The golf course was cleared decades ago. Like all golf courses, it is already disturbed and largely devoid of trees. The heavy clearing has already been done. Yes, there will be a developer footprint during the build-out, as there is with every project, but this will be shorter because there is far less to remove. Development always begins with a period of inconvenience, but history shows what comes after. Meadowcrest, Terra Vista, Citrus Hills, and so many others were once construction zones. Now they are gems of our county. Here are the facts. The proposal allows 80 one-acre or larger home sites, raising our estimated property tax revenue to about $40,000 annually, a sharp increase from the current $12,700 paid on the golf course in 2024. Approval would also bring closure to ongoing legal battles that have cost our POA over $200,000, lifting financial burdens off our neighbors. This is not just about numbers, it's about shaping our future. These 80 homes mean new life, new vitality, and new value for Pine Ridge. They mean well-planned growth instead of stagnation. Pine Ridge United respectfully requests that you approve the DIX development proposal. Doing so will resolve costly disputes, strengthen our tax base, and reflect the true interests of our community. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Good evening.
Joey Valinati, 4971 North Perry Drive in Pine Ridge. I'm here with Pine Ridge United tonight. I'm also the Civic Association president. The one issue, I consider it just one issue that brought us to this point, is that the 190 homeowners on the golf course feel that they're entitled to having their backyards left as they are. They're using some of the golf course property. I've seen this, and I'm not saying there's any harm done, lawn furniture out there, barbecues, potted plants, yard ornaments, things like that. The problem is we're being expected, when I say we, the entire community, to fund the preservation of this space so that homes don't get built. And that's the main problem I've got, because I'm not up to having additional expenses with assessments, et cetera. Mr. Weiner referred to something earlier with all of the alphabet soup with the letters, the different acronyms for how the land is and everything like that. The word regional came up. And I don't see this as a regional issue that we're addressing. Regional would be like, what region of the country are you from? This is kind of a community issue that should be, that's where the focus should be. The Save the Golf Course Committee, in conjunction with our Pine Ridge Board, who unfortunately, and I hate to say it, I've lost pretty much a lot of faith in them. They have an idea that they're going to take control of the golf course once they get it, with a 51% stake to prevent any future development from going on. Now, we've been told by doing this that there's going to be no cost to the community. I find this extremely hard to believe, but that's what we're told. They've done a good job, as you can see tonight, using fear-mongering, untruths, and misleading information, for lack of a better way, to convince a good portion of the neighborhood in Pine Ridge that this is the end of Pine Ridge as we know it. And I certainly don't agree with that. Some of the things we've been told was that dust is going to get airborne. Dust from the construction, it's going to have pesticides and fertilizers in it. Samples were sent out to a lab, it came back negative. The cars on the road, that was already mentioned earlier. Extra traffic from 80 homes. You know why the golf course may have failed multiple times? Because there wasn't enough cars on the road supporting the golf course to make it profitable. Multi-story and low-income housing going up, that's already been addressed. The Nature Conservancy in perpetuity guarantees that can't happen. Decreased home values. We're being told as of this moment, home values are decreasing and will drop by 25% or more once the developer gets his way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Clerk, Attorney, and Administrators, Josh Wooten, CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. And the Chamber supports good development. I believe, and I'm sure Commissioner Davis will correct me if I'm wrong, but we are where community and nature thrive, correct? Where nature and community thrive. Yes, where nature and community thrive. If this isn't a development where nature and community thrive, I don't know that we have seen one. This is probably one of the best developments that have come before y'all because of the amount of green space that's left there. Plus, the refurbishing of a piece of property that really has no value to anybody in Pine Ridge or the community at large. So that in perpetuity, I think Commissioner Finnegan, you asked about that earlier. Is it going to be part of the documents? In perpetuity means in perpetuity. And so I am on Beverly Hills next door, and I don't suggest y'all go there for your mental health, but there is a lot of misinformation about what this developer is going to do, and then he's going to come back and do more. But in perpetuity means this is his shot at developing this property. And another thing I'd like to say is I know many members of Mr. Dick's family, but I never knew him until this process started. He has really gone into the community and to find out what they wanted. And he's come back. People are saying, what's different? Well, he's listened to people, and what's different is no gate, a few less units. I believe a wall was eliminated, and about a mile of walking trail. This is the kind of stuff that y'all are encouraging. This morning, we had somebody talking about conservation land and the county having to buy it. This is a owner that's willing to dedicate it in perpetuity. So I appreciate what the black shirts are thinking tonight, but I hope that they're getting educated that this is not the worst thing that could happen there. And it's, in fact, it's a very good project. And so I'm just here to encourage y'all to support good projects, good developers, and to thank Mr. Dix for his investment in Citrus County.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Cliff Kwiatkowski. I live at 5733 West Glory Hill Street. I was sworn in. I am speaking on behalf of Pine Ridge United. Good evening, commissioners, staff, and thank you for giving me your time and attention. I'd like to mention that Commissioner Barrett, you had seemed concerned that Pine Ridge Reserve was not equestrian friendly. To be accurate, neither is a golf course. There's been a lot of information on zoning going on here. The golf course is defunct. Something needs to be done with this land. Mr. Weiner's logic, basically nothing could be done with this land, if we believe his logic. And don't worry, those 75-foot trees, they don't currently exist. They'll have to be planted and time will tell. But what I'd like to address is the zoning regarding the property as described. It is shown to contain an overlay for recreation, which shall allow for a golf course. The bottom line, it's simply an overlay. As a consultant, a contractor, a real estate investor, this entire procedure here seems inconsequential. The land is used as zoned RMU. That is not changing. The zoning is RUR. That is not changing. The overlay does not change the zoning of the property. The overlay was removed when Deltona filed for reorganization. This means the overlay was removed from the Deltona master plan. Apparently, Deltona did not follow up, and they failed to remove it within planning and zoning. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be here. Additionally, the golf course has become defunct. Accordingly, the overlay has been rendered immaterial. To be accurate, an overlay on property zoned as RUR is considered an addition. Zoning can then allow for something such as a golf course to be added to the property without a zoning change or land use change. It's a feature for zoning that makes something normally complicated much easier. An overlay allows the ability to provide additional action that zoning would normally disallow. Certainly, this ability is preserved to provide the original scope. There is cause to imply that a hardship has been created by stating the overlay must be enforced. Likewise, it could be considered bias to imply the overlay must be enforced. In summary, I respectfully request that the board consider procedure when making your decision. The only stop for this proposal right now is the overlay. There can be no claim that removing the overlay would negatively impact the zoning. There is no precedence to state that residential homes cannot be built on RUR zoning. There is no harm in allowing residential homes to be built on property zoned RUR. Considering this information, there can be no implication of ill intent by simply removing this overlay and allowing the property to be used as it has been designated by RUR zoning. Thank you for your time and attention.
Madam Chair, I don't know if you at this time want to ask those in the overflow room if they want to, some of them want to come this way, and maybe some of those that have already spoken may want to move to the overflow room to give everybody a chance to come in.
Would, at this point, I mean, since we have so many other people in overflow, we need to kind of swap out so that we can get people in here to speak. If you can switch, that would be wonderful.
I hear there's about 20 that want to come talk.
Thank you. We appreciate your assistance.
And we were hearing that the sound was cutting off, so that's why we're doing the battery.
Gotcha.
Thank you. My name is Margaret Case. I live at 3148 North Bravo Drive in Pine Ridge, and I have been sworn in. Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff, and public. I am here to respectfully request that the Board of County Commissioners permit
a change to the Pine Ridge Master Plan from RUR with a golf course overlay to RUR with up to 80 single-family homes on 1-acre lots, plus 100-plus acre public conservation space. This proposal is a win for county resources, a win for Pine Ridge, and a win for the Nature Coast, as the way I see it. For the county, the development adds significant taxable value. 80 homes at $500,000 each bring in $40 million in tax base, far beyond the $12,768.21 generated by the golf course in 2024. Pine Ridge Reserve will fund its own roads and trails, reducing county burden. And unlike a revived, assumingly profitable golf course, it won't strain the nearby roads with heavy commercial traffic of in and out. For Pine Ridge, restoring the golf course would cost millions in upgrades and upwards of $840,000 annually in maintenance. According to Golf Course Industry Magazine, from January 2025, only 47% of non-private courses in the Southeast turn a profit. That's less than a 50-50 chance of success. Many residents oppose the financial risk, especially with the vague POA-DIX partnership proposals that have been floated by the Pine Ridge Board, and in my opinion, not properly vetted or asked for membership input. For the Nature Coast, as it stands, the golf course is permitted to pump 230,000 gallons of water daily, compared to just 28,000 gallons for the proposed neighborhood when complete. Reducing pesticide and fertilizer use protects our waterways and supports long-term county growth. The conservation space will be a safe haven for wildlife and a natural buffer for surrounding homes. Mr. Dix and DIX Developments have presented a thoughtful plan that respects our community character, preserves views, and boosts county revenue without excessive traffic or infrastructure strain. This is a smart, balanced solution, a win for the county, a big win for Pine Ridge, and a win for the Nature Coast with less ground pollution and water depletion. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you, Mr. Dix, for honoring our values and love of wildlife. We look forward to welcoming new neighbors into our beautiful community. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Just as a reminder, I know people are coming and going, but if you can keep your comments down, that would be helpful because it really reflects up here. It's hard to hear. Thank you.
Michael McCoy, 5506 North Tucson Terrace, Pine Ridge, and yes, I have been sworn in. Madam Chair, honorable commissioners and staff, thank you for your service to this community, and especially for this long night that's ahead of you. Your patience has been greatly appreciated. You're about to hear a chorus of hand-wringing and tearful commentary from people whose only loss is they lose their status as a golf course property, nothing more. First, I'd like you to know the intervener does not speak for all of Pine Ridge, but rather only for the board and their golf course supporters. I've lived in Pine Ridge over 20 years. I've served on its board for 8. I've served 2 years as the president. I now stand with Pine Ridge United, a group that represents a far larger but quiet majority that are not opposed to the development of a failed and abandoned golf course. Truthfully, the defunct golf course has been bought, failed, and sold 8 times in the last few years, mainly because of a lack of appeal and popularity. On a side note, I'd like you to know that when the golf course was open, it impacted traffic, consumed almost 250,000 gallons of water a day, and introduced unhealthy chemicals into the environment. Dix Development bought this property, and it now represents a unique plan for ever preserving over half the property for wildlife and nature conservation. The rest will be 80 high-value homes. They require no county funds. Now activists are objecting to the fact that the plan removes their treasured status as golf course properties. They're using deception, misinformation, and occasional veiled threats to get their point across. They convinced the Pine Ridge Board to engage experts at a cost exceeding $200,000 to Pine Ridge. And by the way, the homeowners never had the chance to object or approve that expenditure. Finally, the properties only represent about 4% of Pine Ridge. I, along with Pine Ridge United, respectfully ask you to support and approve the Dix development application. It's by far the best use of the land, fits perfectly into the community, has no negative impact, and brings value and quality to Citrus County and Pine Ridge. Finally, it will end forever this endless need for lawsuits and animosity. Thank you once again, and may I wish you a happy Labor Day in the days ahead.
Thank you.
Is this working okay? All right. Good evening. My name is Mark Dupuy. I live at 5037 North Pink Poppy Drive, Pine Ridge. I am sworn in, and I don't own a home on the golf course. Madam Chair and Commissioners, Pine Ridge is still our story. It's not about a piece of land. It's about the people on the land. It's about your people and your constituents. We're here again because Mr. Dix has recycled what he pitched before. His story is about profit over your people. But at the end of the day, this is all about breaching or saving the unique and grandfathered Pine Ridge Master Plan. Last year, you recognized the negative impact. And the only change for us since, thanks to James Dix, is increased anxiety. So once again, same as before, we're forced to come before you and make the case and explain what's been going on. After Mr. Dix's due diligence, his words, not ours, he bought an operating golf course. He knew it was a golf course, and he knew it could only be a golf course unless you, the Board of Directors, the Board of County Commissioners, became a part of his business gamble. He needs this BOCC to buy into his illusion, to create a breach in the 53-year history and the unique and grandfathered Pine Ridge Master Plan. It was the Mackle brothers through the state of Florida who first established the existing concurrency, consistency, and compatibility. Each previous commission let Pine Ridge be Pine Ridge. We will explain this more in the future. Decades of residents, many here tonight, have made life and financial decisions in moving to Citrus and Pine Ridge estates. But Mr. Dix is a savvy and persistent guy. When you told him no last year, it was just another challenge. Read his book. Here are just a few of your comments at the end of the 6-hour hearing on January 9th, 2024. One commissioner did not appreciate a veiled threat. Another advised it wasn't a good fit. 2 commissioners said the Dix project did not serve the greater interest. Another commented, just because we can doesn't mean we should. We have applauded the candor ever since. Because this process limits us to 3 minutes, you'll hear what we learned 3 minutes at a time. Each interval informs or rebutes testimony from Mr. Dix and his team. You'll hear many references to his book, How to Buy and Sell Real Estate for Financial Freedom. Here's one of his many quotes. The first is telling and sets the stage. We quote page 86, paragraph 3. Quote, as it turned out, our gut feeling was right. The lots proved to be the best lots in the area. We came up with a unique marketing plan.
We have to cut you off.
We need your attention.
Thank you.
You are our jury. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Diane South, and I live at 5530 North Elkham Boulevard in Pine Ridge, and yes, I was sworn in. Madam Chair, Commissioners, my 3 minutes. It started off as Save the Golf Course and morphed into Save the Master Plan. It turns out the BOCC, Citrus County, and Pine Ridge are all in this together. Last year, you heard how approving this project would mean less ad valorem taxes. Already just and taxable values are lower. You learned during the January hearing, and according to the property appraiser's office, tax values for land abutting the golf course were reduced from $50,120 to $37,590. This is a 25% decrease and started a continuing domino effect. Why? Because Mr. Dix closed an operating golf course. To be clear, it's the operating golf course, not just the property, which is the recognized taxable amenity. More on that coming up. But now, no matter how the citrus real estate market fluctuates, this is a percentage range in time that is gone. No matter the accruing values, this missing price point affects all future property values. With all the heat you get on taxes, this shouldn't get lost in the shuffle. And yes, there are still people who want to buy and operate a golf course. Many residents couldn't be here today. Seniors with medical issues and because of the late time had to stay home. Last year, in the middle of a stay indoors tropical storm, more than 400 residents were in chambers and overflow rooms and courtrooms. This year, some were put off by Mr. Dick's lawsuit against a former POA president. The new opposition voices Mr. Dix has managed to influence since our last time here are entitled to their views. We say his views. Whatever they are, they don't represent the POA, the sanctioned Save the Golf Course Property Committee, nor the majority of the residents. More on that coming up. Mr. Dix has employed shrewd tactics since the BOCC denied him last year. One was to file the request for relief. Clearly his right. It must not have been going well as the mischief started shortly after his request for continuance. Being a third party kept the POA and residents in the dark. There was a lawsuit against the previous POA president, also since dropped. Now his hand is in the POA election, but none of the pro-development candidates won. And there was the direct mailing offer to sell back a now defunct golf course for more money, along with another unveiled threat of more legal fees. Yes, he offered to leverage the golf course for consideration on other properties, and you'll hear about that next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mike Berry. I live at 5503 North Bravado Terrace in Pine Ridge. I do not live on the golf course, and yes, I was sworn in. Madam Chair and Commissioners, this is the next 3 minutes. The latest scare tactic by Mr. Dix on undated, unsigned letterhead, it spooked a few of our residents, but it also galvanized the POA board. They realized they needed to a land develop consultant because Mr. Dix was now using the golf course as bait for 2 adjacent properties. After months of negotiations, the POA hired Pine Ridge Community Partners, LLC, to represent them for properties Mr. Dix himself connected. A telling excerpt from Mr. Dix's letter, Southern Oaks Property Group, an affiliate of Dix Development and the owner of the 222-acre Pine Ridge Golf Course, offers to sell the golf course to the POA for its current basis of $1.8 million. An important note, after his due diligence, his words, not ours, Mr. Dix bought an operating golf course he purposely made defunct and now wants to sell it to the POA for twice as much. Another telling expert, upon approval of the Pine Ridge 2 and 3, which is the Amber Ridge development and the Black Diamond Reserve, if approved by Citrus County Commissioners, the purchase price of the Pine Ridge Golf Course would be reduced to $500,000. An important note, now he's willing to sell the POA a defunct golf course as long as the POA releases legal agreements on other lands. To the uninformed, it sounds like a resolution, but to an educated POA, it is an attempt to do away with existing legal agreements and adjacent properties. This now comes across as Plan B, just in case the BOCC doesn't go his way, but he still needs BOCC to alter the master plan to get complete leverage and profit of millions and millions of dollars. Notice how Mr. Dix tries not to use the term rezoning, but no matter how you cut it, Mr. Dix wants you to remove the historic overlay protection and put it that was put in place by the Mackles in 1973.
Please remember at the midnight hour is Mr. Dix at this already denied project that brought us here tonight. And just as a final note, Pine Ridge has approximately 11,000 residents. A majority do not want this development. What the residents want is to maintain a tranquil lifestyle. A yes vote would be a major disappointment for the majority of 11,000 residents and make one person and his corporation very happy. Please, please, for the sake of Pine Ridge residents, vote no. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Sir? Sir? Oh.
I've been sworn in.
Thank you.
Good evening. Edith Parker, 5379 North Princewood Drive, Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the next 3 minutes. Speakers will be respectful. We understand Mr. Dix wants to maximize his investments. We want him to get there. Let's all hope his real estate legacy will equal other citrus giants. Names like Mackle Brothers, Jerry Nash, Sam Tamposi, and Stan Olson. One day the name James Dix could be as memorable. Let's help him make a lasting name for the right reasons, not for being the guy who crushed the Pine Ridge Golf Course and untouched the ecosystem in the center of the Nature Coast. Let the name James Dix be remembered as a successful real estate icon and author. Let one of his future books explain while on his way to financial success, he didn't put profits over people, and how he worked with the residents of Pine Ridge to maximize their financial strength. He's still young enough to get it right. Some Pine Ridge residents, some here tonight, didn't trust their POA. Sound familiar? They didn't get some things just needed to be legally confidential. They bought into James blasting the POA board while putting out self-serving so-called transparency in public, even while assigned reps were doing it correctly in their offices. There are just common sense reasons to not broadcast legal business matters. The POA has been and will be operating in good faith while complying with the Florida statutes, meeting their fiduciary duties, and always with legal guidance. We expect the BOCC, always subject to the ugly barbs, will appreciate what they're hearing. As you predicted, it's been a trying year. There's no question a small percentage of vocal residents were hooked by the savvy business guy. Why? Because on January 9, 2024, Mr. Dix thought he'd be approved based on his money and contacts. We read his book. Without the approval and mediation not working, he needed to repackage the illusion for another pitch. Here are some of his new tactics. He withdrew from mediation and dropped the lawsuit against the previous POA president. He created a new fiction by modifying previous renderings. He approached a few golf frontage residents trying to drive a wedge. He took to social media, scaring people, advising POA dues would increase to $600 a month, and tried to create the mirage of community support to offset the real support. One thing he omits, when the grandfather Pine Ridge master plan, the one protecting the golf course, and every Pine Ridge acre is gone, it's gone for good. The golf course is the tip of the spear. Pine Ridge is awake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Deacon. I live at 5755 North Lena Drive in Pine Ridge, and yes, I've been sworn in. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the next 3 minutes. The grandfathered Pine Ridge Master Plan predates the Citrus Comprehensive Plan by decades. There is notable history in the August 3, 1999 letter from the state to Mr. Clark Stillwell and obtained from Mrs. Cotu. This letter illustrates the link between the Pine Ridge Master Plan and the Citrus Comprehensive Plan as interpreted by Mr. Stillwell for years. It intended to leave future decisions to Citrus County. Deltona began development and platting Pine Ridge in 1971. It was registered with the Division of Florida Land Sales in September 1972, and subsequently the Florida State Department of Community Affairs determined Pine Ridge had vested rights pursuant to statute and plat approvals received prior to 1973. Public offerings in February 1972 reflected that Pine Ridge subdivision units 1 through 3 consisted of 4,832 home sites, and amongst other recreational facilities and amenities, 222 acres were set aside for an 18-hole golf course and country club to be located in the Country Club Estates neighborhood. The development survey submitted with Deltona's request for vested rights status reiterated that the Country Club section had, and we quote, 1-acre home sites, all of which surround an 18-hole golf course, close quotes. Through the years, the public offering statements continued to refer to an 18-hole golf course. Although the language varied, successors continued to protect and refer to an 18-hole golf course on approximately 222 acres. This was also true in Sale After Still, until, and wait for it, Shanty selling to Dick's, 2 developers. What does this mean? It illustrates realtors and property buyers were relying on documentation as part of selling and buying. Simply, before the existence of a citrus comprehensive plan, such as it is, the Mackle brothers platted and estate protected an 18-hole golf course. Roads and home sites were designated around the links within Country Club Estates. The original plat had 4,832 home and golf course sites bound together in literature. The registered plat showed both an equestrian center and golf community in the same 1.8 square miles. The equestrian trails and the golf course were carved in as key amenities to Pine Ridge Estates. They have been protected by the state and county through today. The Mackles were protecting residents, so did Florida, and so has Citrus County, and there's no reason to stop now. Thank you.
Good evening. I've been sworn in. My name is Roger Huff. I live at 2233 West Begonia Drive in Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the Land Development Code provides the authority and purpose of the comprehensive plan. The following excerpts underscore the decisions you commissioners made on January 9, 2024. Chapter 1, 1300, Purpose and Intent. C, conserving the value of land, buildings, and resources and protecting landowners from the adverse impacts of adjoining developments. D, protecting the character and maintaining the stability of residential, agricultural, business, industrial, recreation, and public area. I, protecting and, where necessary, preserving our valuable natural resources, including, but not limited to, ecologically significant land, water resources, wildlife habitat, fisheries, and threatened or endangered species. J, the requirements of this LDC apply to all development occurring after the effective date of this LDC, unless otherwise exempted by the LDC, the comprehensive plan, or other ordinance. The BOCC adopts the LDC to implement the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan conserves the value of land, buildings, and resources and protects landowners from the adverse impacts of adjoining developments. This should be more than enough to reaffirm the decision you made in January 2024. A development shoehorned into Pine Ridge Estates is by definition an adjoining development on all 4 sides. We have already illustrated Pine Ridge Estates was platted and built as a combined equestrian and golf community. It was not one or the other. It was both. Mr. Dix bought an operating golf course, stopped operations, and plans a development on this ecologically significant land. He is subjecting Pine Ridge residents to adverse effects by seeking an adjoining development contrary to the purpose and intent of the Land Development Code and Master Plan. Pine Ridge was designated as a bird sanctuary in 1991, one of only 123. More is coming up on protecting our wildlife and ecologically significant land, of which the golf course is an ecosystem in the core of Pine Ridge Estates and covered by the grandfathered master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Donald Woods. I live at 5520 Pine Ridge Boulevard. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I have been sworn. The next 3 minutes. We know you know we understand the so-called 3 C's: consistency, compatibility, and concurrency. We feel it's a waste of your time to go through this again. We know there are some standards developers must meet, but we still have to paraphrase what the BOCC advised on January 9th of 25. Just because a planned development can theoretically be squeezed into a thriving 53-year-old community, should it be? The comment was, just because we can doesn't mean we should. It was pretty clear to most, not Mr. Dix. Residents representing the POA-sanctioned Save the Golf Course Property Committee attended the Planning Development Commission hearing of July 23. There were so many residents, both the main room and the overflow rooms at the Licano Government Center were beyond crowded. The fire marshal turned away some 60 people. There was passion and anger directed at the PDC. It was a learning experience, and the committee would apologize to the BOCC in the quasi-judicial hearing in January of 25. But we did learn an applicant, in this case, Mr. Dix, can file an application, and once he knows the specs are acceptable to the county staff, it will be presented to the good volunteers of the PDC. By the time it gets to the hearing, it was already redefined in the back and forth process. Barring some glaring red flag, it's almost automatically approved. There was nothing residents said that July that was going to interrupt the process. July 25 was similar, with one difference. The POA sanctioned Save the Golf Course Property Committee didn't participate. The few residents who showed up were, for the most part, voices Mr. Dix had influenced. He is still trying to create the mirage of Pine Ridge support. And as the POA sanctioned committee expected, the PDC voted unanimously for the repackaged, slightly revised illusion on paper given Mr. Dix 5 years to build or flip. Not in those words, that's why we're here again. The committee wanted to hear a question from any PDC member who would ask, didn't the BOCC already make their position on the master plan known? It didn't happen. One member did roll out a stale comment regarding golf being in a decline. More coming up on that. As a side note, some of us who support Save the Golf Course Committee received letters, unsigned letters in our mailbox this past week.
I've been sworn. Good evening. My name is John Hyde, Vice President of the Pine Ridge POA. I live at 4991 North Mulberry Loop, Pine Ridge, not on the golf course. The next 3 minutes, the golf course was platted and registered, initially designed for 18 holes. Platted in 1972, construction started in 1982. The maintenance facilities, restaurant, pro shop were added later. Many golf courses grow this way. Major improvements occurred between 1982 and 2001. Mr. Clark Stillwell, Mr. Dick's previous attorney, was involved in the evolution of the course. He represented golf course owners through the years, got approval from the state for the 9-hole executive course, then representing Pine Ridge Golf and Country Club in 1995. The property appraiser website lists 3 transactions under sales. Although owners informed the POA what was happening, there was no binding relationship. Owners wanted autonomy and the POA remained uninvolved. The thinking was community needs were being met. With 20/20 hindsight, this wasn't true and would come back to haunt residents in the form of Shanty and Dix. Mr. James Dix made his play as the POA rules were allowing residents to have more input on the course. Dick's reps were attending a meeting on another issue, and the status of the course was discussed. Mr. Dick seized the moment, purchased the course from Shanty. Smart and responsible Pine Ridge residents realized they'd had a false sense of security. Every previous owner to Dick's and Shanty bought a golf course to own and operate. That was the expected norm. But here came James Dix, a developer who saw cheap land, not a home builder. He bought an operating golf course, knowing it was a golf course and only a golf course. It was protected by the master plan. More on that coming up. From his book, we learned he is a successful land profiteer. That doesn't make him a bad guy, just an extreme opportunist. Here's a quote from page 87 on a previous deal. Quote, "We relate this story not to celebrate our good luck, but to show two things. First, a good deal is determined by many factors, not the least of which is being at the right place at the right time." End quote. He happened upon cheap land, and now he needs the BOCC to remove the master plan for a windfall profit. Residents remain nervous about their home values and finances. We look to the BOCC for nothing more than to maintain the 53 years of protection we've enjoyed before. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Antonucci. I live at 4537 North Buffalo Drive, Pine Ridge Estates. I have been sworn in. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the next 3 minutes. The 1995 executive course was added by the Pine Ridge Golf and Country Club and wasn't embraced by bordering residents. They saw encroachment, considered a class action suit, and sought counsel. The club was represented by Mr. Dick's previous attorney. This is a quote from the resident attorney's assessment. It's tricky when I read. I quote, currently all owners of lots, including those located on the golf course, would have an individual cause of action. If they purchased their property pursuant to the public offering statements, they could bring an action against the developer, the alleged successor developer, and the operators of the golf course, end quote. After consideration, residents didn't proceed. Why is this important? The language illustrates the residents could have standing based on how they purchased their property. Through the years, buyers bought into a golf community with public offerings, sales literature, and verbal representations by realtors. This provides standings. So if you buy into a neighborhood called Country Club Estates, taken to the clubhouse, restaurant, and pro shop for a visit, told the course is being sold to a new owner with upgrades about to occur, there's every reason to believe you're in a golf community. Buying, whether a golfer or not, is a sound decision. You are investing into a golf community, on or off the course. There are many reasons to pay a premium. If you take a cruise, you pay more for an outside cabin with a balcony and ocean view. Here's an analogy. Think of the ship balcony as golf frontage with the view, but with an inside cabin. No view, but you still bought on the ship of your choice. Same as most homes in Pine Ridge. The ship is the community. In state file documentation, an April 95 letter, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Dick's previous attorney, advised, and I quote, "Our client's modifications to the existing golf course facilities within Pine Ridge do not constitute a substantial deviation from a vested master plan requiring further formal filing or other approval by your agency," end quote. In that instance, Mr. Stillwell pointed to the existing master plan to support his position. Today, residents point to the same master plan to support theirs. Thank you.
I've been sworn in. Good evening. My name is Debbie Reno. I live at 3529 West Blossom Drive, Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the next 3 minutes. There were 10 property appraiser postings of the golf course between the original and successor owners. Major construction and improvements were done between 1982 and 2001. In the permit summary on their website, there's no indication of capital improvement beyond the clubhouse in 2001. The build-out of the executive course is not referenced, although we know it occurred based on Mr. Stillwell's correspondence to the state. Mr. Stillwell's April 95 letter references irrigation. In it, he advises, quote, the facility as to irrigation will be served by the existing conditional use permit, end quote. This means the existing pump already aging at 13 years would now be pumping 50% more. There's no record of any owner since 1982 improving the irrigation system. Members of the Save the Golf Course Property Committee were later advised the pump and irrigation are the heart and arteries of any golf course. This was the core issue for the poor condition of the golf course. Through the last 20 years or so, Pine Ridge golfers knew the course was not optimal, but didn't know why. They continued to play, and after each sale, they expected upgrades. The optimism changed when Shanti Golf purchased the course in October 2020. Residents and golfers soon understood he was all about developing the property and not the golf course. Neil Cerati addressed a town hall informing residents of his plan for townhouses on the executive course, thinking this would be well received. He was shocked by the overwhelming negative response, or maybe it was because he knew his title insurance excluded resident-resistant coverage. More on that coming up. Shanti began to search for a way out. He had no appetite to replace the very expensive pump. Why is this important? With 2020 hindsight, a good time to improve the irrigation was when the executive course was added in '95. There's no record of an upgrade then or since, and there's no record on the property appraiser website the executive course was added. One of the original builders of the Pine Oaks golf course confirmed it was the original pump. There were many reasons the golf course was not up to par. The failed water pump is a glaring one. Thank you.
I have been sworn in. Good evening. My name is Suzanne Grant. I live at 5454 North Alamander Drive, Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, Neil Cerati obtained title insurance when he bought the course. He paid $630,000 for, wait for it, a 222-acre operating golf course, not 222 acres of raw land, but 222 acres of operating golf course. We have a copy of the policy. It contains the standard language. There's the usual inclusions and exceptions. However, here's one significant exception found on page 9. It's tricky, but we quote, "This commitment policy does not ensure," I need to repeat that, "does not ensure over the consequences of claims and allegations that may be raised by owners of interest in lands surrounding the lands, that they hold rights of any kind that would prevent the insured herein from operating the subject property in any manner other than a golf course," unquote. So what's it mean? After 17 routine exceptions, the insurance company took a strong position that Cerati bought a golf course and recognized owner interest in surrounding lands. So he needed resident cooperation in his deceptive purchase, and it didn't happen. He chose to operate a golf course until he unloaded it to Mr. Dix, a land speculator. This happened while investor golf operators were shut out of an auction. Dix wants you to, no, he needs you to, remove the PNR and/or golf overlay of the master plan. So here lately he's saying he doesn't really want you to rezone it. Pine Ridge residents put their trust in the BOCC last year, and you saw through the deception. For all of us, elected leaders, county staff, and residents, it's a matter of historic protection and legislative decision. The LDC comp plan, and in this case, the grandfathered master plan, exists to create balance among citizens. Someone once said, quote, "Every important community with a history is bound to a future as long as they tend to both, end quote. There's residents here tonight who brought into the Dix hype. They were recruited with disinformation. The majority of residents have shown over and over they get it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Kevin Lapham. I live at 5521 North Mallow Circle in Pine Ridge. I was sworn in. Madam Chair and Commissioners, my 3 minutes. Mr. Cerati, the previous owner, asked Pine Ridge residents for cooperation. Mr. Dix, on the other hand, opted to gloss over the exception in the title insurance. You'll hear why in a few minutes. And after the BOCC denied his application last year, recognizing it was a bad fit and it didn't serve the greater interest, he needed to change strategy. He literally went back to the drawing board with a few modifications, but he's back with the same illusion. But this time he's hedging his gamble with another tactic. He's trying to illustrate resident support. He went back to the strategy Mr. Cerati tried to use, the idea of removing the master plan protection in order to put townhouses and affordable housing on the golf course, which failed miserably when residents rose up. The few residents who support Mr. Dix tonight are products of next door and have been used and abused by disinformation. Gotta love social media, right? They should have relied on the due diligence of the POA, which could only be rolled out in recent weeks because of, wait for it, another Dix tactic, the information vacuum that he created during his mediation. The views are Mr. Dix's views and do not reflect the position of the Pine Ridge POA, nor the majority of residents like myself who elected this board of directors to help navigate this very complicated Pine Ridge matter. You knew it would be complicated and advised as much in your closing comments last year. This is why we once again needed legal representation and the land development consultant. The days of ambivalence are over and behind us. A great irony, though, is how the POA is required to legally defend against the latest Dix bite at the apple, while those recruited are propping them up and complaining about legal fees. The POA clearly understands now how and why the BOCC gets the heat that it does. You can't make this stuff up. Coming up is a well-published James Dix business technique. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening, I've been sworn in. My name is Donna Sawtell. I live at 2860 West Lantana Drive, Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the next 3 minutes and we hope you have your attention. James Dix wrote many books. We refer again to How to Buy and Sell Real Estate for Financial Freedom. Flip, rent, and sell your way to financial freedom. Now stay with us here. Title insurance is referenced on 6 different pages. He advises lots of reasons to have it, the importance of having it, and how to facilitate exceptions. From page 81, under the heading of Mastering Real Estate Investment Strategy number 17, have your title company delete exceptions in its title commitment. So this deserves repeating and emphasis. Have your title company delete exceptions in its title commitment. A quote, "Unfortunately, title insurance isn't what most people think it is. In fact, it doesn't insure your ownership only against title problems." We emphasize this next sentence. It insures your ownership only against title problems for which the title company has not listed an exception. Further on, he advised, quote, "Make the title company delete any exceptions you don't like," end quote. Why is this important? Because it shows Mr. Clark Stillwell prepared and filed the specialty warranty deed on the sale of the operating golf course between Shanty and Southern Oaks. It shows he used the title insurance Cerati purchased. The book commentary shows his predisposition for non-disclosure. We point in two important excerpts. The first, quote, subject to easement, restrictions, covenants, limitations, and conditions of record of any. The second is the most notable, quote, legal description and title to property not searched or approved. The legal description was obtained from a previously recorded instrument. It was not provided by agent or for grantor. And said grantor does hereby fully warrant the title to said land and will defend same against lawful claims of all persons whatsoever, unquote. This shows Mr. Dix knew of the title insurance exception and bought an operating golf course anyway. He was counting on the PDC and the BOCC rubber stamping the removal of the grandfathered Pine Ridge Master Plan, protecting your constituents. Thank you.
Good evening. I have been sworn in. My name is Joni Berry. I live at 5503 North Bravado Terrace, Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I do not live anywhere near the golf course. In 1999, 26 years ago, my husband and I bought 2.5 acres in Pine Ridge Estates. In 2007, 18 years ago, we custom built our home and moved here from Miami. Having lived in Miami most of our lives, we aren't bothered or scared by all the building and new growth as in the Suncoast Parkway, shops, and restaurants. In the 18 years we have lived here, we have watched all different homes being built here and there, one, by no less than a dozen different builders. Pine Ridge Estates is not a cookie-cutter neighborhood, that's for sure. So just a couple quick thoughts to ponder. While it will take many years to build the 80 houses if allowed, this area is in such a concentrated part of Pine Ridge. Think about the impact it will have on everyone. There are only a few roads that lead to the golf course. 491 to Pine Ridge Boulevard to Elkham, 486 to Pine Ridge Boulevard to Elkham, and Mustang to Elkham. This is a very small, concentrated area. The impact of all the trucks delivering the equipment, cement, CBS block, drywall, excavating, fill, electric, plumbing, appliances, furniture, landscaping, sod, irrigation, and the workers alone. Unless they are going to be helicoptered down, the access to the concentrated site will impact everyone who lives in Pine Ridge as we try and go about our daily life. Lastly, to note, Mr. Dix didn't accidentally buy a golf course. Obviously, Mr. Dix did his due diligence homework on what he paid to buy a golf course per acre versus what he alone and his company stands to gain by way of monetary profit. It's unfathomable to me. He is one man. And here we are again 1 year later doing the same thing. He was already told no once. You were the votes of sound reason. Keep the overlay, keep it golf course, let Mr. Dix maintain it the way it is. This project housing serves absolutely no purpose to Pine Ridge or Citrus County. I hope you do the right thing for 11,000 people and not accommodate one. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Danielson. I live at 5690 Carnation Drive, Pine Ridge. I was sworn in. Madam Chair and Commissioners, Pine Ridge wasn't on alert before Neil Cerati. For 41 years, it wasn't necessary. Because of the land development efforts of Mr. Cerati, residents were now aware of the potential negative impact of not owning, controlling, or being involved with the golf course. This helps, okay. In the lead up to the auction that didn't happen, Mr. Dix and Stillwell weren't restrained by deed restrictions, covenants, POA rules, or Chapter 720. Resident investors were speaking with the POA, urging them to get involved, but the learning curve was steep. As this was happening, an operating golf course was sold from one developer to another. Let there be no question. 2 developers over 3 years allowed the course to first deteriorate immensely and then go defunct, not previous owners as advised by Stillwell at the first PDC meeting in July 2023. Disingenuous? You be the judge. Was it undermanaged by previous third parties? Yes, and there was a down economy and a decline in golf. Should the POA have known sooner? Yes, years sooner. But we know now and are acting through our attorneys and a professional land development consultant. The POA has actively engaged with Mr. Dix through our representation and his. And golf is surging again, more coming up. There was a lot going on for residents and virtually at the same time in 2022. Several investors wanted to buy a golf course to operate as a golf course. There were offers to shanty. Residents in the know were keeping the POA apprised. How a business relationship with the POA would look, if at all, still needed to be worked through. To get a community pulse, a first question was sent to residents via the POA website on April 17, 2022. Do you think the POA should pursue a plan to purchase the golf course property so that the POA could control the future of the land? The results were 83.7% for and 16.3% against. The visible internet question must have motivated Stillwell and Dix. While residents complied with restrictive rules, Dix closed with Cerati on June 3rd, only 47 days later. That's when this community nightmare started. More coming up. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Mike McDonald. I live at 3186 West Bird's Nest Drive in Pine Ridge. I have been sworn in, and I do not live on the golf course. Madam Chair and Commissioners, you have heard from some opposition voices. Every voice counts. This is what makes America great. We assure you the POA has heard the thoughts of well-meaning residents and continue to educate and inform. Some were recruited by Mr. Dix. He set up a direct email for the purpose. They were influenced by the well-packaged, well-rehearsed, self-serving agenda. They were underinformed and therefore susceptible. Their small group of 50 or so continues to be invited to planning meetings. We all know people that no matter the truth based on fact, they are too dug in to change their mind. After hearing the pros and cons of the residents, the official position of the POA representing the greater interests of 11,000 residents is to maintain the Pine Ridge Master Plan, grandfathered into the Citrus Comprehensive Plan. The Pine Ridge Master Plan protects the RUR designation for all Pine Ridge to include the equestrian trails and the P&R golf overlay of the 222 acres that is Pine Ridge Golf Course. There is no daylight. But some questions never get answered. Here are a few. How did Clark Stillwell become the link between Neil Cerati and James Dix in the middle of the so-called auction? If there were other offers and ongoing discussions, why was there an auction? Was the auction a ruse so 2 developers could close the sale during the waiting period? Was this a well-crafted way to shut out actual golf course operators? Why were some investors meeting auction requirements only to have it close a moment after it started? We don't know. But what we do know is that James Dix rushed to buy an operating golf course, closing in 47 days, allowing it to go defunct for the purpose of making profit on the land and at the great expense of Pine Ridge and Citrus residents. In meeting their fiduciary duty, the POA Board of Directors was forced to engage legal representation and a land developer consultant to help through this quagmire. Residents and golf course operators saw a golf course. Mr. Dix saw cheap land to develop and, according to his book, he would need nerves of steel along with his money and contacts. More on that coming up. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Robert Morehard. I live at 2047 West Labonte Circle, Beverly Hills, Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, in both previous PDC hearings, those commissioners were told golf was declining. The opposite is true. Golf is surging beyond, quote, the tiger boom, unquote, of the early 2000s. Citrus needs more operating golf courses, not less. This past July, Ms. Avis Craig, Dick's expert, held up a copy of the Chronicle showing Lakeside closed. She used the story to advise under oath golf was declining. In July 23, El Diablo and Pine Ridge were also mentioned as examples of courses closing because of declining golf. Again, not true. The POA learned there were actually 3 golf courses closed because of their, quote, individual to them management problems, unquote. Not because of declining golf. Here's what the PDC commissioners didn't hear in either hearing, but the BOCC heard on July 9th. It sets the stage. Citrus has 15 geographic golf locations and a total of 18 golf courses. That's 10 more than the Dick's team represented in testimony. They weren't off by just 1 or 2. Golfers also know that 27-hole courses can be played in combinations of 9, 18, 27, or 36 holes. Each operates to its own level of success. They don't mention Twisted Oaks was thriving, or that it had a waiting membership list, or that many of their members live in Pine Ridge, or non-members did and would play in Pine Ridge again. Twisted Oaks is thriving because of good management and because Pine Ridge is not operating. Isn't it interesting that Tuscany literature also points to Twisted Oaks as their golf course, as we need more, not less. If Ms. Craig could have held up the July 21st Chronicle, the PDC would have seen this headline, Terry Legree to lead redesign of historic Plantation Inn golf course. Let's just summarize. Golf is not declining, it is surging, and we'll be able to look as close as Crystal River for our future model. So much for Mr. Dick saying under oath he did his due diligence. He allowed the already operating Pine Ridge Golf Course to go defunct on purpose. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kerry Dean. I live at 4576 North Valley Terrace in Pine Ridge. Madam Chair, Commissioners, golfing has been in a revival since COVID. People learned that they could distance while golfing. Mr. Dix bought an operating golf course from another developer because it was low-hanging fruit. He bought 222 acres for $3,800 an acre and needs the BOCC to be complicit in a scheme turning that into $50,000 an acre. But because educated residents and the BOC, emphasis educated, understood, it didn't turn out to be easy money. So what was his next move? Drive a wedge between the neighbors, sell a glitzy product that he'll never build, create an impression he has a resident support. He waged an information campaign with direct mailings, emails, telephone calls, never advising his project meant removing the grandfathered master plan, protecting all of Pine Ridge. The small group here tonight in green shirts calling themselves Pine Ridge United shows how misinformation and disinformation can turn neighbor against neighbor. It's important to again mention that this small group is not a sanctioned POA committee. The state Citrus County BOCC through 53 years have designated Pine Ridge Golf Course as RUR, P&R Golf Overlay. To support this is also to support a still thriving ecosystem. More on that soon. Golf is in a renaissance. According to the 2024 National Golf Foundation, Florida is #1 in the nation with 1,264 golf courses and growing. There are 1.9 million golfers in Florida, making it third nationally. There were 43 million rounds of golf played on both private and public golf courses in Florida last year. There are more lady players than ever. In our backyard, is the one-time famous Plantation, with its rich history featuring PGA events hosted by Shell's wonderful World of Golf. Plantation's new owners share that same enthusiasm for the historic property and have hired Terry Legree from Crystal River to redesign the course. Who would have thought the rundown condition of Worldwoods with its management problems would be transformed into a world-class facility, becoming the revenue engine for Hernando? Worldwoods is now Cabot Citrus Farm. Cabot's properties are a success because a dedicated owner who believes golf is a magnet that brings the value to its real estate. As a staff member in the golf operations at Cabot since 2023, I have witnessed what can be done to a rundown golf course. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Adams. I live at 5553 North Princewood Drive in Pine Ridge, a long ways from the golf course. Madam Chair and Commissioners, my next 3 minutes. According to the 2025 National Golf Foundation report, golf participation in the U.S. 2024 year-end review. Here are some noteworthy excerpts, and I quote, "An estimated 28.1 million Americans played golf on a course in 2024, marking the 7th consecutive year of growth and the highest participation level since 2008, end quote. Here is some more data from the National Golf Foundation focused on the growth of golf since COVID. This should be especially interesting to a BOCC with 80% women. And I quote, "The growth has been especially pronounced in recent years. Since the start of the pandemic, there has been a net increase of 2.3 million females and 2.1 million golfers of color playing on courses. Women and girls have been particularly impactful in driving the sport's post-pandemic growth, accounting for approximately 60% of the net gain in green grass golfers since 2019. The female golfer population has now reached nearly 7.9 million, an all-time high. This representation is a significant lift compared to 2012, when females accounted for only 20% of on-course golfers. That lower proportion coincided with the aftermath of the Great Recession, when many households faced tighter finances and an increase in two-income families, leading to reduced free time and less discretionary spending on pursuits like golf," end quote. This is the opposite of the information provided to the PDC on July 3rd, 2025. Yes, commissioners were told the BOCC denied him last year, but it was a passing comment while stressing the developer had a right to present his plan again. Ms. Kutu advised golf courses were being repurposed in Florida, but did not mention how many communities face the same nightmare were saved by their elected officials. More on that coming up. One commissioner piled on to this unchallenged comment, advising their own stale experience in failing golf. The comment might have been correct 10 years ago, but sure doesn't sound like a current golfer. Thank you, and I appreciate your time and consideration.
Next speaker, please.
I am sworn in. Good evening. My name is Tim Nitke. I live at 5299 North Cliff Drive, Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, according to the LDC, the PDC is intended to be a process ensuring that what gets to the BOCC for authorization meets standards. It's a tough job. They're only as good as the information sent before them. There is no people advocate during the process, although there is provision for citizen participation. There is not a robust exchange of ideas. The BOCC relies on phone traffic, emails, as well as media, social, and otherwise, and usually after the fact. Here are some of the media headlines already provided to the BOCC. From Golf Digest, January 22nd, 2021. Miracle at Turkey Creek, how a group of volunteers revived a course that had been dead for 10 years. It's a story of a golf community which was reborn after the Alachua City Council sided with the residents over the owner-developer. It was a mismanaged course with the same Pine Ridge issues. Now it's thriving, adding property and tax value because of the city's decision. From Tampa Bay Times, May 26, 2021, Pinellas Commission blocks developers' plan for 273 homes on Tides Golf Club. Another, from PSQ, Public Square, January 22nd, 2019, failing golf communities not on par with neighborhoods. This article examines the negative impact of communities that have lost their golf course for whatever reason. The bottom line is property taxes, property values, and ad valorem is affected. And this is what Pine Ridge residents, property owners, and the POA want to avoid. From Local10.com, January 2022, court rules in favor of Calusa residents who opposed development. We have hired a land development group to work through land matters Mr. Dix connected. The POA would rather negotiate than litigate. We bring these media articles to your attention now for the record. They were previously sent via email as there was no expected way to impact the one-sided PDC hearing. On a side note, late this afternoon, I heard two of you say that you're sick of the building or clearing of the land and too many lots. I concur with you, and I just say enough is enough. Thank you.
I am sworn in. Good evening. My name is Karen Nitke. I live at 5299 North Cliff Drive in Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the next 3 minutes. We're a family who bought a golf frontage home and paid a premium. We also paid an upcharge for the corner lot. As a retired police officer and registered nurse, my husband and I worked hard our entire lives to be able to afford to do this. According to Mr. Dick's latest drawing, we'd have a house and property behind us looking nothing like ours. And there's no longer gates, he says. So what? How long does it take to put up gates? They'd have private roads and green space, he says. What he doesn't say? He's taking 53 years of 221 acres of green space away. It's smoke and mirrors to get the master plan torn away. His new drawing shows another road and long, narrow lots squeezed onto a fairway behind our house. Doesn't look close to like other Pine Ridge properties. What happened to consistency and compatibility? No longer do we have a premium golf corner lot. The purchase price is no longer protected, and good luck to us should we have to sell due to health issues. Equity, gone. Same is true for other golf lots. Original investments, way down, and good luck to us when we do have to sell. We don't need a shoehorned housing development, this one or the one that will really come. In January of 24, in January of 24, we showed a list of golfers who played Pine Ridge and want to play it again. You received their emails and you know about the survey they signed asking you to vote no to save Pine Ridge. Nearly 3,000 people signed petitions, sent emails, and made calls. All golfers don't live in Pine Ridge, but many are regularly playing the 18 courses around Citrus, Marion, Hernando, and the villages. Like anyone, golfers head toward the best product. You just heard about the membership waiting list for Twisted Oaks. The PDC heard the very opposite in July of 23 and 25 from Dix. We're not guessing. It's verified and on the record. Here's something we haven't heard. James Dix grew up in Citrus, but when he made it big, he and his wife, Deb, bought a golf course in Lake Mary. A home on a golf course in Lake Mary. She happens to be a realtor and often markets golf course homes with a view. So I'd have to ask Mr. Dix, what does his family think about you pulling the rug from under us? Do you think it's okay for you to live out your golf course dream? Please just say no.
I'm sworn in. Good evening. My name is Steve Hayes. I live at 5583 North Twinkle Point, Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the next 3 minutes. When we were here last, we illustrated what the loss of a golf course amenity had on real estate values. We used Turkey Creek as a model, then turned to El Diablo and Pine Ridge. This year, the data is specific to Pine Ridge. We should all recognize there are uncontrollable economic factors such as interest rates. And after consideration, the analysis was focused on the primary factor affecting Pine Ridge, the now defunct golf course purchased by Mr. Dix. Based on a sampling of 40 Pine Ridge properties sold in the last 3 years located within a half-a-mile radius from the golf course, we discovered these homes on average took 146 days to sell. Time on the market for other communities outside Pine Ridge and throughout Florida was considerably less at 60 days. So what does that mean? It means it took Pine Ridge residents twice as long to sell in comparison and at an additional loss of $18,500 per homeowner. Everyone's finances are unique. Some would think $18,500 is a lot, others not so much. Either way, it's a real loss. For some people, it's the cost of a car. For others, a large medical bill their insurance didn't cover. And you already know there was a taxable value loss of 25% determined by the property appraiser in 2023. That's 25% on every lot every year since and going forward. This is on the land below every home and on top of every vacant lot abutting the golf course. It was the beginning of the beginning. Also predictably, based on modeling, time on the market is higher for homes and vacant land abutting the Pine Ridge Golf Course. Knowing it and seeing it in black and white are two different things. Looking at homes which are considered golf course frontage in the year 2025, these homes are taking on average 364 days to sell. An entire year to sell a home on Pine Ridge Golf Course. These sold for $80,000 less than list price on average. That's $79,500 to be exact. That's the price of a down payment on assisted living. So what does this mean for just value and taxable value and ad valorem? The property appraiser ultimately works it out, but it's a big hit for Citrus County just to support a mirage of 80 homes with fictional people. More to come. Thank you.
My name is Jeannie Gaskill, and I live at 5487 North Mallow Circle in the beautiful community of Pine Ridge Estates. I have been sworn in. Madam Chair and Commissioners, my 3 minutes. This is some transferable analysis based on recent and still developing data. Using property appraiser numbers within the Pine Ridge community, there is currently 3,370 single-family homes. Again, being conservative and using the average value regarding the sampling of non-golf course frontage Pine Ridge properties at $500,000 each, with an equity loss of $18,500, the calculated potential equity loss is $62.3 million. Certainly the potential is still developing, but this serves as a reminder to everyone that there can be a hidden tax impact in development everywhere, isn't given the focus it deserves. The Board of County Commissioners takes a lot of criticism at tax time. This is where they can find their hidden revenue. Now, back to the golf frontage homes and properties. According to the Community Environmental Services, homes located next to the golf course can sell for 40% more than the same dwelling located elsewhere. And this also means living next to a golf course already, they have paid a premium for that eventual return benefit. So with conservative comparison, it's reasonable to expect golf course frontage properties already in trouble would have been listed and sold for as much as 40% more, except for the golf course Mr. Dix has caused to defunct. This further impacts the property appraisers' forum for establishing just value. And finally, this makes it exceedingly unfair to convert the golf course to other land uses, which negates the increased property value. As you've heard previously, this is the beginning of degrading the entire community, but just as important, it impacts the taxable value as ultimately determined by the property appraiser. The domino effect is visible through the real estate marketing on and off the golf course and carries over as follows: market value, just value, taxable value, and ad valorem. So whereas removing all altering the master plan covering the Pine Ridge Estates hurts Pine Ridge first, the ripple effect is for all of Citrus County from a tax revenue standpoint going forward. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and patience.
I have been sworn in. My name is Matthew Grant. I live at 5454 North Alamander Drive, and I live in Pine Ridge. Madam Chair, Commissioners. So let's be clear here. For starters, we're now supposed to believe the decision you made last January wasn't righteous. The only reason that you did it was because you were up for election. We're now supposed to believe that except for the election, you would have voted for James and his profit while ruining personal lives and finances. And now, just because he's taking the gates down, it's somehow okay. So this year, we're now supposed to believe a real estate buying, book writing, developer flipping, financial expert didn't do the due diligence he swore under oath he did. He cried at a recent community meeting, "I didn't know it needed a new well pump. I didn't know the golf carts were on lease. I didn't know the liquor license didn't go with the sale. The only thing I could do was to get my money back, was to develop it. I know because I was there." And we already know he doesn't build anything. He told us that in the same meeting, and he brags in his book he'll take full advantage of every opportunity. In this case, it's the BOCC and 11,000 residents of Pine Ridge. So much for due diligence. So please, please, he's the smartest guy in this room. He wrote an entire book on how to dodge and weave the smallest detail. And of all people, he didn't know. He didn't know. Just a little more perspective. So what's next? Quite predictably, really, it's the next chapter on how to buy and sell real estate for financial freedom, how to laugh all the way to the bank. He's talking about his financial freedom, not ours, by the way. So Chuck, get back to the drawing board. Let's create fiction and take the gates down. New lots, longer but still an acre. We don't have to show the footprint. That's for the next guy. Let's go to the county staff. We know they'll help us. It's what they do. After that, we'll find some residents to give us cover. We'll divide the neighborhood, creating the impression of community support. I know, I have money. I will create this information campaign. We'll go to the PDC. That's a guarantee. We'll say what we have to. It's what we do. Dear commissioners, here we go again. Let's end this tonight. And please, please, save Pine Ridge. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. I have been sworn in. My name is Ruth Squires. I live at 5550 West Yearling Drive. I've been in Pine Ridge for 20 years. The next 3 minutes, this may seem repetitive, but it's because it's that important. June 3rd, 2022 was a pivotal date for the stability of Pine Ridge Estates, its residents, its owners, and its still developing ecosystem. More on that coming soon. The special warranty deed was signed on June 3rd for 222 acres of an operating golf course. It's the sale record between Shanty and Southern Oaks, a DIX subsidiary. You've heard it before, and here it is again. Mr. Dix purchased a golf course that he knew was protected and designated as a Parks and Recreation rule with a golf overlay. Now the goal was to deceive residents, pitting them against each other and their elected leaders. He already learned from the Sorority experience. It's profit over people for Dix. It's life-changing for Pine Ridge residents, retirees who are making their final lifetime move. Your authorized citrus comprehensive plan is exactly developed, intended to protect people like us. You can see this year what you didn't see last year. The few people Dix persuaded without telling them altering the master plan in any way is the precedent for future developer assault. The Dix team advised the Board of County Commissioners housing on the golf course would increase Pine Ridge home values. So property and home sale values before and after June 3rd were evaluated. Surprise, the exact opposite happened. It was the many realtors living in Pine Ridge that were sounding the alarm. Real estate offices were reminding agents, you can no longer refer to Pine Ridge Estates as having a golf course. Agents knew instinctively that this was a terrible thing. A major selling point was gone because of Mr. Dick's effort to put his profit over the people. On January 9th, 2025, the Board of County Commissioners protected Pine Ridge. So what did Dix do? He ratcheted up his profit campaign. He doesn't like to hear the word no. But this time around, he had to be even more deceptive. He took a page from Sorority trying to recruit uninformed residents. Some are here tonight. He pitted neighbor against neighbor for windfall profit. Protect us all. Once again, the POA, through a sanctioned committee, began organizing residents' responses through weekly meetings and standing room only town halls. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
I've been sworn in. Good evening. My name is Pat McNamara. I live in 4338 North Saddle Tree Drive, Pine Ridge, not on a golf course. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the next 3 minutes. We have to revisit 2023. It's the beginning of the negative impact. Property appraiser reps advised it was the operating Pine Ridge golf course that was the recognized property appraiser's amenity. Without it, just value and taxable value decrease. They provided an analogy. Should a lake go dry, it could no longer be evaluated as lakefront property. Other proximity properties are also no longer in a lakeside community. The formula for valuation and averaging is affected then. Same as for a golf course. The reps advised that overall citrus values increased lots in Pine Ridge on and off the course, lagged behind the surge. In the 2020, Pine Ridge Golf Course frontage lots averaged 35,000. Non-golf lots averaged 24,000. Golf lots were 31% more. Said again, in 2020, golf lots were selling at an expected premium. Although not complete year, they shared the 2023 numbers. Golf lots were selling on an average at 46,000, while non-golf lots now were selling at 48,000, again on average. So, golf lots, which were selling at 31% more than non-golf lots in 2020, were selling now for 2% less than non-golf course lots. Most important, The 48,000 in 2023 compared to the 24,000 in 2020, non-golf lots were up plus 100%. Said in another way, non-golf lots were up 100% while golf lots were a dismal 2%. They were doing less, doing worse. This needs to be emphasized. They were actually doing worse than the non-golf course lots. The 2023 tax formula showed the beginning of the decrease for golf course lots at a negative 25%. It's the land under the house and on top of every vacant golf lot. This was the beginning of the domino effect started by Shanty and Dick's. Word was out. Pine Ridge was no longer a golf community. And yes, residents truly do understand property rights. But whose rights? Is it the property rights of the one, Mr. James Dix, who was gambling for profit, or the already master plan protected property rights of the many 1,000 Pine Ridge residents? This is about reaffirming the same decision you made last year. And yes, I do not live on a golf course lot, but I respect my neighbors. Thank you.
My name is excuse me, my name is Violet Langeri. I live at 5214 North Mallows Circle in Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the next 3 minutes. This is the 2023 snapshot of what began in 22 and continues. It's why we go back. Property appraisers use just value and taxable value to arrive at ad valorem. As part of the formula, they omit the quote outliers, close quote. In 2020, average golf course lots were 35,000. In 2023, there were 46,000. At 46,000, premium golf lots were well below market and selling for 2% less than non-golf lots in the surrounding area. The downward trend took hold. The domino effect was next. We explain further. On June 3rd, 2022, James Dix bought the operating golf course, a quote, golf course amenity, close quote. That's the property appraiser's description. Stay with us. April 4th, 22, a 1-acre golf course lot on Mallows Circle listed for $85,000. This was an outlier, but in the free enterprise system of real estate, this is exactly the kind of sale realtors hope will jumpstart the upward trend. So what happened next? On April 27, 2022, 23 days later, another golf lot, same specs, a few lots away, listed for $85,000. It was a no-brainer comp and should have been the jump start, but it took a year to sell for only $45,000, $40,000 less than the best comp. Same day, yet another golf property a few lots away also listed at $85,000. 3 lots should have been the jump start of a trend, but a year later, on May 4th, 23, it closed for $42,000 less than the comp. So much for the upward enterprise trend. So what does this all mean? What is the common denominator? June 3, 2022, of course, James Dix closed on, wait for it, a recognized property appraiser amenity. The 3 properties together averaged $84,166, would have eliminated the outlier and would have been the trend realtors look for. In the name of profit and property rights for himself, Dick doesn't mind crushing the established property rights of others. So the pattern has already developed at the expense of Pine Ridge residents and all of Citrus ad valorem. Thank you.
Evening. I'm Victor D. Mantova, 3642 West Daffodil Drive on the Pine Ridge Golf Course. I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the reason why I'm on this golf course. When I was in Vietnam, I commanded a company. We had over 360 people scattered all over in an area that took me hours by helicopter to reach my men. And every night, my first sergeant would come to me and he'd say, "Nobody's going home early. All heads are accounted for." It's a lot of pressure, no matter what you know, to be in command in a combat unit. My primary job is to make sure every one of my men go home. And to him to tell me that nobody was going home early really is a lot of pressure. And what I would do is, back then I smoked, I'd light up a cigarette and I'd make a toast and a promise that when this is all over, I'm going to retire to a golf course in Florida. And that's what I did. And now I understand that some people are telling me they're going to have to buy me my golf course. To them, I only want to say this. I already paid for my golf course by the fact that the value of my home was based on its proximity to that golf course. And not only that, but the closer you got, no matter whether you were on it or not, the property cost more. So if I had lived where you all live, back away from my golf course, I may not have had to pay so much. And every month to my county, I pay more taxes based on the value of my home being on a golf course in Florida. I just want to let you know this one last thing. A home is a hunter home from the hills, and a sailor home from the sea. And this old soldier home to a golf course in Florida. That was my promise, and I would hope for you to help me keep it. Thank you for your time. Where's this thing?
I've been sworn in. Gail Thomas, President of the Pine Ridge Equestrian Association, 5179 West Bonanza Drive, Pine Ridge Estates. My 3 minutes. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the Pine Ridge Golf Clubhouse was once the horse club meeting place and watering hole. Dinner, drinks, and an equestrian presentation. A great night out. A couple years ago, Pine Ridge Equestrian Golf Community was part of a Bay News 9 story, highlighting the Equestrian Center as a major amenity of Pine Ridge. It was a feel-good story. We couldn't talk about golfing because most recent owners had made the course go defunct to build houses on the fairways. Their only green vision was the money, not the space. Here's a little of what we said on Bay News 9. Pine Ridge has a superb equestrian center and around 300 horses spread among the residents. We have 30 miles of deeded, color-coded trails throughout the equestrian community. Pine Ridge is 25 miles south of Ocala, the horse capital of the world. Pine Ridge is the best alternative community close to the World Equestrian Center. We are the new Ocala. We didn't tell them about these concerns. Depending on the trail, you must cross Pine Ridge, Mustang, and other back streets. Crossing is already a serious problem with local and cut-through traffic. With the Suncoast now open, even worse. We can bet that if you take the side of this developer over the residents, the construction vehicles will overwhelm our streets. The peace and safety of a quiet ride through the woods is gone. The risk of a horse getting spooked can occur instantly. It's the noise, visual, and the horse sense that causes the reaction, endangering horse, rider, and driver. We think we have a clear spot to cross the road, and bam, a speeder appears out of nowhere. Think of being on a horse in Pine Ridge and what that means as you consider this again. We equestrians moved to Pine Ridge to enjoy our horses, ride our trails, and use our equestrian community center. We don't want to get injured in doing so. Please vote no to this golf course developer. Thank you.
Next.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Dee Castellano, I live on 4325 West Mustang Boulevard, Pine Ridge. I'm not on the golf course. I was sworn, and these are my 3 minutes or less. Here we go again, trying to defend our way of life. Please do not let this happen to Pine Ridge equestrian community. Between the Suncoast Highway emptying out of our doorstep and a rather large development being contemplated in almost the same place as the Parkway exits, plus 2 more large use developments being planned for the right side of Pine Ridge, and a 377-acre sand mine to the left side. To add insult to injury, you want to allow a developer to change everything to suit his need to build a community within our community. What's to become of this once very unique Pine Ridge equestrian community? Originally planned by the Mackle brothers as an equestrian golf community. In 1972, people came from all over to have a life styled around their horses, and soon after, around their horses and their golfing. Well, with all this development ever stop? When is there not a blade of grass or a tree left standing like in so many other areas of Florida? This is our Central Park. Would you concrete and blacktop that? Even New York had the sense not to do that. I am an 80-year-old equestrian and resent using my golden years to defend my equestrian community from this happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sworn in. Long night, eh? Yeah, thanks for hanging in there with us. I'm John DeVore, 1927 West Labonte Circle. I'm chair of the Pine Ridge Environmental Committee. I worked 20 years in Ohio with land use planning and zoning. Don't live on the golf course, and I learned a lot about developers in the process. The next 3 minutes is a classic repeat. Yes, Mr. Dix put it in writing, and I quote, "As a developer, you have to have vision, luck, great contacts, lots of money, nerves of steel. It may take years to put together a big project. In the meantime, you're doing nothing but paying out large sums of money. The regulatory climate has continued to get tougher and tougher, and the red tape surrounding environmental impact statements, just like just one example, can be a nightmare. We speak from experience. We've had entire projects held up by nesting whooping cranes. In another case, we had gopher turtles, a grand total of 4 of them living on a tract of land we owned. Gopher turtles are neither endangered nor threatened in the official bureaucratic categorizations. They're a special concern species. Nevertheless, those 4-foot-long turtles held up our project so long that we finally offered to put them up at the Four Seasons Hotel next door to our property if the government would just let us get started with the project. The agency in question didn't really take to the idea," end quote. So people with lots of money and contacts are used to getting their way. He said it, and we repeat here, lots of contacts and money, and Mr. Dix surely knows that gopher tortoises in Florida are actually categorized as threatened. Here's an excerpt from the Citrus County LDC, Chapter 1, 1300, Purposes and Intent, I. Quote, "Protecting and, where necessary, preserving our valuable natural resources, wildlife habitat, fisheries, and threatened or endangered species," end quote. From the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, quote, "Gopher tortoises share their burrows with more than 350 other species and are therefore referred to as a keystone species. In Florida, the gopher tortoise is listed as threatened. Both the tortoise and its burrow are protected under state law," end quote. And that deserves repetition. Both the tortoise and the burrow are protected. Burrows can be 40 to 60 feet long, 10 feet deep, and across all boundaries. We see gopher tortoises everywhere on and off the course. The open canopy of the mature trees on there are the anchor for a biodiverse habitat for hundreds of species of critters, including tortoises and a broad spectrum of birds and all the other critters that support them. And I just have a question. Is it okay to throw all of us seniors under the bus? If this is our last home, just so that somebody can make profit. It's kind of a big deal. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
I've been sworn in. Good evening. My name is Dale Steffen. I live at 5400 North Mallow Circle, not on the golf course. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the next 3 minutes. Here is the opening paragraph from the Pine Ridge Property Owners Association website. Quote, Pine Ridge Estates is a hidden gem located in Citrus County. It boasts miles of acreage and is a unique upscale development with diverse styles and layouts. While enjoying the beauty of this area, one will occasionally encounter wildlife. Some of the species that have been cited are Sherman fox squirrel, black bear, gopher tortoise, bobcat, eagle, and many varieties of hawks. This area is also home to the bluebird. As you drive through the community, you may notice bluebird boxes that are placed in various locations, end quote. Pine Ridge is also a bird sanctuary, more on that in a minute. The wildlife highlighted here, even the Florida panther, are just a small portion of what residents encounter. There's so much more, too much to list, but you'll hear the concern as we move towards our close, hopefully soon. The animals, reptiles, birds, and butterflies are part of the ecosystem we support and which supports us. So when exactly did the gopher tortoise become a problem in Pine Ridge? How about never? As advised, they predate all of us. We've been living together for 53 years. Now here comes Mr. Dix wanting to displace them. We respect and accommodate the tortoises in every way. It's just Southern common sense and sensitivity. When they're making their way from the course into a street, we help so they don't get run over. Did you know if you pick up a tortoise, you need to replace it in the same line, in the same direction? Otherwise, they don't know how to get back. Approving this developer will begin the demise of a thriving community, a threatened species, and the ecosystem around them. There's no need. We've been managing in Pine Ridge since it became Pine Ridge. They were here before us, and God willing, with your vote, they'll be here long after. We are not environmental extremists. We're not overzealous activists with an agenda. We're Pine Ridge residents who've always appreciated our nature coast and the critters that make it so. Don't allow this developer to destroy our master plan, our golf course and its ecosystem, or our animal friends. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Georgianne Salemi. I live at 5267 North Mallow Circle in Pine Ridge Estates. Madam Chair and Commissioners, my 3 minutes, I am sworn in. Bird Sanctuary and Natural Preserve. Pine Ridge is one of the most beautiful and one of the last in Citrus County. Let's not mess it up. Pine Ridge Estates was designated a bird sanctuary by the Game and Freshwater Fish Commission in 1991. Then, in 1997, bird sanctuaries were replaced with restricted hunting areas. Pine Ridge Estate was grandfathered in. Communities today can no longer become a bird sanctuary, and it was the Citrus BOCC setting the boundaries. The last Florida bird sanctuary was improved in 1996. What does this mean for Citrus and Pine Ridge? Well, it was a big deal and has been happening before our very eyes. It means our bird sanctuary is the definition of unique. At 9,206 acres, it is the county's largest, and only 123 were established statewide from 1961 to 1996. In 27 years, 0. The county was very rural back then, and this protected the people, birds, and wildlife from hunters. Fast forward today. It is slipping away in Citrus County due to development, but not yet in Pine Ridge Estates. Birds and wildlife are recognized in the LDC. Our habitat was protected from hunters, our parks and recreation with a golf course protected from developers. It started with the Mackle Brothers' vision and was carried on by previous county commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Dix. The silver lining in your attempt to crush the golf course we learned the BOCC helped to create one of Citrus County's greatest natural preserves, and it is in Pine Ridge Estates. Definition of a natural preserve: an area where animals and plants are protected and it has few buildings or homes. It is our golf course at the center core of Pine Ridge Estates. Sure, there was construction, but it is the undisturbed golf course that contributed to generations of wildlife. This is no longer about just equestrian amenities, golf, birds, wildlife, or gopher tortoises. It's about a forever developing ecosystem nurtured by the community since Pine Ridge Estates was established. We've uncovered a fantastic secret and was almost lost. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Evan Geisfeld. I live at 5221 North Mallow Circle, Pine Ridge. And Madam Chair and Commissioners, I've been sworn in. The next 3 minutes. This is from the FWC. Quote, "The gopher tortoise is a long-lived terrestrial turtle found in upland habitats throughout Florida. This keystone species digs burrows that are used by more than 360 other animals," end quote. Here we learn a keystone species equals supporting other animal life. Governments managing development have heard every argument. Staffers and some elected officials see this mitigation as black and white and are geared for the deep pockets of developers to win out. The internal process becomes so routine, particularly in citrus. They see citizens as impediments and their passion as overzealous. We know the look when officials think a community is using gopher tortoises to hold up development. The developer thinks it's one more thing to work around, kind of like the master plan when you think about it. But Pine Ridge Estates is unique, and government will say everyone thinks they're unique. But we're providing lost data to prove it. So thank you for the continued time and attention. Protected burrows are throughout Pine Ridge on and off the course and across all property boundaries. To emphasize, gopher tortoise burrows providing shelter for up to 360 other species, no boundaries. It was the combined layers of bird sanctuary protection and master plan protection fortifying this safe habitat. At the core has been 221 acres of pristine golf course property. One of the biggest takeaways is the need to count our species. How many other critters need protection? How many are endangered? An audit has never been done. A question: if hunting is no longer threatening this keystone species, what is? It's development. From FWC, quote, "The primary threat to the gopher tortoise is habitat loss through habitat destruction, particularly from urbanization and development. In saying no to Mr. Dix, you are supporting your people, gopher tortoises, and other species. Did you know there are over 300 birds documented in Central Park or a golf course? And thank God there was never a credible effort to develop Central Park. What a loss that would have been. Years from now, you'll be the 2024 and 25 BOCCs that kept the nature in Nature Coast, all while respecting the original master plan. One last point on the topic of nature coming up. Thank you."
Thank you.
I've been sworn in. Good evening. My name is John Strip, and I live at 3024 West Lantana Drive in Pine Ridge. I am the current secretary of the Pine Ridge Board of Directors. Madam Chair and Commissioners, for the next 3 minutes. This is what a typical write-up from a local realtor advised before June 3rd, 2022. This is the date of sale of the operating golf course. It highlights the combined anchors of equestrian and golfing amenities. They've gone together since 1972. I quote, "The Pine Ridge Community Center and Equestrian Complex houses professional paddocks, corrals, and training facilities. Residents of all ages can benefit from horseback riding lessons or enjoy watching others train and ride. Entertainment in Pine Ridge Estate is just not limited to equestrian events. The Pine Ridge Golf and Country Club is a world-class golfing facility. Here's another quote. 1.61 acre home site located in Pine Ridge Estates. Pine Ridge Estates has been referred to as the hidden gem of Citrus County. It is a deed-restricted community of more than 10,000 acres with almost 5,000 lots ranging in size from 1 to 5 acres. The landscape is dotted with rolling hills, wooded acres, natural vegetation, and pine trees. It's labeled as a designated bird sanctuary, so you might see bald eagles, woodpeckers, great horned owls, and red-tailed hawks, as well as wildlife such as the gopher tortoise, bobcats, the endangered panther, and an occasional black bear. Pine Ridge Estates also has a 27-hole golf course and 28 miles of community horse trails. Build your dream home and bring the horses. Start living the citrus lifestyle. End of quote. This realtor tied 3 amenities together: nature, golf, and equestrian. We're all that and more. We're seniors and retirees. We're professionals of every kind: business people, educators, first responders, doctors, lawyers, active and retired military, and the next generation is arriving. According to the Property Appraiser's Office, the total taxable value of Pine Ridge vacant land and homes is over $893 million. As you deliberate, please consider the accrued values propping up Citrus back to 1972. Will it be the property rights of one, or the accrued property values paid to Citrus County by Pine Ridge residents for decades? Voting no for this self-serving developer is voting yes for your largest growing community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Nick Walser, and I've been sworn in. I live on Mallows Circle in Pine Ridge. I am 31 years old, and I've lived in Pine Ridge for 23 years. I am autistic, and Pine Ridge has always been my safe place. It is where I find peace, routine, and comfort. That peace is now being threatened by the proposed development on the golf course that's right in my backyard. I want to focus on something very specific that just doesn't make sense. If you look at the community map from Mr. Pigeon's slide presentation in his plan, they add 4 new lots with 4 separate entrances. 2 are off of Alamandra and 2 are off of Cliff. That means 2 separate entrances off of Alamandra, serving only 2 new lots, and 2 separate entrances off of Cliff, also serving only 2 new lots. That's 4 new entrances serving only 4 houses. None of these are connected inside the proposed Pine Ridge Reserve main area. Instead, they are 4 odd-shaped lots with their own separate entrances, completely isolated from the rest of the development. That is not economical, and it is not logical. These 4 isolated lots don't connect to the rest of the proposed development. If a developer were designing this community like this from the beginning, he would never, ever build it this way. Not in a million years. Just the infrastructure requirements for 4 lots so isolated seems very inefficient and odd. But the worst part is what it does to the neighbors. Their peace and quiet will be gone just like mine, and that is not fair. In total, these 4 lots will abut and disturb 25 existing Pine Ridge homes. 4 houses, 25 families disrupted. I ask you, does that sound like good planning? Does that sound like something meant to help our community? Please, don't let this happen to us. Protect the neighborhood that has been here for 50 years. Protect the peace and quiet that makes Pine Ridge special. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
I have been sworn in. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Ron Walser, and I serve as the Chair of the Save the Golf Course Property Committee. And yes, I live on Mallow Circle in Pine Ridge. Mallow Circle is the eye of the storm in this Dix-Pine Ridge conflict. For us, it's like the hurricane we're always preparing for, then having to rely on our commissioners to once again turn it away. This, while the developer refuses to acknowledge there are negotiations. Mr. Dix claims converting part of the golf course into a 100-acre conservation easement would be a benefit. To who? Not to the 11,000 people already here. Let's be clear, it will not. And here's why. First, manufactured conservation easements typically lack active management. The rules generally only allow walking path to be cut down the middle. That means no mowing, no cutting or trimming of vegetation, and no weed management. Essentially, the land is left to grow wild. Sounds good until you realize this is not natural, undisturbed property. Second, court cases and the IRS have repeatedly rejected old golf courses as conservation easements. They do not qualify as, quote, natural habitat or public benefit, as they are no longer reflective of their natural habitat. Third, overgrowth leads to pest and neglect. Again, it would eventually become an impediment to the very ecosystem already developing. A defunct golf course will not return to pristine nature. Instead, it becomes an overgrown, unmanaged mess. We already see evidence of this since Mr. Dix closed the course and allowed it to go defunct. He says $30,000 a month to cut grass, yet code enforcement has been called out many times. If this is what managed looks like, imagine what will happen under a hands-off conservation easement. It's just another larger overgrown lot. And once overgrown, access would be limited to the beginning of the narrow walkway pass. This is not the enjoyable park stroll Mr. Dix is pitching. Finally, easements are not set and forget. Enforcement is weak, inconsistent, and often fails in practice. The bottom line is simple. A conservation easement on a defunct golf course does not preserve land, it abandons it. It creates a nuisance, an unmanaged property, and a direct threat to surrounding homes and county code. Commissioners, this is not a benefit for Pine Ridge or Citrus County. It's a major burden waiting to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tom Russell. I am a resident of Pine Ridge. I live at 5650 North Gentle Point, and I also have the honor of serving as the current president of the POA. I admire your stamina for sitting up here tonight. And as Mike Tyson once said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. So I've been sitting here listening to a lot of the comments. And one thing that I haven't seen come up, and as an engineer, as I think about these kind of things, we've seen a very lovely presentation with a nice map and plot lines and all this kind of thing. The topography of a large part of that golf course property is not being considered here. The western side is largely rolling hills. Some of the properties along Lantana look at about a 30-foot rise between their backyards and the top of the hill. All that's going to need to be leveled, refilled, and people are going to be, who live along the periphery here, are going to be spending years looking at construction, bulldozers, earth movers, all this dirt that has going to have to come in and be leveled out, all the removal of the existing irrigation, all the trails, all the stuff that's up there, that's all going to come out. And for years, people are going to have to live with that in their backyards. I don't think any one of you wants to do that. I don't think Mr. Dix would want to do that. And listening to the addresses of the folks who spoke in favor of this application, I don't think any of them are going to have to live with it either. So that's the part that I came off here with, off the cuff speaking here. But again, this is not virgin land. off in the middle of no place. This is surrounded by homes. And the impact that people are going to feel from that is just unbelievable. Once the dirt starts getting moved, people won't be able to sell their homes. They'll be dropping their prices just to get out. It's terrible. So anyway, with that spirit of conciliation here, we've been forced to engage legal protections because we on the board understand the larger picture here. We've been living with this for a couple of years. We had to engage legal counsel to represent us and to help us navigate this entire process. I think you've seen the clear support in rejecting this application. If you haven't, you just look around the room, and in the three overflows that I know about that are full of people who are supportive of rejecting the application. So I'm in a position to know what the sentiment is in Pine Ridge as a president. I hear and see everything that goes on. And my belief is that, in fact, my knowledge is that there is absolutely no support that should be considered for approving this application. We've been here the second time now. The first time was unanimous from you folks rejecting it. There have been minor modifications that shouldn't be overturned. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You did have a speaker authorization on file, so I just wanted to let you know that. I noticed you only got 3 minutes, so I was just letting you know.
Did you want, sir, I didn't catch his name. Did you want 5 minutes since you were read? Is that right?
Yeah. I didn't know if you wanted 5 minutes because I didn't
Did you have a
I didn't realize I had quite the extra time here. Where do I start?
2 minutes?
So anyway, so that was.
We'll give you the additional 2 minutes.
I'm sorry?
We'll give you the additional 2
Okay,
minutes.
well, terrific. Thanks. Anyway, so what I wanted to get to is that, I won't be much longer here. We're nearing the end. It's been quite an evening. It was the golf course issue that set in motion total reevaluation of Pine Ridge, past, present, and future. And that's been quite the exercise. I'm now in my third year as a board member. So I've learned a lot, learned about things, master plans, comprehensive plans, land development plans, codes, et cetera. Now it's part of every discussion that we have. And we do recognize that at the board level, we have a fiduciary duty and obligation to protect all of our members. That's why we had to engage legal counsel, and we stand ready to protect our golf and equestrian communities as well as our tennis and pickleball enthusiasts. So it's everybody. It doesn't matter if they live on the golf course or not, or if they're down by Ranger or Mustang, where a couple of other tracks are in play here. But we're standing for all of them. So in fact, you can see I got green and black on my shirt here. So now we have one of the most experienced boards in years, a retired engineer and pilot, 2 accountants and a small business CEO. We're all smart enough to know when we need extra help. So we have legal advice, experience guidance, and expert input. So now we understand the full impact of all this on Pine Ridge. So I stand before you today advising that the POA board represents a clear majority to reject this and your support, again, your decision of January 9, 2024. So again, we're here again. Should you once again deny this next version of the same application, we offer an invitation of cooperation with Mr. Dix. He already knows Pine Ridge is ready to seriously negotiate. So let's get past the negative rhetoric and posturing, and let's work together to win. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Paula Sutton. I have been sworn in. I live in 5429 North Mallow Circle in Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, this is the last 3 minutes of the Pine Ridge story. Well, why are we here again? Hopefully not ever again. So why are we here? Because Mr. Dix is basically following his own playbook. Literally, it's from his book. It usually works. Just continue to leverage contacts and money, the golf course and the BOCC for the benefit of one savvy tycoon at the expense of 11,000 innocent people. And thank the Lord he wrote a book. It made a difficult decision last year a bit easier, but as you predicted precisely, difficult times were ahead. You already heard from a vast majority of constituents before and after your decision on January 9th, 2024. You'll learn that your verdict was considered just and righteous by a vast majority. Your unanimous declaration was proven when pro-Dix candidates lost their bids for the POA board. This on top of a previous poll showing 84% in favor of saving the golf course before Mr. Dix bought it. Here's a suggestion coming from residents at a meeting last year. Let's stop wasting time. We need to save energy and tax dollars, and we don't need any more legal fees. We strongly recommend that our capable county administrator turn his focus to the Land Development Division. We don't need to be here again. Final thoughts. Mr. Dix and his team are currently negotiating with a POA consultant regarding his properties for a best resolution for all. The POA has been moving incrementally in the best interest of residents, the POA, and Citrus. It might have been done earlier except for Mr. Dix's request for relief and his lawsuit. His relentless attempts at gaining support is fracturing neighborhoods. I mean, just look around. Denial of this plan reaffirms your continued support of Pine Ridge Master Plan, the golf course overlay, and the now identified ecosystem and wildlife. Standing by the original intent of the master plan ensures that future generations will look back with gratitude at this board how you saved the central core of the Nature Coast. Finally, I'd like to bring to your attention a statement made by Mr. Dix as he was quoted in the Citrus Chronicle on March 17, 2025. Mr. Dix stated, quote, "I don't blame the BOCC for voting against, quote, the proposal." He went on to explain his reasoning. Quote, he said, "It wasn't a compliance issue, it was an election year," close quote. What an insult to you folks. You know, Mr. Dix may have written a book on how to bulldoze his way into developments, but he has stubbornly refused to accept your first decision. And I'm hopeful that tonight, a second firm, clear denial will help him understand your verdict. Members of this board, I appreciate your professionalism, and based on your previous conduct and your decision, I have confidence that your findings tonight will be fair and responsible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Brogan Cunningham, broker-owner, RE/MAX Really One. Some of you probably know my father. I'm just the taller, better-looking version. So after reading the Chronicle over the last couple of weeks, I saw that there was many misconceptions of home values in the area. So I'm going to go through, I'm going to go and set the record straight with facts. I am here to present a professional realtor summary overview of single-family home values in the Pine Ridge Golf Course, within Pine Ridge subdivision, and in Citrus County as a whole. This data is generated and published monthly by the Realtors Association of Citrus County and Florida Realtors. Now, starting with the golf course homes, from 2022 to date, 33 homes on the former golf course have sold, and an average increase of value at the time of sale from the initial purchase to the sale date shows an appreciation of $166,023.08 on average. That's profit per sale. From 22 to date, the median sales price on former golf course single-family homes is $530,000, with an average sales price reaching $571,039.39. Now to go to Pine Ridge as a subdivision. In Pine Ridge, the median single-family home sale price in 2022 was $334,100. By 2024, that figure rose to $342,800, representing a 2.6 increase over that 3-year period. In Pine Ridge, the average single-family home sale price in 2022 was $370,546. By 2024, that figure rose to $374,237, which is a 1% increase over that 3 years. In Citrus County, for Citrus County, the single-family home median sales price in 2022 was $277,000. By 2024, that amount increased to $287,188, a 3.68% increase in value. Citrus County's average sales price in 2022 was $321,363. By 2024, that amount increased to $333,789, reflecting a 3.87 increase. Insights derived from our 2022 to present data set demonstrates that property values in Pine Ridge have consistently increased year over year. Notably, homes located on the former Pine Ridge Golf Course have shown significant appreciation with average sales price now higher than those at Pine Ridge itself. This trend indicates that there was no depreciation in value since the closure of the golf course. And I came here with an open mind. I didn't pick a side. But after hearing everyone, and that's kind of why I wanted to go last, just kind of to hear everyone. But I think the best way forward with this argument, I guess you would call it, is with Mr. Dick's development plan. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kjell Tanberg. I live at 2958 North Bravo Drive in the Pine Ridge, far away from the golf course. Mr. Dix has done a good marketing job. My mother-in-law from New Jersey that used my address 2 summers ago got all his literature to her, to email or phone, with explanation, and so I had to explain to her why I wouldn't accept good offers of thousands of dollars compared to having to pay for a golf course in the future that Mr. Dix offered. As I said, she was from New Jersey. I see speculation I know speculation when I see it. I have lost millions myself on speculative business. I gain millions too, but always when I know when it's time to put the big boys' pants on and basically move away when you lost. And he knew what he was getting into. There was a plan in the area where the golf course is an integrated part of the total green space. Myself, I live on 6.5 acres. I think if I came here or anywhere and said that I have a good idea, I want to split up my property into 3 lots, people would say, no, you are part of a plan, you are part of your green space, your total space is part of the entire plan. And there's no difference from his golf course. He is part of the total plan, and now he wants to reshuffle it. Same as I can't do anything with my 6.5 acres other than owning it. He can live forever with his 200 acres, do something with it, as long as it is green space oriented, preferably a golf course. Thank you.
Yes, I'm back. Hi, Tony Ayo, Pine Ridge. I have been sworn in, and I wanted to just give you a vision, okay, of what I had to see. Okay, I went to one of my neighbor's houses who actually is right on the golf course. I'm looking up at the beautiful, it's dilapidated, but it used to be a beautiful clubhouse, and it's quite high. And I'm looking around, and it slopes down. And he's telling me that we're going to have to put in roads and all this stuff. And I'm thinking, do you know how much trouble that's going to be? And how much destruction to the neighboring homes? I mean, we're already watching down in Hernando County, the lagoon development, shattering homes. I mean, literally, they're cracking up and they're sinking. Because when you shake sand, guess what? You get liquefaction. So it's quite serious. And I just can't imagine living on the golf course over there and having this done. I mean, what's their financial recourse? Who's going to take care of them? I mean, really, this is serious. Yes, it's a golf course. That's what he bought. But I think the main clincher here is what the attorney found out. It's DRI. You can't change it. So what are you going to do? Thank you.
All right, Curtis Bryant Alicanto. I do not live in Pine Ridge. I have been sworn in. I will preface this by saying that Mr. Dix has a good development in mind. As developments go in this county, this has positives that others don't, mainly the conservation land designation. He also went above and beyond by doing things like the soil analysis. However, one thing that stands out to me is what Ms. Craig testified to about 5 hours ago. One thing about developments is that everything changes. Will this plan change as so many others in this county have? That said, here are some questions that were not addressed. I saw on slides 3 and 4 that future land use is RMU. I saw on slide 22 that RMU may apply to development. I've heard both sides say that this has an RMU component to the master plan. Does the removal of the golf course overlay master plan open the door to the Live Local Act application down the road for higher densities than what you see here, according to the due to the RMU designation? As Ms. Craig acknowledged, maybe the plan changes. Maybe he sells it to someone who has different ideas. He did admit in his town hall meeting that he is open to the idea of selling. Currently, the Live Local Act does not apply because of the golf course overlay, as it's exempt under state law. There are 2 cases I found that are similar to Pine Ridge, where Live Local is being threatened: Walden Lakes versus Plant City, and the Lone Pine Club in Riviera Beach. Both are wanting to turn defunct golf courses into properties, into large housing developments. I submitted this to you as part of the informational packet, hoping that you would ask the question, and get the answer for that, but unfortunately you guys did not. The next question: is the conservation easement being open to the public part of the agreement, or can they close that down later on? If you are inclined to approve this, I urge you to address that tonight and make it one of the conditions for approval and not leave it open to future decision by the staff. I believe you guys have that ability. They are pitching it as a benefit to the county and to the Pine Ridge community as a whole, but if they can limit it to apply to only a select few in their development after we leave here tonight, that isn't the benefit to them. Here are a few facts about this. We know he bought a golf course and decided it was too expensive to operate. He failed to do the proper due diligence. I've heard this board over and over tell the Inverness Village's 4 residents that it's their fault they bought on a dirt road. It's their fault they didn't do the proper research. The county is not responsible for bailing them out. Why is this any different? Another fact: we are wanting to bring more open space to the county. This plan reduces the open space in Pine Ridge by 6.8%. What has changed since the last time this was brought to you guys a year ago? I believe it's only 5 less homes and removing the gated entrance. Is that enough to overturn the 5-0 vote that you guys decided? But the biggest unanswered question I didn't hear tonight: what do the 190 owners on the Pine Ridge Golf Course want? They bought on a golf course. They are impacted directly by the decision, but I do not see any survey results from anyone showing how many support this and how many do not. Now, as to the real estate prices we just heard a second ago, I will preface this by saying that the real estate prices are higher because it is designated a golf course area. What happens to that when it's removed? Thank you.
Hello.
Good evening.
Okay. My name is Renee Kroll. I live at 6083 North Lamppost Drive. That's part of Pine Ridge. I come representing neither side, believing both have merit, and came tonight to get more information, thus the color of the Swiss. I would like nothing more than having a thriving golf course and clubhouse. But if that isn't going to happen, then I do think the Dix plan is amenable to our community. I compliment the POA for their organization and the script that has been written and then cut into 3-minute segments. It truly has been a masterful presentation and many thoughtful points made. And to Pine Ridge United, thank you for the efforts you've made to represent an alternative side to this topic. After listening to all the public comments, while still not ready to side up, I will say that I am not a victim to either Mr. Dix's well-published business technique, nor to the ramblings of next-door posts. And I take exception that if a person supports the development, is thusly characterized. I've never met Mr. Dix, but understand that as a business owner, he is allowed, under our capitalist form of economy, to negotiate deals and make a profit. You, as members of the BOCC, all have a hard decision to make, and I don't envy your position. And if you've been sitting in those chairs since 1 o'clock, I really don't envy your position.
9 a.m.
And I thank you for your diligence and for listening to all of us. So even though I have not declared a side, I feel sure that I will have total support to the actual point that I would like to make tonight. And that regardless of your decision for or against the application, the roads of Pine Ridge need attention. I have brought with me county property that I would like to return. And it's asphalt gravel that I've swept up today from my driveway. It's a very small offering of what I clean up every year. and would appeal to you to consider the need to maintain roads within the neighborhood as it currently stands or with the additional Pine Ridge Reserve homes. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Roviaro. I'm the Director of Transportation Planning for Luke Transportation Engineering Consultants. Our address is 2431 Aloma Avenue, Suite 307, Winter Park, Florida, 32792. I'm not a resident of the area, and I had to read this because we recently moved and I've completely forgotten we'd been in our old office for over 25 years, and so this is new. But I've been a planner in Florida for over 40 years. I did a transportation memorandum, which was an update to one that was done in 2023, where we looked at the 85 units, and with the reduced 80 units, it is still a reduction in the number of trips that was be generated by the existing golf course and restaurant. We also looked at existing conditions on the adjacent intersections, and the 80 units will not change the level of service. It's all level of service C or better on the roadway today. The intersections are operating at level of service C or better, and with the addition of the 80 units, it will not change that. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have regarding the transportation memorandum.
Thank you.
Good evening, Brian Skidmore, 4921 Memorial Highway, Tampa, representing the applicant. I have been sworn. I am an environmental consultant for the project. I've reviewed the materials that are submitted in the file of record, and I've looked at and reviewed the concept plan that has been proposed as well. In my experience, it's a well thought out plan. The nearly 85 acres of preservation, 120 acres of open space, along with the lot development, seems like it's a good balance of use. The redevelopment of a golf course that was maintained fairways and tees and greens to be replaced with a conservation easement in perpetuity is also, I think, a net benefit for the wildlife and the habitat. Removal of those maintained fairways, tees, and greens in reversion to a more natural habitat will attract more wildlife, in my opinion. The gopher tortoises that remain in those areas will be allowed to remain as the area is placed under a conservation easement with restricted uses in perpetuity. Those areas will be maintained. As for some of the comments that were made or the concerns with wildlife and species, I've addressed it for the gopher tortoises. The bird sanctuary was brought up, and I think it was mentioned that the sanctuary covers the whole 9,000 acres that is Pine Ridge Estate. So that's true. The FWC designates these sanctuaries at different times in history. The sanctuary covers all of Pine Ridge, the roads, the lots, the houses, the commercial properties, and everything. And the redevelopment of the golf course and the preservation, along with the home sites, is completely consistent with the remaining part of the bird sanctuary that is Pine Ridge Estates. And Pine Ridge Reserve is actually going to result in some enhancement of those habitats that, in my opinion, will attract more bird life and wildlife as it gets maintained again in perpetuity under this conservation easement. I think it's a well thought out plan. And there was a mention that the golf course was pristine by one of the commenters. That's simply not true. The moment this land got developed from a natural habitat to a golf course, it ceased to be pristine. Yes, it supports some species. The reversion of this away from a maintained golf fairway, tees and greens, in my opinion, will allow for continued perpetual wildlife use along with the surrounding community. I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Excuse me. In order to get 6 minutes more, they said that we could cross-examine. I had no cross-examination for traffic. Quite honestly, traffic is just one among many, many considerations for concurrency, but I do have questions about the environmental issue.
Could you please go to the mic, sir?
Yes. Could you step back to the microphone, please? What was the date of your last analysis of the property? When did you last go there?
The last environmental review
Yes.
was done in November 2022.
November 2022?
Yeah.
I have no more questions.
Site conditions have
I
not
have
changed
no
since.
more questions, thank you.
All right, I believe that we have completed our open to the public. Do we know that there's no owners left? Do we do rebuttal now to the open public? Open to rebuttal?
He seems to be walking to the podium.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you again, Rob Batzel, for the record on behalf of the applicant. Okay, I know it's been a long day.
What do they get for rebuttal?
So I first want,
How much time do you want for a rebuttal?
well, I believe it provides 15 minutes. I'll try to keep it under that, certainly.
10?
I don't want to give away time, but
I guess he gets 15.
I'm gonna keep it short. I'll keep it short. Okay, so these hearings are all different. This one's been, I'd say maybe, we talked about at the beginning that my request of you was to try to filter through emotion and things that in your Florida Association of Counties training, when they walk you through how to conduct a quasi-judicial hearing and the things that are that should be considered and should not be. Frankly, we have spent, let's see, almost 5.5 hours listening to things that are mostly not relevant. And that doesn't mean they're not important to people, and I understand people have feelings, and there's a lot of feelings in this courthouse tonight. But frankly, I'm going to ask you to hone in on some facts. I first want to give, so Mr. Dix is about to peel out of his seat to get up here and defend himself because he has been repeatedly vilified tonight and cast as the villain here. What I have told him, and the only way I've kept him in that seat, is because I've assured him that this commission understands what competent substantial evidence is and what this decision needs to be made based upon, and you know full well that there A, are two sides to every story, and B, regardless of whose version of the story is accurate, that none of that is relevant to the issue at hand. And so I do want to run through just a few things that are high level and also toss out some ideas that have been shared tonight. So obviously, every applicant before you in a land use hearing has taken a risk and made some investment purchasing a piece of property that they believe can then, in tandem with county staff and a team, be made into something better. This is never going to be a golf course again. We heard a lot of good history. It was interesting. I feel like I need to defend Mr. Stillwell and some others too who aren't here to defend themselves tonight. But we heard that dating back to 1995, I believe they called it the heart and musculature of the course, something like that, in the pumps and the facilities began to fail. This is long past a failed golf course. It is not relevant to your determination how healthy the game of golf is or how many golf courses we need in Citrus County. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Dix invested in an old, defunct golf course that was past its useful life, and then went about devising a plan that is compatible with the whole of this community. And I'm going to get into some detail, but I just cannot stress enough before moving on that while everyone's feelings are important, things like how this interaction between this HOA and this group who supports this plan, which obviously was here in force tonight as well, has gone, none of this is relevant. At this point, we need to focus on whether the plan before you in your agenda packet is compatible and consistent. Before we get there, I do want to address just a few things that came up over the course. I'm just going to spot check. There was some comments about the topography being a concern and dealing with that. That is absolutely, your staff, we work with your staff in permitting. There's a cycle, many approvals beyond this point, and when a final plat or construction plans, all of the things in between this and the end of the rainbow must occur, that must occur. We must comply with all code relevant to whether it's stormwater management, but anything that could result from topographical issues, we've got to deal with that. Live Local Act just came up. That is not applicable. It's kind of, so the legislature actually just recently, when they defined mixed use, which was one of the changes they took upon themselves in 2025, specifically said that recreational facilities, including golf courses or other passive recreation, does not constitute mixed use. So the effect of what we're asking for would not open up some Pandora's box whereby we could go develop this by right as an affordable housing project. Doesn't apply. Some discussion has come up about this conservation easement. This is something that my client's committed to doing. As we discussed earlier, designating this as open space like we've designated on the plan assures the county that we can't use it any different way, but we are open to a condition of approval that either a conservation easement or language providing such be recorded on or prior to the final plat. That is fine, and this poor Madam Clerk's going to kill me if I start rattling off conditions again like I did at Tuscany Ranch, so I'm not going to do that. But we are 100% committed to that. I want to now transition to rebuttal that was brought about by the intervener's presentation. I want to be 100% professional here. I find it fitting that you all discussed harassment policies and interactions between commissioners and staff, because frankly, you have an intervener who showed up and did not present one thing to you about incompatibility or the project itself. What he presented was that your staff doesn't know what they're doing, which I work with your staff day in, day out, and that gets to me, because the notion that, I don't know how many times I heard the statement, I'm the first guy to bring it up. There might be a reason you're the first guy to bring it up when you show up from South Florida in a hearing with a bunch of people who live and work in this code every day and know damn well what somebody needs to do procedurally when they go about amending a pre-DRI master plan. We got Avis Craig in here as an AICP planner who's been in this building for longer than any of us. We've got Joanna. Hey, that's a compliment. And you know, that sort of thing, a call to the county, if I don't understand something or something's not clicking for me, or even if I may disagree, and we don't always agree, a call to the county, not only does it educate you on how to pronounce Ms. Cotu, but it also educates you potentially as to why you may be off base. And every element of that presentation, and I'm sorry if I'm getting carried away, but every element of that presentation was way off base. Your staff knows what they're doing procedurally. So to wind that back and address it with specifics, let's go through some specifics. This is a pre-DRI master plan development. So when we were talking about terms like BLIVR and BLIM, those are acronyms from back in the day, whereby the state would acknowledge pre-DRI, but DRI size developments of what came to be known as DRIs, developments of regional impact. So your code adequately has evolved over the years. And I don't want to rehash what Ms. Craig already told you, and you all are well aware, but some are here tonight to tell you that we're going about this all wrong, and all of us just missed all these sections of code. And for example, that this isn't appropriately postured because we haven't complied with final plat requirements. I put my socks on before my shoes. There are steps to this process. And these notions that this is not procedurally appropriate and that staff just missed all these red lights is bizarre. But more importantly, it is telling. You don't come in here and argue that kind of stuff if you have good arguments. If you have arguments about incompatibility, if you have arguments that this is inconsistent with the comp plan substantively, you don't come in here and make those types of arguments that we all who live and work in Citrus County week in, week out, and deal with this code have just missed, the procedural steps that need to be taken to amend this type of master plan that predates our code, which specifically provides in sections 4303 and 4404 that a host of different types of plans, PD overlays, master plans, they've been called different things over the years, so it's wrapped up in our PUD code that says these are all considered types of plans that are handled through the PUD process. That process itself is consistent with your comprehensive plan, and this is before you in an appropriate posture. So that gets us all the way back down to that funnel to this all becomes very, very simple. It's not about whether James is a good guy or a bad guy, or whether he's trying to make a dollar. It's not about us, Ms. Cotu, missing steps in the process. None of that is the case. And then all of a sudden, look, the smoke clears. Smoke is clear. All we are talking about is whether a 220-acre tract of land that had a good run as a golf course, but started to fail 25 years ago, as we heard the testimony of individuals who have been there and lived it. In 1995, started this downward pattern. What is its future going to be? It is not going to be a golf course. That is not feasible, economically or otherwise. And the plan before you, this is not, you have people who I represent coming before you asking for, think about the density that you're seeing on a regular basis these days. This is an individual who's coming in saying, you know what, of the 220 acres, we'll keep it to 80 homes. They don't want it gated, we won't gate it. These lots will be of a similar size as the balance of Pine Ridge, consistent and compatible with this whole area. And we'll set aside 120 acres and go about the work of making it capable of being subject to a conservation easement so that people can come take a jog, take a walk through the trails and enjoy passive recreation. And that's not a guy who's trying to squeeze every dollar he can out of here. He'd be in here asking for a lot more density and a lot more lots and not offering to perpetually tie up 120 acres. I'm above my promise of 10 minutes. I'm at 12 for the record, not quite 12. But I am, of course, asking for your approval. I'm asking you to please filter everything that you've heard that is not relevant to focus on the really simple facts. Of course, I'm here if you have any questions, and I still have a closing. So,
Commissioners, have any questions?
thank you. Sorry if I got carried away defending your staff.
Commissioner Barrett?
Okay, I listened to a lot of things from the ladies and gentlemen.
Please pull your mic down.
Oh, I listened to 60 people talk, because I wrote it down. Okay, now, some things stuck out at me. They may just be things that came out. The developments you're talking about, by the way, the corner of 480, of Elkham and Pine Ridge has this beautiful house. God knows how much it's worth. It's been empty for 20 years. Okay. Now, you want to overlay, okay, it says you want us to overlay an original overlay and build houses where the original overlay was so many per acre. That's what you're proposing. In other words, take that overlay that we have for the golf course, change that to another overlay, which is now going to say 80 houses, correct?
No, ma'am. Okay, so if we have, okay, for simplicity's sake, if this is all of this is all of Pine Ridge that is
No. We have a golf course. That's what you own.
only
that's
the
what you're
only yes,
developing.
ma'am. My point is only the golf course. Yes, ma'am.
The golf course is an overlay on the development, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and you want to take that overlay and change it to a different overlay for 80 houses, correct?
80 houses and 120 acres of open space, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you want to change the overlay. Now, I'm a little bit older than you, so the thing is.
I don't believe that.
Oh, believe it. Believe it. You know, the thing is, I've been here off and on for God knows how many years. The Mackle brothers came, the Mackle brothers left. Deltona came, Deltona left. Deltona is back, both in Pine Ridge and in Citrus Springs. Okay, and I've seen developers come in over the years and they get permission to do this and then they disappear. And what was originally set up is never done. Okay, so, you know, we've got Tuscany Ranch. They've got so many years to develop theirs. God knows if they're going to stay or if they're going to sell to somebody. Okay? Why can what makes it so that I should believe that Mr. Dix is going to actually do this development and stay in Citrus County until it's completed the way he is supposedly agreeing to do?
Yes, okay. Well, so here, okay, so there is a 5-year, were you to, when you all approve this tonight, it'll have 5 years on the term where he can go get approvals for development consistent with it. It's got a 5-year term.
Mm-hmm.
So if your concern is that he doesn't perform and he doesn't do anything, then everybody who is here tonight to speak out against it gets what they want, because nothing changes in the footprint of this thing. This new overlay expires and we're back to square one, and somebody has to come back to this commission to ask for the right to do something different.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. If he
harm.
doesn't get his way and he doesn't get it built, he's only got 5 years. Why? In other words, I've seen, I hate to say it, Sam Kellner. Sam Kellner and our family were very good friends, okay? He stayed in Beverly Hills. He built for the people in Beverly Hills, okay? Mackle Brothers came and left, okay? Deltona, he still lives over in Europe.
Commissioner Barrett, can
But
we
the
get
thing
back
is-
to the issue
The
that's...
thing is, promises, yeah, this is an issue. These are questions that I have, and I think the audience has them too, because these are promises that you're gonna be here for the entire time, and you're gonna actually build what you say you're gonna build. If we approve this, it goes the same way that Tuscany does. They can take it to Eric Landon and they can change where they're gonna put the houses, where they're gonna put this, where they're gonna put that. We do not get another say at this if we approve this tonight. And that's what upsets me. That's what gets me all worried, for the simple fact that we really don't. The way they took away our home rule, and now it goes to Eric, okay?
That's state legislature.
I know, it was state legislature. Okay, so I got a question. Since 1995, has the Board of County Commissioners changed the DRA? Joanna, did we change our DRA to, you know, like the other attorney said, the DRA, the
You mean
DRI
DRI.
is there, rather. Okay, have we changed our DRI for this piece of property, or is it still under a golf course?
Yeah, so, yeah, I think she's been through enough. It's me now. So, yes, so the letter that we referenced that is it's called a binding letter of modification from the state, basically goes through all the changes. I'm not going to go through them in detail, but in 95, 96, 99, again in 99, actually 3 times in 99, 2000, 2004, and then 2011, there were different modifications.
Well,
Some of those made.
I read in 1995 that it's still a DRI and that no changes were made. And this is a letter from Lawton Child's office in 1995. It's not from Joe Schmo, it's Lawton Child, who at that time was the governor. And to me, if he's saying that no changes were made to the DRI, then I want to know when the changes were made, and I'd like to see the pieces of paper that show the changes were made by the county.
I guess I can enter this is from the state.
Stop, wait a minute.
So I guess, look, Ms. Barrick, if you don't trust me, you don't trust me. I'm looking at a letter from the State of Florida Department of Community Affairs dated January 7th, 2011.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm gonna ask everybody to please refrain. It's late.
This is not really relevant, but after it was amended on June 23rd, 1995, the department, so this is how they used to do it back then. You would apply to the Department of Community Affairs, which it was back then. Now it's Florida Commerce. But you would apply first to get a binding letter of vested rights. That's what we call a bliver back in the day. And that recognizes that even though you were, in this case, before the DRI statute even came into play, you had a vested development. So that starts the process. And then if you want to modify anything, you go seek a binding letter of modification. So what this letter is in January 2011 is the last, prior to the 18 statutory changes, binding letter of modification. In it, it recites the history of the DRI, when the Bliver was approved, when it was in the early 1970s, the Deltona Corporation owned Pine Ridge Estates. I mean, it goes through the whole process and actually states every amendment that occurred. So I don't think it's really, if you have a reason for asking, I can share this letter with you. You can read it. You can have it. I don't think it's really relevant to the issue before us, because now the way that we amend these things is just through your PUD process pursuant to your comp plan and your code. So we're doing it right and procedurally. And we think that what's before you is compatible and consistent.
Thank you for your answers.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennard.
Thank you. Well, I don't think this is going to make me the most popular guy in the room, but here we go. First of all, Mr. Batzel, thank you for recognizing the professional staff. We talked earlier today about the career professionals that we have on staff, and I appreciate you coming out, honestly swinging and recognizing that and defending staff first and foremost. I also appreciate you bringing up the changes the legislature made in the Live Local Act. I don't know how I missed that with the recreational portion of it, because that was in the back of my head. I was a little bit concerned about that. So thank you for that information. Commissioner Barrick, I'll address you just on this one particular point. I don't know how many times over the years you sat up there at that microphone and complimented not only myself or other commissioners on decisions that weren't necessarily popular, but you complimented us for following the law.
That's right.
Was the plan that was presented compatible? Was it consistent? You may even mention concurrency at times, I don't recall. But in this case, understand, we've got a room that's split unequally, but the room is split. As I said earlier today, regardless of what side we come down on this, we're going to have half the room that's going to dislike us for our decision. In this case, I've got to tell you, I think the PDC got it right this time. I voted against the last plan. I felt like the last plan, yes.
Well,
Well, I'm not done talking.
He has the floor.
All right. I didn't say I was going to make a motion to approve it yet. In this case, I believe the PDC got it right. The last time that the plan was presented to us, I felt like it created an enclave. This time, the plan that's before us, I believe is compatible, it's consistent, it meets concurrency, and it's got a great conservation element to it. So I'll leave it at that and wait until after closing arguments.
Commissioner Finnegan, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think it's late. Commissioner Kennard just forgot that we're in rebuttal and we only ask questions of you at this time. So I actually have a question. Because you mentioned the plat, Mr. Betzel, and we have the drawings, so what part of this would be accurate? Because now that I've heard you speak, I'm thinking it would just be the green conservation, but the drainage and the hash marks of property and the roads, is that, I'm assuming now that I've listened to you, that's not all set in stone, that is subject to change?
Well, so nothing that we do moving forward can be inconsistent with the plan. I mean, it's a conceptual master plan, but nothing can be inconsistent with it. So
The roads could be in different places, the properties could be in different places, the drainage could be in different places, or no? Are they gonna be just like where you've placed them?
I will tell you, you have very tight language in section like 4304. I'm probably getting that wrong, but the PUD section of your code lays out anything that's a minor modification. I don't remember if relocation of internal roads. I know if we were affecting access like on LCAM, that would be a major modification. So I have to come back through to modify just like a PUD. So it has pretty tight parameters. Staff does not make major decisions that modify the master plan that you approve. Everything I do after this has to be consistent with it. My point was only, we've had argument that we haven't met all the requirements of platting, or we haven't met the requirements of the site development plan that are set forth in your code, and that the topo, there's, I guess, some undulation out there that we're gonna need to deal with. All of those things are handled in your code in our subsequent steps after this, was my point.
So may I restate for my clarification?
Yeah,
So what
sorry.
you're saying is this is likely what a plan looks like, but there could be minor modifications?
Yes, as defined in your code.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Davis? You have anything?
Okay.
Okay, so rebuttal is closed. So we're going to close all further testimony. Oh,
Closing arguments, which I'm allowed to make.
You go ahead.
Do I have 12 minutes, Attorney Lynn?
12 minutes.
Do I have 12 minutes, Attorney Lynn?
12 minutes?
Well, he had 12 minutes.
You had 15.
He had 15
Oh,
for
15.
rebuttal. This is closing. I think closing is 5 minutes.
Closing is 5. Okay.
Final argument, up to 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Kennard, or if anyone else has said that this is an attack. Everybody missed the important language. Maybe I'm not as good a speaker as I want to believe, not as good as the radio voice that we had in the middle of the night. This is the first time this has come back to you. That's the point. Your staff has attempted to come up with a system. The system they've come up with, unfortunately, is just plainly wrong. How do we know it's plainly wrong? It's plainly wrong because they never took a look at 380.067A. They didn't. It's not in any of the presentations. It's not in the staff report. If we hadn't been up here hammering about it, it would never get mentioned. And it didn't get mentioned because it said any proposed change to a previously approved development of regional impact shall be reviewed by the local development government based on the standards and procedures in its adopted local comprehensive plan and adopted local land. It means everything. Now look, I think the reason that the staff got off on the arrangement that it did is it was used to looking at these things as if it was just another PUD. But you're making a 23,000 acre decision tonight. This is more than just 80 houses, and that it happens to be a reasonably good approach that you seem to like. You're deciding the fate of your DRI for the first time in its 75-year history. Now, what does that bring you to as a result of that? It brings you to new scrutiny that you must go through. Not my fault. I know I'm last here, and I know I'm from a different county, but it's something you must do. Why must you do it? because you have one code provision that says the lowest you can have in a PUD, the lowest, bottom, is 1 unit for 5 acres. What are you doing tonight, if you do it? 1 unit for 3 acres. Hold on. You don't rewrite your code. You pass an ordinance. Okay, I don't like RURs at 1 to 5. I want them at 1 to 3. Completely different set of circumstances. You can't use that system the first time for 23,000 acres and for the fate and future of Pine Ridge DRI. You can't use that system. What, you're giving him 5 years when your code says 3 years? He didn't apply for variance. He just walked up and he asked nicely, can I have 5 years? And you said yes. But your code says specifically, plain English, only 3 years. Next step is go for variance. You want it? It's okay. There's always, I'm not saying you can't change your plan. Change your plan if you like, but don't change your plan when you really don't have a guarantee for the drainage issues, the topography issues, the lot entrances, the quality of the homes. Well, your quality of homes are not decided here tonight. They're not on that plat. They're not in any of those pictures, so you don't know if you're getting estate homes. The conservation area, you don't know if it's going to qualify tonight. You want to pass it after when you know it's really qualified. But you can't pass it here tonight on a whim. Not when you're setting the stage for every other developer, for this land being sold, to take on Pine Ridge and say, you know what, I really don't care about the DRA anymore. It's back in the hands of the county. They're easy. Don't do that. You don't know about the exact lot changes because the plat may interfere with them. You don't know about 24-foot trees being planted in front of 80 homes. You have no guarantee of that tonight. You don't really know about the environmental conditions. The last report was 4 years ago. So you don't, and last of all, the Live Local Act issue, I actually think that means it's more possible. You're taking away.
Go to your mic, please. Go to the mic.
I'm sorry. I do get carried away. You're taking away the community overlay for a community facility. It's going tonight. And now this land will just be floating out there, maybe into different hands. The recent changes with respect to Live Local said, that sort of looks a little bit like it might be commercial, but we know community facilities are okay. You want to be safe? Keep the community facility on. State has already gone to the length of saying, you know what, those are okay. We aren't going to do that. So here you go. You're going to put it into limbo land. You're going to wait for a return 3 to 5, well, not 3 years, in the next 5 years to see if all of this stuff can get set. You're going to use that as the template for anybody else who comes forward saying they want to change this DRI. We are the status quo. Just keep it the same. He wants to come back. He wants to fill in all the blanks. He wants to deal with every single comprehensive plan provision that says something about how it is that you should be environmentally sensitive, then come back and do it right. That's it. That's it. That's all everybody's saying tonight. Thank you for my 5 minutes. I appreciate it. Hope I haven't been too overbearing. It's just your first time doing this. I think you'll get it right after you get your procedure.
Oh, you're closing first.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Wow. Okay, answer Commissioner Finnegan's questions. No, slightly. You ask if the lots can change, if the roads can change, or if the drainage areas can change. There's no requirement, no allowance to change any use within 150 feet of the project boundary. That means that conservation easement, if that's approved, has to stay. You can't put a lot there. Now, you can talk about the lots internally, but number 2, you cannot make significant changes to vehicular or pedestrian access. So that also locks them into this plan pretty closely. The one thing that can possibly change are drainage areas. They can get a little bigger, they can get a little smaller. You can possibly put them over here instead of over here. nothing substantial, but when they get out there and do soil borings, those do change. So that's an allowance. So that was to answer the questions that you had for Attorney Batzel. Our minor modification process is very, very tight. You can't make a lot of changes. So I did want to answer that. Commissioner Barrett asked about the DRI changes. There have been quite a few to this pre-DRI. It is not a DRI, but this pre-DRI, as Attorney Batzel was correct on that listing, they have gone through that. Now the process is to change it through the county's process, which is this Atlas Amendment process. So you've seen these before in various DRIs and pre-DRIs. You'll see them again. There's going to be more, but this is the process to go through. I don't need 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, last time, I promise. So in closing, I want to address a couple of those things real quickly.
Sorry, Rob, there was like 2 minutes left. I do want to have one.
I'm sorry,
That's
Eric.
okay. I just
apologize.
wanted to make one statement. I've been in this profession for 25 years, master's degree, ASCP, all the things. I'll never be as knowledgeable about Citrus County or Florida planning as Joanna.
Nice.
Here, here. Again, Rob Batzel for the record. Couple things in quick closing. You just heard a closing that was essentially, once again, not addressing compatibility, not addressing consistency, but saying, don't worry, it's your first time doing this, and, you know, I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually. We've done this as recently as last month, of course. We've amended DRIs or pre-DRIs many, many times. Joanna's overseen, I don't know the number, but quite a few. So once again, what is said is borderline offensive, but what is unsaid probably speaks loud and clear. There's no argument here against compatibility and consistency. So quickly, just so this is abundantly clear, Senate Bill 1730 that added the definition of mixed use to the Live Local Act states that it's any use that combines multiple types of approved land uses from at least two of the residential use, commercial use, and industrial use categories. The term does not include uses that are accessory, ancillary, incidental to the allowable uses, or allowed only on a temporary basis. Recreational uses such as golf courses, tennis courts, swimming pools, and clubhouses within an area designated for residential use are not mixed use, irrespective of how they're operated. So a recreational area does not open the door to Live Local applying. So there's no gray. There's no gray there, despite what I'm hearing behind me. So I would ask that this commission trust the facts, trust your staff that we're on the right track procedurally here, and that your comprehensive plan and code, this is the mechanism through which we go about the proposed change. And at the end of the day, again, I ask you to keep it simple. 80 homes on 200 acres, 220 acres with this significant of a green space, open space designation as a conservation easement is the best thing for the future of what was historically this old dilapidated golf course. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close off further testimony and evidence. The commission and the commission alone may discuss amongst ourselves the issues and take action. No formal party, county representative, or member of the public will be allowed to speak or add further comment. At this time, we'll open up to commission for discussion and action. And as a reminder, your decision is limited to the issues in dispute. Your decision must be based on the law and whether the application is consistent with Florida statutes, the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, and whether there is competent, substantial evidence to support the decision made. Commissioner Kennard.
Madam Chair, I won't go back through all of the reasons why I'm going to support this. While I empathize with the many people who bought homes and owned property on the golf course for that reason, it's not going to be a golf course anymore. I don't believe it'll ever be a golf course, regardless of what happens here tonight. So based on competent and substantial evidence, I'm going to make a motion that we approve AA 2025 00002 and direct the chair and clerk to execute and record the ordinance for AA 2025-00002.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any further board comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Davis?
I heard a lot from, like Commissioner Kennard, I really felt for the folks that were on the golf course when we heard this 19 months ago. And I heard a lot tonight about what's changed. And I was very specific in my language, so specific. It was in neon lights. I said back then, I believe that based on competent and substantial evidence that Dick's development plan was compatible with our comp plan and the LDC, but it was not compatible with the community needs. And then I looked at the audience and I said, you have your chance to work it out. And I was really hoping that you could, and you didn't. And it's not, I am a small government conservative, and it is not the role of county government to step in and save private industry. So I put myself in your shoes. I lived in Pine Ridge. If you had taken away my horse amenities, I'd be pretty doggone ticked off too. So I do feel for you. I have friends on both sides that have given testimony. I'm pretty sure, and these are friends from before being on the commission. So they're actually real friends. I rode with a couple of them that gave testimony against it tonight. And I'm probably going to lose friends over it, and I'm sorry, but I have to follow the law.
Did you have something? Commissioner Finnegan?
This is definitely a tough one tonight. So I would say several months ago, but maybe it was even a year ago when it was before us, 5 of us said that it was inconsistent. 5 of us said it was not compatible. Testimony was given, which I didn't like, that said 3 people that were on that board were running for office, and that was the real reason, and that it would change. I would hope that's not true. So coming in here today, knowing that 5 of us said it's not compatible and it's not consistent, came in here completely open to see what has changed. I had a lot of questions about the land being conserved because maybe for the people that live in Pine Ridge, maybe they would say it's not compatible, consistent, but we like this. Some people have come forward that we didn't see before. Overwhelmingly still, the people are saying it's not compatible with the area, which topography I have some concerns about also. We heard testimony from the attorney that it will never be a golf course again. I think that the attorney's smart in a lot of things, but I mean, I can't say that that's not true because it was functioning up until that time. And I know even in Citrus County that they have been purchased and are being fixed and thriving. I think that the offer to conserve land is good. If it had changed for the community to be compatible, that's why I wanted to make sure that it really would be conserved land. My issue is where we were a year ago. Government does not have the right to tell people when they know what they've bought in their neighborhood that because we can, we'll just change it. I agree that people buy for that reason, that people do their homework, and they did, and it's not right for government to go in and change other people's backyards. It doesn't affect us. And as people were saying, for one person, I was waiting to hear from the people. I was waiting to hear how it has changed substantially from when 5 people said that it wasn't compatible, and I didn't get that. I didn't get substantial changes. I hope that because I know the developer, Mr. Dix, has some other properties in the area, I'm hoping that with good positive development that the people of Pine Ridge and Mr. Dix can work together for future developments and maybe even this, maybe for a viable golf course or maybe for another reason. But I don't see how 5 of us said that it wasn't compatible and consistent. That hasn't changed for me, so I can't support this tonight.
Madam Chair, I do have to rebut what Commissioner Finnegan said, if I may, please.
Commissioner Davis?
I absolutely said that there, so let me back up to something that Mr. Batzel said. Yes, Commissioner Bays and I have both gone through some pretty advanced land law and management training through Institute for County Government. There are 3 things that have to be compatible, and that is the Land Development Code, the comp plan, and in the best interest of the community. And last time I said it was compatible with LDC and the comp plan, but I said it was not in the best interest of the community because I wanted to give that community an opportunity to negotiate with Mr. Dix to get what they wanted. It has gone on for 19 months now. It has divided the neighborhood horribly. There's now a whole bunch of people. A lot of them aren't here tonight, but I've certainly heard from them in my email box. There's a whole bunch of people that do not want to support that. As far as I'm concerned, you know, if I were one of those owners, I would have ponied up the, what was it, $3,000 to $10,000 for an added acre in my backyard. So what I am saying today is the same as I did 19 months ago. It is compatible with the comp plan and the LDC, but it is not, it is no longer the best interest of the community to keep the status quo, which means we have to change the status quo, which is what it is right now, a community divided. And I am so upset about this vote. I, you know, really wish I didn't have to be here. But, you know, this is what you guys pay me for, and all of us up here is to make these very difficult decisions. This one's wrenching, but I stand by my answer, and I am going to vote in favor of it.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Forgive me, I don't want a rebuttal of a rebuttal. I just want to clarify my stance. I see people with like I saw signs earlier. I don't want to buy your golf course, and you made a statement like they should have ponied up the money and bought the golf course. Whatever they're saying, POA buy the golf course. That's not this board's purview at all. I could understand why people don't want to buy it. I don't think that people should have to. That is not anything that this board should be deciding. The only thing this board needs to decide is if it's compatible or not. If we stick with what we said a year ago, that it's not compatible, that does not force anyone that lives in Pine Ridge to buy a golf course. And that's not for us to say that they even should. It's just a person or an entity owns that, and we are saying that that should still be recreational use. That's all. That's not forcing anyone to buy a golf course. That whatever the issues with boards and POAs and who wants to buy it and who does it within the community, that's for their community to decide. They vote in their POA members. They decide if they're going to negotiate with the developer and buy it or not buy it. That's not for us to decide. And I am not willing, I want to make it very clear, not supporting the change is not telling anybody that forces them to buy something. That is not my role. That is not what I do.
I also said it was not the county role, and that was just me making a personal comment that if I owned property, I would have tried to make that happen.
Commissioner Barrick?
Well, at this point, you know, you went from 85 to 80 houses. That's not a significant change, okay? It was not in the best interest of the community. That was before I was on the board. It's still not in the best interest of the community. Because if we continue down this road as commissioners, every time somebody comes up here, they're going to get a land use change. Now, I'm sorry, but it may have competent and substantial evidence for this, but it also has competent and substantial evidence that I feel I need to see more that what was done. And I actually wanted to see more that was done by, our changing things. Okay, the paperwork that I got said 1995 and there was no change and it was still DRI. And a DRI is still a DRI. I also know that I've seen too many developers come into this county. And they're gonna do this and they're gonna do that. And they promise this and they promise that. 2 years down the road, they sell the place. And they don't do what they're supposed to. IV4 is a really good thing for that. Okay? There were promises, and now we've got a big section of the county that's a mess. But the thing is, there was not a major change from last year. 5 houses is only 5 houses. I got 4 houses that just got built by me in the last 3 months. Okay, and I can walk to them because they're across the street and stuff. 5 houses is not gonna make a big difference. If you want to cut the number down, you make it a substantial number and you bring it down to, like it says, 1 house for every so many acres. And that would cut it down to 44 houses. If you're willing to go to 44 houses, I have no problem with you abiding by. But when I read in the paperwork and in the backups that you're cutting this, you're cutting that, and you're increasing this and increasing that, that's not good for me. And I will not approve this.
Ooh, leadership and public service. It's not always pleasing, is it? I am going to support this application. I think there's been, guess I don't need to say anything else. Call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2.
Don't care.
Next, you gotta have him before midnight, so that's not bad.
Pardon me?
You gotta have him
Chair?
before midnight, so that's not bad.
Oh, did you end the meeting?
Pardon me? The motion was 3-2. The motion passed 3-2 and I adjourned.